Visualizing and understanding huge amounts of data has never been easier thanks to Tableau. Hi guys, welcome to this complete Tableau tutorial by Simplilearn. In the next few hours, we'll be teaching you everything you need to know about Tableau. In this video, Michelle will take you through the basic concepts of Tableau, then focus on use cases and how you can work on the platform to get the hands-on experience you need. Then we'll take you through 30 important interview questions that you might face in a Tableau interview. Before we begin, make sure you subscribe to our channel and click on the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
Hello and welcome to Tableau Training for Beginners. My name is Michelle Covine and I'm with the Simplilearn team. Today we'll be talking about all the things you need to know to get started with Tableau. So what is business intelligence? Companies use business intelligence technologies to collect, analyze, and present data in order to create actionable information. Today's businesses are always seeking insights about their customers, products, and services. So businesses are faced with many questions, such as how do I know my customers are happy? What would make my customers stay? And how can I increase awareness of my products and services? Business intelligence can help you answer those questions. When you have a question about what your customers are feeling, what your customers are doing, who the customers are, and what's the best channel to target them, business intelligence is a method of transforming your data into these insights and measurable metrics. Business intelligence tools are designed to make the data flow manageable. In the age of information, Tableau is one of many tools to help manage the data flow and turn data into actionable information. But we also have Qlik and SAP and Oracle. You may have heard of some of these. Let's take a look at some of the benefits of Tableau as your business intelligence tool. So why would we use Tableau? It can be connected to 40 different data sources. The more data sources it can connect to, it means that you are more likely to get direct access to your data. It can build interactive dashboards with just a few clicks, which can help you quickly understand your data, and it lets you see your outliers. There's also simple analytics built right into Tableau, such as trends and forecasting, that can help you understand your data on a deeper level. Tableau has been a leader in the Gartner Magic Quadrant for the last 6 years, and that includes 2018. Here we will take a look at an overview of the products offered by Tableau. So we have Tableau Desktop, which is where you do all of your development. This is where you connect to and build visualizations and dashboards. Today we'll be using Tableau Public, which is a free version of Tableau Desktop, but with some limitations, such as having no R integration, and it can only support up to 1 million rows of data. Also, any data published here is made public, so you can't use this for private company information. Then there's a new tool called Tableau Prep, where you can prepare your data by seeing it visually before you connect and build reports. There's also Tableau Online, which is a cloud-hosted version of Tableau Server, a place where you can publish your dashboards, and it enables you to share your dashboards in a secure way. Tableau Server has an option to be on-premises. So let's just do a quick comparison between building a visualization in Excel and building one in Tableau. Okay, so here we have an Excel file full of data that we will soon connect to and use for some of our demonstration purposes. And you can see that we have information about orders. If we wanted to find out the quantity sold and the sum of sales for each region, we could do that by creating a pivot table. So we'll make it, I selected my cells, we'll make it in a new worksheet. And here we have the beginnings of a pivot chart. And we can grab region and pull it into our columns. And then we'll grab sales and put it into values. And then we also want to look at quantity and put that into values. And it's automatically summing up sales and quantity, but you can choose if you want it to be sum or not. And then we'll take our values and put it on rows so that we can see sales and quantity one on top of the other. And that's the basics of a pivot chart. Now let's do a similar thing in Tableau. Okay, so we have our connection to the data, and Tableau automatically splits out the dimensions from the measures. We'll go into more depth on that later. But we can come and grab region and put it onto columns, and we get a similar thing, maybe a little nicer formatted. And then we can come and put quantity there. And if we want to add sales to it, we can double click on sales, and we'll have quantity and sales one on top of the other. we can put sales on top by dragging quantity down in that box. We also have this Show Me dialog box, which allows you to see what visualizations you could build using what's already on the screen or the things that you have selected. So right now, we could quickly switch it to bar charts, and now we can see quantity and sales across our region with bar charts. Or we could switch it to stacked bars, and we can see our quantity across the regions. If you close that, we can see our legend over here, and then our sales across the region. So in Tableau, we have a lot of really quick flexibility to turn just text into a visualization. So in summary, we can see a side-by-side of what we made using pivot tables in Excel and what we made in a similar amount of time in Tableau. Let's get started with the Tableau installation. As for requirements, you need Windows 7 or later, or you need your Mac operating system to be 10.11 or later. Here are some of the browsers you can use to install Tableau. We will be installing Tableau Public today, and to do that, you just Google Tableau Public Download and click on that first link, and then you put in your email address and click Download the app. So let's just look up Tableau Public Download, and it's this first one. You can click Download Now, and it takes you to the Tableau Public page where you can click Sign In and create an account free. This gives you a place to save the visualizations you make, but keep in mind anything you save on Tableau Public is public. And then you come here and you enter your email address and click Download the app, and it should give you an executable file that you will download. And once it's downloaded, you should be able to open Tableau Public. So let's go take a look at the Tableau Public opening page. So this is what Tableau Public looks like when you first open it. On your left, you have the different things you can connect to. This is more limited in Tableau Public than it is in Tableau Desktop. So if you invest in Tableau Desktop, you have many things you can connect to. You can also connect to data by clicking this drop-down Connect Data piece. That's especially useful when you've already started your visualization. Then we have this central portion called Open. This is where anything that you have opened up previously will show up. You can also click Open from Tableau Public, and when you have, my connection's timed out so I need to log in, but when you log in, it says no workbook found, try publishing first. This is where you'll see all of your published Tableau Public dashboards. Over here we have Discover, and it has some how-to videos, visualization of the day, which is where people who have made Tableau Public visualizations get recognized for their skill, and you get some pretty cool ideas when you look there. So let's get started by connecting to a data source. We'll click Microsoft Excel, and we'll choose our Excel file and open it up. And this is our data source page. This shows you the sheets on the Excel file and allows you to drag them in so that you can see the data show up. This gives you a preview of what your data will look like. You can see that Tableau is starting to classify our fields. So anything that has ABC on it shows that that's a column that has strings in it. We also have a globe, which was where Tableau has recognized these values to be geographical. So we have state, and it's recognized that it contains states. It bases it on the keywords that it stores to identify if it's geographical. And so it takes a look, and you've named it city, and it knows that city is geographical. We also have the calendar symbol, where it's recognized that it's a date field. And we also have row ID that shows up with the hashtag, and it recognizes it's a number. So now that we have our data source pulled in, we can come here and hit Sheet, which is where you start to build your visualization. Let's take a look at all the different pieces of this before we go any further. We have the data that we're connected to up here. It's our orders sheet from the Sample Superstore Excel sheet. We have dimensions on top and measures on bottom. These are where we're going to get the fields to drag and drop. Here we have our cards. We'll look more in depth at our cards in a moment. And these are our shelves, the column shelf and the row shelf, where you can drag things in to make changes happen in the visualization center. We have our Show Me tabs, where you can see, we took a brief look at this earlier, but you can see all of the different visualizations you can build here. A neat thing about Show Me is that when you hover, it'll tell you what types of fields you need to build it. So for a symbol map, try 1 geographical field, 0 or more dimensions, or 0 to 2 measures. And that's how you can build a geographical symbol map. And when you're done with Show Me, you just close it. Let's take a look here at our sheets. So we have sheet 1 and sheet 2. A sheet is basically just one visualization at a time. Let's get rid of the extra sheet. We have a dashboard, which is where you can pull multiple sheets on to show multiple visualizations at one time. And then we have what's called a story, which allows you to show a sequence of visualizations so that you can tell a story. Perfect. Okay, so we saw that Tableau is categorizing our different fields, and it is also giving it a role. So we have dimensions on top and measures on bottom. Dimensions contain descriptive values, such as names, dates, and geographical data. You can use dimensions to reveal details in your data, that is, qualitative details. We also have measures, which contain numeric, quantitative values that you can measure. Measures can be aggregated, and when you drag a measure onto the view, Tableau will apply an aggregation to that measure. It's sum by default. So let's show this by building what we built before. We'll grab region, and we'll see its 4 distinct values as a dimension. And then we'll double click on quantity, and we can see the numbers here, the measures, and you can see here that it is the sum of quantity. And now we can also double click on sales, and we can see quantity and sales. To discuss a little bit more about dimensions and measures, you can see that in general measures are numbers and dimensions are not. But sometimes, like row ID, it is a number. Now, why would we have a number up here instead of in the measures? So you can tell the difference between a number, whether it should be in measures or it should be in dimensions, based on whether you'll need to do any calculations on it, or if you would want to be able to aggregate it at some time. So for sales, if you have several orders in a day, you might want to know what the sum of those sales are. But if you have several orders in the day, and they're on rows 2, 3, 4, and 5, you might not want to know the sum of the rows. So Tableau is smart enough that when it sees ID, it knows that it belongs up in the dimensions. Now you can switch. So if row ID was actually something you would want to aggregate for some reason, you can drag it down to the measures and add it down there. But in our case, row ID isn't something that you want to sum or average. Can you think of any other numbers that might not show up as a measure that should be a dimension? Comment below with your answers. As we discussed before, dimensions are on top, measures are on bottom, and you can see that blue is associated with dimensions and green is associated with measures. But it's a little bit more complicated than that. So dimensions are qualitative and measures are quantitative, but blue means we want our label to be discrete and green means we want our label to be continuous. Let's make a new sheet and make a visualization to kind of show this. So we can bring on quantity, and we're going to use it as a dimension, but you can see even when it's a dimension you can choose continuous or discrete. So right now it's a dimension but it's green. It's a little bit different than what you might expect. And then we'll do sales. So now we can see over the different quantities what our sales was. Yeah, has been for this period of time that we're looking at. I believe it's 4 years. So for when people bought 3 items, the total sales was that number. And you can see that this is an axis. So it's from 1 to 15. Now, if we change it from continuous to discrete, you can see that 1 is a label, 2 is a label, and it's not an axis ranging from 1 to, it doesn't even have 15 because there are no values under 15. These are just individual labels. So we go back, it's green again, and you can see that it's an axis. So we have 2 greens on here, so we have 2 axes. And change it back to discrete, and now we have 1 axis and 1 set of individual labels. So let's go back to our sheet 3. We have all of these different sales by the different quantity numbers, and up here we have our sorting. When you hover, it tells you what kind of sorting is going to happen. So we could sort quantity descending by sales. So we can see that when they buy 3 things, we have the highest sales. You can do the opposite. where it's the lowest to the highest number of sales. You can also do sorting more in depth by clicking on the quantity and right-clicking sort. So we could just sort by descending or ascending or by sales or alphabetic, which is not what we want. You can choose the field or you can manually change your sorting here. And now we're back to what we had at the beginning. Now that we've had an overview of how Tableau works, let's go into a little more detail. Tableau is very much built on the premise of drag and drop. So let's build a simple visualization and talk about what each of these shelves and marks cards specifically do. So we're going to make a simple chart which is average sales by region. So we know we want sales on, let's do sales on rows. Now for rows and for metrics, since this is continuous like we talked about before, it's making an axis for our sales. We also can drag region onto columns, and it makes one column per region. So that's how it works with dimensions. If you pull a dimension onto columns, you're saying I want one blank per column. I want one region per column. So if you wanted to do it by instead of region, if you want to remove something from a visualization, you just pull it back off. Or you can hit undo or Control Z. Tableau has the benefit of having unlimited undos. So let's say we wanted to bring on city. Let's say we want one column per city, and that's what you get. And there's a lot of cities. So that's what it looks like. Let's take city back off. I want one column per region. And for sales, I want my rows axes to show me where sales are. Great. Now let's say we want to adjust the color of these bars. You can click on color and you can select any of them. So let's pick this nice blue, or we can pick an orange, and that's how you can determine the color. But if you want something else to determine the color, you can take region and drag it onto color, and now we have one color per region. Now with measures, again, since they're continuous, it's going to be more like a scale. So if I want them to be a different color based on sales, and I pull sales onto color, it's going to be darker where there's higher sales and lighter where there's lower sales. So it's continuous from light to dark. But for region, it is one color per region. So they're distinct colors. It's not continuous. Great. Let's say we want to sort this biggest to smallest, and we can look at size here. So if we want to adjust the size manually, we can click on it and drag it. But if we want the size to be based on something else, you choose a measure for the size. So if we want it to be wider based on sales, we will drag sales onto size, and we can see that it gets bigger with bigger sales. We can do the same thing and replace the sales with profit, and now it's bigger if there is bigger profit. And drag that back off. So you can determine manually, or you can do it with your measures. For label, let's say we want the sales onto label. Now we can see the exact sales number for each region. What if we wanted the name of the region there as well? We can drag region onto labels, and we can see sales for the West region. You can adjust which one goes on top. See how we have two T's here? Those are both labels. Great. Tooltip. When we click on Tooltip, it'll show us what's going to happen when we hover. So as I hover here on East, it says Region East Sales, and then it shows the sales amount. Now we talked about, I'll take my labels back off, wanting to make this visualization not for the sum of sales, but for the average of sales. So we will right click on our sum of sales here in the rows, hover over measure, which right now is sum, and change it to average. And we have a different result here. So let's sort again, and we can see that the South region actually has the highest average of sales, which was not the case for the sum. Now let's say we want our our sales to be on the label, but look, it's giving us the sum of sales label. So we just do the same thing and change it to average. Now we can see our average on the label. The label has some interesting options, like you can format this, and we could say maybe we want it to be all of them to be blue, and that happens right there. You can also choose to only show the minimum and the maximum. This becomes handy on a line chart where you don't want all marks labeled because it gets very messy, but you want the tallest and the shortest part to be labeled. And maybe you just want the tallest, so we'll click label minimum value and remove that checkbox, and now we just have the tallest value there. And one card that we haven't used yet is the filters card. So we could allow people to look at this, but only certain regions. So what we can do is we can come over to region and right click on it and click show filter, and it will add it to that filters card. And now we can remove central from the mix and just look at those ones. You see, if we remove south, the new highest, east, now has the label, but if we put it back in, south will have the label again. If we don't want to have these filters, we can pull it off there. Or if we wanted to filter out by country, we just have United States, so let's not filter by country. But we could pull in category, and we have these filters by category. If we select them all, they'll all be there. And we click show filter and it will bring it over here. And we can remove out technology, and the south still has the highest for the other two. But if we only include technology, you can see the difference there. So that's the basics of filters. Another thing that I can mention here is that you can change the type of mark manually. So you saw when we pulled on region and we pulled on sales, it automatically made us a bar chart, but we could change this to be a line chart, and you can see that the color changes because we told it to based on region. If we pull that off, then it would be a line chart there. You can change it to be a lot of different type of visualizations here. So when you're not using show me to help determine your graphs, you can choose it manually right here. Okay, now let's look at building a scatter plot. So a scatter plot is when you have a bunch of shapes and points on a visualization with two axes that are both measures. So if we take sales and put it on the y-axis, and we take discount and put it on the x-axis, we can see our point that represents all of our data with the sum of sales and the sum of discount. And if we wanted to see this per order, we'll take order ID and put it onto detail. Now what detail does is it determines the level that we are building our visualization at. So grabbing order ID and putting onto detail gives us all of these little points. So for each order, what was our sales and what was our discount. So we have out here some outliers that you can find very quickly. Let's actually do product ID instead. So I'll put it right over top of order ID and it will replace it. Now we see all of our products. Anything that has high sales is up here, anything that has high discount is over here. You can see that it sort of has a trend where things with high sales do not have high discounts, which makes sense. If we wanted to know what category these products all show up in, we could take category and put it onto shape. And now we have 3 different shapes that tell us the categories. Tableau has a cool new highlight feature, which allows you to show just the dimension that you want to see, but it leaves the other ones in place. So for example, if we click on furniture, first we have to turn on the highlight feature and then click on furniture. And now you can see all of the furniture items popping up in our visualization and how they're kind of clustered in this area and the pattern for them. When we click on technology, we can see their pattern, which is a little bit different. So we have them by shape with category. Let's drag category onto color as well. If you remember, category will determine the color and the shape at this point. And so we can kind of see the patterns happening there. So if we want to see our high discounted items, they're all over here. And most of the things that are getting high discounts are office supplies, which is interesting. And then our highest sales product up here, now we could take that product ID and find out what that product actually is out of our, oh, look, we have product name. Let's replace product ID with product name. And we see that that is a Canon Image Class Advanced Copier. So this copier is our big salesperson. And office supplies binders do not give us very many sales, and we're highly discounting them. So now you know a little bit more about the details card and the shapes card, and about using highlighting in Tableau. So let's say we wanted to know by subcategory what our profit is like. We could grab subcategory and pull it onto columns, and we would say we want one column per subcategory. And then let's grab profit and pull it onto rows, and you can quickly see which categories are profitable and which ones are not. So we can also take profit and put it onto color so that you can see that even more clearly. Right now it is going from orange to blue, which is Tableau's default. If we wanted to change from what color to what color it was going, we have a lot of options in here when you go to edit colors. So maybe you wanted to go from red to blue, just to emphasize that the profit that's negative is bad. So we can hit apply, and now we can see red to blue. We have our categories here, our subcategories here, but let's separate it out by category. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take subcategory off. I'm going to put on category, and now it's by category, and then I'm going to put subcategory on after it. So when we put it in order like this, the order matters in Tableau. So first it breaks it up by category, and then inside of that it breaks it up by subcategory. So furniture's all here, and then there's our subcategories under furniture. If we were to move subcategory to the front, it really doesn't group it appropriately, because first it's breaking it up by subcategory and then by category, and that's not effective. We end up with furniture, 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 furniture spread out across our visualization. So again, let's put category to the front, and now we have our profit by category by subcategory, and we can click sort subcategory descending by profit. And now what it does is within the highest group, within each group, it then sorts it by profit. So you can tell it's not going to break this group apart to move tables to the very end. It's going to keep tables inside of furniture. And then it doesn't move furniture to the very end either. So what we have here is a quick view by category by subcategory how we're doing on profit. We can see that tables is our biggest drain on profit, and so if we wanted to improve the profitability of furniture, maybe we would not sell tables anymore. It's just not working out for us. Another thing about this visualization that we could do to improve it is you can see that there's some of these words are getting cut off, so we could right click on this axis and click rotate label, and now you can read the whole word, and so that's helpful. Also up here we have our title, which right now is the same name as our sheet. So if we rename the sheet to profit by subcategory, then it names the title up here. So this is making it look a little bit better. And then here we have profit, and it shows it but without any like dollar signs. So let's come up here to profit and click format and you can see that we can format the sum of profit to be currency. And we can do it currency by the thousands, and we can get rid of these decimal places. And now you can see it's just a little bit nicer, a little bit more clear. Maybe we don't have to have the label here that says category / subcategory. So we can hide field labels for columns, because it's pretty clear that these are categories and these are subcategories. So those are some formatting tips for you. Formatting in Tableau is one of those things where there are just a lot of different ways you could change things. So in more in-depth videos, especially from Simplilearn, you'll learn more and more about this. Also, as we are building these visualizations, if you want to have access to this data set so that you can build along with me, just make a comment in the comments below and the Simplilearn team will send you this data set. Now we're going to take a look at creating a hierarchy in Tableau. So we'll make a new tab, and we're going to make a sheet called Sales by Product. And so we will be looking at sales as a number. And let's bring on product name. Now there are a lot of products names, so it's going to make sure that you really want to do this. I'm going to click Add All Members, and now we can see all of our products and their sales over all time. So if we sort this, we can see our highest selling item, which we discovered earlier as the advanced copier, and we scroll down to the bottom, our lowest selling items. So we have our products, and we can group that by subcategory. And you can see I need to put it in the front again. And by category. Alright, I'm going to take product name back off, and we're going to talk about hierarchies. So, a product rolls up into a subcategory, which rolls up into a category. You can create a hierarchy by, let's start with subcategory and dragging it onto category. And it's going to create a hierarchy. We'll call it our product hierarchy. And now it knows that category is the parent to subcategory. Let's do the same thing by grabbing the product name and putting it underneath subcategory. So now it knows category is the parent, then there's subcategory, and then there's product name. This allows you to, instead of pulling this off or putting it back on, you can bring category on, and then you can expand it by pressing this plus button. And now we see, but here's our sales by category, by subcategory. And then here's our sales by category, by subcategory, by product name. This is really useful when you're creating a detail section for your users. And so when somebody wants to know, let's say you have show filter for category and a filter for subcategory. Show filter for subcategory. And they're looking at category here and they're just like, I see technology has the highest sales and I just want to see technology. So I'm going to unclick furniture and office supplies. Let's put category on top. And then, so I just have technology. Well, I want to see what has the highest sales inside of technology. And let's sort it. Oh, phones. Phones does. So I just actually want to look at phones. So I'm going to remove accessories, copiers, and machines. And what has the highest sales inside of phones? And sort it. And now I can see quickly the detailed information without having to change my visualization. Let's give this visualization a little more depth. First, I'll add back in all of our categories and subcategories by showing across region. So we know technology had the highest, but how does it look across region? Now, part of the point of Tableau is to allow the users to read the visualizations very quickly. And when you have big blocks of text like this, it's kind of hard to see which one has the highest because it doesn't quite stand out very quickly. So what we can do is take sales and drag it onto color. Let's change our marks to a square. And now it's going to color each of these. It colors every one of these cells based on its darkness for sales. This is a little bit heavy of a color. You can click color here and change the opacity to give it a little bit of a lighter look. Just makes it a little bit see-through. Great, so now it's a lot easier to see that the West seems to have the highest sales and that technology in the East is the very highest. So now when we drill into subcategory, it keeps that coloring and we can see more in depth and quicker that phones has the highest across most of them. It's not quite the highest in the West because chairs is the highest in the West. There's one place in Tableau where hierarchies are built in, and that's in dates. So dates in Tableau can be very complex because they allow very complex visualizations. So we will not go into depth about dates at this time, but let's take a look at how they work for hierarchies. So we have order date that we can pull onto columns here, and you can see that it's blue, meaning that it's discrete. So each one of these is a header instead of it being an axis across the top. Now let's drag profit onto rows. So now we can see our profit over time for each of these years. And Tableau has some hierarchies built into dates already. So when I click this plus on columns, it'll split it out into quarters. So this is a header, and these are all subheaders underneath that header because it is distinct and discrete right now instead of continuous. So it's split out year, 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 and quarters, 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 quarters. This allows you to quickly compare quarter 1 across all of the years, and quarter 2 across all of the years, and quarter 4 across all of the years. Another way you could add some more detail to this is by taking maybe category and pulling it onto color. And now we have one line for each category, and we can see that drop in technology is a big part of the responsibility for that drop we were seeing in quarter 2 of 2016. So let's take that back off, and let's take quarter back off, and let's explore continuous dates. So here in dates, we have our top section of dates, and then you see it repeats, and we have the bottom section of dates. So we've got year, but we also have year here, quarter, and quarter. Now the top ones are all discrete, and when I change it to a bottom one, year, same thing, same year, it changes it to be green, and now it's continuous. So now instead of this being a header for 2013 and a header for 2014, it's an axis. So the difference here is when I press the plus and it changes it to quarter, instead of adding quarter to year, now it's doing quarter for each year and making one continuous line. And we can keep going and drill down to month. You can go pretty far. Now when we add category as color, we get our 3 lines for the 3 categories. And we also have highlighting turned on here still, so when we click on technology, we can highlight technology with the others in the background, so we don't lose the context of the other categories. Let's take that back off. Next, let us talk about calculated fields. So we'll make a new sheet, and we're going to create our first calculated field. We can create a calculated field by clicking this arrow, which gives us some options, and clicking Create Calculated Field, or we can come and click in the white space below dimensions or below measures, and we right click and click Create Calculated Field. Let's name it Profit Ratio. So this is for if we wanted to create a visualization that showed the profit ratio, but we don't have that measure readily available to us. To bring in fields for our calculation, you can do it in one of 2 ways. One is to start typing it, and it will start auto-prompting you for the different measures or for different calculations or values you can use, or you can come and drag it in. So if we want profit and we want sales, if we do profit divided by sales, that is a profit ratio unaggregated. Okay, and let's make a second calculated field. We could come here and click duplicate, and that will duplicate our field, but I just want to start over again, so I'll click Create Calculated Field, and I will call it Profit Ratio Aggregated. And in this one, we're going to do sum, click, of profit, click, divided by sum of sales. Okay, so now, what's the difference between profit ratio aggregated and profit ratio unaggregated? How will those behave differently in Tableau? Let's look at this by looking at a single order. So first, let's bring on all the orders and all the products under that order. And let's look at this order. So I want to filter this whole dashboard to only this order. So I can right click on it and click keep only. That creates a filter up here that only has that box checked. And if I want to get rid of this later, I can just pull it right off of filters and everything will come back. But I want to, so keep only. And now let's take a look at profit ratio aggregated. I double clicked on it and I added it here, and profit ratio unaggregated. Again, double clicking, and now they're side by side. Let's give us a little bit of more room. So when I dragged that out, it gave us more room so we could see them side by side in the entire titles. Okay, so I chose to look at one order and these product names because the combination of order and product name is unique, one per row. We know that Tableau will aggregate the data up to the lowest level in the visualization, and I brought it all the way down to the lowest level of the data source, so we have no aggregation right now. So when we're looking at it without any aggregation, these two calculations are the same. Profit ratio aggregated, let's look at that again. We'll click edit, and that's the one where we sum profit and sum sales before we divide. And then we've got profit ratio unaggregated. So let's also look at profit and look at sales. This is a technique that I use when I'm trying to understand how my calculated fields are working. Try to break it down to the lowest level possible and see if it's doing what I expect. So we've got profit and we've got sales. Now, both of them are at 0.5 or 50%, and that's because profit is 8 and sales is 16 for Adam's telephone messaging. Now, let's take off product name. When we take off product name, we can see that they start to vary. We've got profit ratio aggregated and profit ratio unaggregated. So here we have profit and sales. The profit ratio should be profit divided by sales. So let's open up a calculator and make it a little smaller. So if we take profit at 219.1 and divide it by sales at 508.6, we get 0.4, not 1.8. So where does this 1.8 come from? Well, let's put product name back on here. What happens is, with profit ratio aggregated, it sums up the profit and then divides it by the sum of sales. So that's what we did. When we took off profit ratio unaggregated, we had the sum of profit and divided it by the sum of sales, which is what we want. Profit ratio unaggregated, however, does the calculation, profit divided by sales, and then sums it afterwards. You can see it right here. It's the sum of profit ratio unaggregated. So it makes this calculation, and then it adds up 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.3 plus 0.5. And that's where we get our 1.8, which is what we see when we pull off product name, 1.8. So for most calculations, you want to do profit ratio aggregated, where you determine how it's aggregated before you do the calculation. So let's remove profit ratio unaggregated and delete it. Let's go to profit ratio aggregated and just call it profit ratio. Perfect. Now we no longer need anything that we have on our visualization right now, so let me show you a quick trick to clear the board. Tableau has this button up here, which is called Clear Sheet. You can also do on Windows Alt-Shift Backspace, and you just click Clear Sheet and it will start you over with that sheet. And that really helps when you've dragged a bunch of things on and really made a mess when you're trying things out. Okay, so we're going to build a visualization, and we're going to look at region, and we're going to look at it by profit ratio. And so now we have this bar chart by profit ratio. Let's color this by region. We can also pull on profit and sales, and we can see all three of them side by side, split out by region. Now let's say we also wanted to see each region by sales per customer. So let's create some calculated fields that will help us do that. Let's create our first calculated field that's going to get us a count of customers. Let's call it total number of customers. And so we have customer name and customer ID. Let's do count distinct of customer ID. And that gives us the total number of customers. Apply. So right now, we could take total number of customers and see which categories have the highest number of customers. Perfect, but that's just one part of our calculation. We want to see total sales divided by total number of customers. So let's make our second calculated field, and we're going to call it sales per customer. We're going to do our sum of sales, which we can drag in, and divide that by total number of customers. Now you see that calculated field we just made pops up inside of our calculation dialog box. And we hit apply, and it shows up, so we hit OK. And let's replace total number of customers with sales per customer. And now we can see our sales per customer ratio and which ones have the highest. For this next part, I'm going to make a couple of visualizations in a row that all apply to the same information using a couple of different tactics. So first, let's use show me. So I want to look at region and sales for this visualization. So I'm going to control click region after I clicked sales. So one more time, I'm going to click on sales and I'm going to control click region. And I'm going to click show me. And it's going to give me all of the different visualizations I could make with region and sales. Let's pick tree map. Great, so now we have a tree map that shows us our sales by region. And we have the size and the color of the box is both sales. So let's say we wanted the size to be sales, but the color to be profit. So let's grab profit and drag that onto sales. So now we can see our most profitable to our least profitable. Let's edit our colors, and we're going to change it from red to blue diverging, red to blue. But let's go to advanced and make the center number 0. This means that it will never be red unless it's less than 0. So let's hit apply. So it's all blue, and if anything ever goes negative, then it will be red. Okay. Let's call this sheet sales profit by region. Perfect. Now we're going to start using our geographical fields. So we have state, city, country, and postal code. Let's double click on state and see what happens. Awesome. So it is generated these two fields. Tableau has generated longitude and latitude for us. And it's been able to recognize the states in the United States and where they're located and given it a longitude and latitude. So next we will look at sales by state by double-clicking on sales. And what it's done was change the size of the dot based on sales. Now I think I'm going to move sales from size to color, and it has automatically changed it to a filled map instead of dots on a map. Perfect. So now we can see the states with the biggest amount of sales. Let's put it back onto size, and we have our circles again. Let's put sales onto size, not state onto size, and we have our circles again. But let's make them a little bit bigger. These two marks on the Tableau size line are to give you an idea of how big and how small you should go before it gets too difficult to see. So when we go bigger than the bigger line, it detects that you're getting close to having overlap. But it's up to you as the builder. Okay, so we have size for sales again, and for profit onto color again. So you can see anything that is more profitable is darker, and anything that is less profitable, or less than 0 in this case, is orange. Let's do what we did with color before. Change it to red, blue diverging, and set our center point to 0. Okay, so now we know that if anything is red, it was negative in profit. Perfect. Let's name this sheet Sales Profit by State. Great. Now let's look at sales and profit by category. So we have category and we've made columns. So this is when we drag something to the columns shelf, just remember we want one column per category. And let's double click on sales and it's going to put it into text. And that's not what I want. So let's take sales and drag it onto rows and it automatically makes a bar chart. So now we have one bar with the axis of sales for furniture, office supplies, and technology. Now let's take profit and also put it on rows. So now we have two bar charts, one for sales and one for profit. We can change which one is a bar and which one is maybe a bubble chart by clicking on its appropriate marks card. So if we want to change them both, we can click on all and change them both to maybe circles, and you can see how they go up and down. But if we want to just change one of them, let's put those back to automatic. We'll go to profit and change that one to the circles. So now we can see those profit numbers. And if we want them to be overlaid on the same area, we would right click on profit, the second measure on the rows, and click dual axis. So now let's put them onto the same axis. You can see that their axes are not lined up. Let's go to sales and change it back to a bar. So now we have two charts occupying the same space. One of them is a bar chart and one of them is a bubble chart. And we can see our sales versus our profit. At least they're not the same amount of dollars, obviously, but we can see a higher sales and a higher profit. We also have medium sales and a medium profit. We have a medium sales but a really low profit, and it's interesting to see that contrast. So let's rename this sheet as Sales Profit by Category. And finally, we're going to make our details sheet. So we're going to go down to subcategory level and bring it onto rows. And remember, subcategory can expand out to the actual products. Let's bring that back in. And we're going to bring sales onto columns, which makes us a sales bar chart, and profit onto columns, which makes us a profit bar chart. Now let's color them by their appropriate individual color. So we'll go to the sales marks card and drag sales onto color. Now sales is colored by sales. We'll do the same thing here we did before. We'll go red, blue, diverging, and make the center 0. We actually don't have to do that for sales because sales will never be negative, but it's pretty important for profit. So we'll go to the profit marks card and take profit onto color and do the same thing there. We have red, blue, diverging, advanced, center is 0. Great. So now if it's negative, it will be there. So let's sort this by profit. And so both of them have sorted with profit in mind. And we can easily see our subcategories that have a negative profit. Let's rename this, and we'll call it our details sheet. So now we have these 4 visualizations that all have to do with similar information. I think I want these bigger on the states, so we'll just keep making that bigger. Perfect. Now we're going to make our first dashboard. So for our dashboard, we have information over here that shows you what sheets you can bring on. These get a little bit more complex, so they'll be covered in more in-depth type of videos. And then we have our size. So we could make a range of sizes based on maybe what you're viewing this on. But we're just going to change it to a fixed size. And we're going to make it 1400 by 1000. And this is our dashboard size. So let's bring on sales profit by region, sales and profit by state. Now a map needs a little bit more horizontal space than region does. Let's bring sales and profit by category underneath the region and the detail underneath the state. Give our map more space again. Perfect. Now Tableau has this neat feature called Use as Filter. So you can click use this filter here, and now if I click on any of these, it will filter the other dashboards based on these features. So if I just want to look at the south, and I click on south, it zooms into all my south states. Now my categories have updated to be just the south ones, and my details have updated as well. So we could see that central has pretty big sales, bigger than the south, but the profit is lower than the south. So we can click on central and focus on central. Let's use that uses filter on all three of these dashboards that lead us up to the detail. So building a quick dashboard like this, let's make this taller, would allow you to do some sort of analysis, such as, let's take a look at Central, because they have relatively high profits but low sales. So we click on Central, and then we see, oh man, Texas is having a really hard time. So let's click on Texas, and now we're seeing in Texas that we have negative profit in these categories. So we can control click on furniture and office supplies, and we can see all of our products that are really just killing us in Texas, all of our subcategories. And if we want to go deeper into products, we'll just click that plus sign, and now we see all the products, and we'll sort again, and we can see all the products by subcategory that are really just killing us and are maybe not worthwhile to make anymore. So we're gonna have to reconsider making the 3.6 cubic foot counter height office refrigerator. At least for Texas, it's not very helpful there. And then when you back out of that subcategory section, you can also click somewhere neutral in the dashboard, or click on each thing that you had selected to unselect it and go back to the main part of your visualization and start it all over again. Now let's move on and take a look on how to create parameters and sets. So new sheet, and let's make a quick visualization that will apply our parameters and our sets to. So let's take a look at all of our customers by their sales, and let's sort customer name descending by sales. Great. So now we're going to make a parameter that will allow the user of the dashboard to choose how many customers they want to see, how many of our top customers that they want to see. So let's click this down arrow and click create parameter, and we will name it top N customers. Great. We're going to make it an integer, and we're going to give them the option to choose the number of customers within a range. Our low is going to be 5, so we'll let them see 5 or up to 20, and we're going to let them skip with step size of 5. Let's start their current value right in the middle with 10. Okay, so now if you want to see how this parameter looks, you can come down to parameters. Before we only had dimensions and measures on the left side of our Tableau workspace, but now we have parameters that has appeared once we create a parameter. We can right click on that parameter and click show parameter control, and we can see our top N customers. Right now our parameter control isn't built into any of our visualizations, but you can see how it works. We allowed them to go down to 5 and up to 20 with steps of 5. Great. Now we're going to create a set. A set is a custom field that defines a subset of data based on some conditions. So the set we're going to build is going to be based on customer name. So when you right click on customer name, you can come down and click create, hover on create, and create a set. So far when we created a parameter and a calculated field, you clicked here with this down arrow, and you saw create calculated field and create parameter, but it's not there. A set has to be based on an existing field, so you come and you click on the field you want it to be based on, and then hover on create and you see set. So here's how we can create a set. Let's name it top N customers by sales. So we're going to allow them to select the top N customers and have that select our top customers by sales. So we want this set to include anything that is in the top, however many they define by the parameter, by sales. So you can come over here to top and change it to by field. We want it to be top, but not just top static 10. We're going to click here and our parameter shows up. So it's going to be top N customers. And then you can choose another field here for it to be defined by, and it's sales, and we want it to be by sum of sales. If we wanted it to be by the average profit, we can come here and click profit and change this to average, and now we would see our top end customers by average profit. But we want sales and sum. Okay, so we've created our set, and we can drag it onto rows to see how it works. And we can see these are our top 10 customers by their sales. And we have this in/out that's generated by our set. So if we take our set, first let's see how this line moves when we change our number here. So right now it's 10. When we move it up, we see our line moves down to include the top 15. And now we can quickly see our top 20. We'll go back to 10, and let's grab the set and drag it onto our filters. So now we have filtered the data down to our top 10. If this were applied to a dashboard, this would allow the end user to see the top 10 quickly and then maybe expand it out to the top 20 if they're interested in that information. Now let's move on to creating a donut chart. So a donut chart is basically a pie chart with a white center. So let's start by building a pie chart, which in Tableau is pretty easy, especially if you use Show Me. So let's create a pie chart for each category by sales. So we're going to click category, and then we're going to control click sales. So we have them both selected. We'll come over to Show Me and click pie. And there we have our pie chart. We'll close Show Me. Let's come up here and click entire view so we see our pie very clearly here. If we wanted to have one pie for each region, we can take region and drag that onto columns. So we have one column for each region and then one pie for each of them. You can see that the pie varies in size based on sales, as well as the angle is for sales. So East has more sales in general than South, and this helps you to see that technology has smaller sales in the South than it does in the East. So I recommend keeping, if you're going to make pie charts, allowing the size of the pie chart to be affected, as well as the angle by whatever measure you're using. But for our purposes for donut charts, we're going to want them to all be the same size. So we took sales off of size, and now we have all of our pie charts the same size. Now we're going to make what's called a dual axis chart, and to make a dual axis chart we have to have two axes. So let's grab number of records, and we'll grab it and drag it to rows, and we will change it from sum to minimum. And that's because every record will have a minimum number of rows of 1, and then they all end up on the same axis. Great. And now we're going to make a second number of records by minimum. And we can do that by doing those steps again, by dragging number of records up here and changing it to minimum again. Or a quick trick that I can show you is if you want to duplicate anything you have on the chart here, you can just hit Control and then click and drag it, and it will duplicate it. So if you wanted your number of records to also be down here onto your details or on your labels, you can Control click it and then leave it there. Great, so now we have our two axes, and we have our two marks cards that each affect their own set of visualizations. So let's go to this top one affects these. So let's show that by changing the size. And it's made these bigger. And this bottom one affects these. And we'll do that by changing it to circle. So now each of these are a circle. Let's take category off of color, and we can take sum of sales off of detail. And let's change the color to white. And now we're going to put this white circle on top of our pie chart by clicking here on our second measure and clicking dual axis. And now it's got them lined up one on top of the other. And we have our donut chart. So if we want our donut slices to be a little thinner, we can change the size of our inner circle and make it bigger. Perfect. And so now we have one pie chart for each region, one donut chart for each region. And if we wanted to take this header and put it inside of our pie chart, what we can do is take region and put it on the label for the circle. And it's putting it down here. You can come and edit that by clicking on label and changing its alignment. So let's put it in the middle. Perfect. So now we can see our header here, so we don't need it down here anymore. You can right click and click Show Header, and it hides that header. We also don't want to see our labels for our axes. So we right click and click Show Header there, and now we just see our pies. So to get how the number of sales here for each of them, let's go to, remember, our pie marks card, and let's take our sales and add it to label. So now each of our slices of pie can tell you how much sales they have. If you take the sales here that's on label, right click and click Format, we can change that to currency. And let's get rid of our decimal places. Perfect. Now close formatting, and let's say we want the total amount of sales to be in the middle here with central. So we go back to affecting our circle, grab sales, drag it to label. So now we have 4 donut charts formatted to allow us to quickly see the sales numbers for each segment and also for the donut as a whole. You can also change the colors that Tableau selects for each slice by coming to the marks card that has color for the pie, so category color, and clicking edit colors. And you could change it to any of these automatic ones, where if you double click on one, it gives you all of the options for colors that you could possibly want. There's also several different palettes you could choose from. So let's say we like this one, and you can just click Assign Palette, and it will grab those off of there. Those look very similar to what we have already, so I'm going to pick a different one. And click Assign Palette, click Apply, and this allows you to make some color changes and fit your business a little bit more specifically. Perfect. And let's say we make our pies bigger. Increase that size, and we'll also increase the center size. Oh, not that much. Perfect. Now we'll use a similar technique to create the two-dimensional pie chart. A two-dimensional pie chart can be used so that you can show 2 pie charts at the same time, or a pie chart that's kind of split up by different categories. This has been available in some other tools, and Tableau can do it too. So let's just demonstrate that. We're going to start again by creating our generic category by sales. So we'll control click sales, we come over to show me and click pie, and it makes our pie for us. It remembers the colors that you have determined in other pages, so that's a nice feature. Again, let's make it entire view so we can see our pie nice and big. And now we're going to create our dual axis again. So we grab number of records, put it on rows, and see how it adds an axis, but each one of these categories has a different value for the number of records. However, they have the same minimum value for number of records, and it puts them all back onto the same spot. Great. And then we will control click and drag to make our 2 axes. And let's come to our top one and make it bigger. That affected both of them because we still have sales on size for both of them. So sales is affecting the size of the pie chart as well as the size of the angles. So let's take sales off of size for both of them and make the second pie chart a little smaller. Perfect. Now let's also affect our second pie chart by having the color defined by region instead of defined by sales. Let's talk about how I'm replacing it with region. So you could change the color by dragging region onto color, and that replaces it. Or let's go back and we can drag region right on top of the thing we're trying to replace, and it will replace it there. Great. So now we have the smaller circle that's going to go on top, split up by region with the angle defined by sales, and the category is on the top one with the angle defined by sales. Let's pick some nicer colors. Maybe we'll use the same palette we used for category. This one seems right, but we'll pick different ones than those 3. So we click on the one we want to change and click on the color we want to change it to. I'm just going to keep following this right down. Apply. Great. And then we put it on top of the other one by clicking dual axes. Now, sometimes it's easier to see these when they have a border. So we can come to color, we click border and add maybe some black lines. So allow you to see the inner pie separate from the outer pie. Maybe our border could have white lines. How does that look? And we can make them both bigger, like we did before. Whoa, not that big. And you can also add labels like we did before. We'll take sales onto our labels here. And you can see that hovering allows you to see all of the information you need. Now, one more thing. So while we like to hide this axis, we'd also like to maybe hide this grid line that's occurring. So you can click right click and format. And let's go to our lines. Change that 0 line to none. Perfect. Get rid of some of the clutter on this visualization. I still feel like this outer pie should be a little bigger. And we want to clean up our tooltip so it doesn't have min number of records in it. This piece should be 100% behind the scenes. So we can come to tooltip. Right as you click on it, it'll pop up with everything that's in your tooltip. And we're just going to erase min number of records. I erased too much. You need to leave your angle brackets. Okay. And now this piece of the pie no longer has that. The inner one, let's do that there too. Min number of records, remove that right out. And there you have it, a two-dimensional pie chart. And here are our donut charts. This demonstration goes to show you that even when Tableau doesn't have visualization you're looking for in their basic show me options, you can still get to it. So donut charts aren't included up here, and neither is a two-dimensional pie chart, but without too much extra work we can make it happen. These visualizations are a little bit more complex than your everyday visualizations, and so I recommend going through this tutorial with the dataset and following along. If you want access to the dataset, just comment below and the Simplilearn team will get back to you. Also, comment below with any questions you have. At this point in the presentation, we're going to put together some dashboards. So first, let's build our worksheets for this dashboard. We're going to build a worksheet called Sales by Year, which adds the name up here, and we're going to take our order date and drag it onto columns. And now we want this to be a continuous axis, so we're going to change it to our continuous year, and now we have an axis, and we're going to look at sales. So now we have our sales by year. If we want labels on each of these dots, we can drag sales onto labels. And if we want to have different color lines for each region, for example, we can drag region onto color. And that splits our lines up into the different regions and gives us a legend over here. Perfect. Now we're going to duplicate this sheet by right-clicking down here and clicking duplicate. Now we have sales by year 2. Let's rename it to profit by year. And then let's drag profit right over top of sum of sales so that it replaces it with profit. Now, it's been replaced with profit and all of these different data points are here. However, it's still showing the title of sum of sales, and that can be very confusing. So always make sure that your labels are consistent with your data. So let's take profit and drag it over top of the labels as well. That's more consistent with our axis. So now we have sales by year. And we have profit by year. Let's do a couple of things to clean these up, like right click here, go format, and we'll change our numbers to currency custom. And now it's marked as dollars. One thing you can do in Tableau is, let's undo that. Since sales is going to be dollars pretty much everywhere we use it, we can define our default property for these numbers. So when we right click on the measure here, you can go to default properties and you have the options to change the defaults for any of these things. And we're going to change our number format. Change it to currency custom, no decimal places, hit OK, and that also has updated this sheet. Now that only works on places where you haven't specifically defined it to be formatted differently. So we could still define it to be different here on this sheet than it is on any other sheet. Let's do the same thing for profit. Change our default properties to the same thing. Great, now let's build our dashboard. We're going to call this our overall dashboard. Change our size. This size is a personal preference of mine. I think it fits nicely on the laptops that I use and that is used by most of our customers. Now let's drag sales by year. Now watch what happens when I drag it on here. It brings sales by year, but it also brings the legend for the region that was created. The same thing should happen with profit by year. It's detected that the same legend is being used, so it didn't bring over a second legend. And we have highlighting turned on. Let's see if this works for both charts. We click on Central, and you see it highlights Central in both charts. That's great. So now we have a dashboard showing us profit by year and sales by year. But let's say we want to be able to filter this dashboard to just maybe one category. So let's go back to our sales by year sheet, and let's drag category onto filters. And now it's going to let us select, we're going to select all and hit OK, and then right click on category and click show filter. So now it is over here, and we're going to do a similar thing on profit by year, but we'll do the shortcut where you come over here to category, you right click on it and you just click show filter, and it puts it here and it puts it here. So now we have a filter here for category and a filter here for category. And so when we go to overall, we can come to our drop down here, more options, hover over filters, and you can see category. Now here's an interesting thing that we'll see. Even though we have a category filter on both charts, when I take furniture out, you can see only sales by year changed. And profit by year stayed the same. Now why would that be? That's because we have two different filters for category, one on the sales worksheet and one on the profit by year worksheet. I'll show that by clicking here, going to filters, and grab category. Now we have category that will affect profit by year and not sales by year. That's not what we want. We want one filter to affect them both. So let's back it up a bit. Take these back off. Let's go to profit by year, and we're going to take off category. Let's go to sales by year, and we're going to say we want this same filter to affect both worksheets. So we're going to right click here, hover over apply to worksheets, and click selected worksheets. Now we select sales by year is selected, and we select profit by year. Okay, so when we go to the profit by year sheet, you can see that it now has category on there. Let's go to overall, let's come here, filters, category, and now we have a filter that affects both worksheets. There we go. Let's format this filter a little bit. We'll come to more options, and we're going to select, we want them to be able to select multiple values still, but let's do it in a drop down. So now you still have those options, but it is a little bit more compact. Let's do a couple more filters. So we can do by category, let them filter out regions. Let's do it the shorter way. Right click, show filter, there it is. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, both of these. Okay, dashboard, filters, and by region. Multiple values drop down, and let's let them change their time selection. So this one's a little bit different. Since we've already determined that we wanted year and we wanted it to be continuous, filters for continuous fields are a little bit different than filters for these discrete fields. And that's because continuous fields are a range instead of just a list. So we don't list out a continuous field, we make a range for it. So we've already defined that we want it to be continuous year. And if I come over here and click on right-click order date and click show filter, it's doing discrete year by default. So remove filter. If you drag order date onto filters, it lets you pick what you want it to look at. Let's come up here to year, that's already marked as continuous, and click show filter. And now it is year, but it's based on a range, and we have this slider. And you can see how that slider affects our visualization. Let me show you a trick to make this apply to both. Not a trick, but just if you have not applied it to both worksheets, but you already added it to the visualization, see it's here, but it's only affecting one worksheet. You can change the worksheet's settings right on the filter instead of having to go to the worksheet where the filter exists. And it will only give you the options of the worksheets that are on the dashboard. So there we have it. Now it affects both. And now we have our overall dashboard. Now let's say you want to be able to see the total sales on this chart as well as the sales split up by each of the regions. We can do that as well. So let's go back to our sales sheet. As a quick tip, you can go to the sheet by clicking this Go to Sheet button here or here in the event that you want to go to a sheet but you don't want to scroll back and forth to find where it is. So go to Sheet. Now we're going to do a dual axis chart again like we showed earlier, and I'm going to Control, click and drag. So now we have sum of sales twice. This marks card affects the top one. So we can see that by, if I change the opacity, how it changes the color right here. This is the top one. And this marks card is the bottom one. And we're going to remove region off of color. And that makes our combined one line again. Perfect. Now if we want this to be on the same space as this, we right click here, the second measure in the rows section, and click dual axis. So let's put it right on top. And I can see this versus this. Now if we wanted to on hover show that this is overall sales, we can click on tooltip. Region is missing because we don't have it with the color by region anymore. So we'll erase that and put, oh, we don't want it to be orange. Let's make it black. Overall sales. Okay, so when you hover here, it says overall sales. So we can see the difference easily. Let's make it a little bit more of a color that'll stand out. Just a little darker than the others, perhaps. So when we go back to our work or our dashboard, we can see sales and we can see our overall sales. Let's do the same thing for profit by year. Go to Sheet and Control, drag, release. We'll go to our marks card for this second sheet and pull off region. Make it darker. Change our tooltip. Not orange. Overall profit. Okay. And right click, dual axis. There we go. Now I forgot to do one thing on the last dashboard. When you make a dual axis dashboard, it doesn't necessarily sync up these axes. And so this axis over here is for the overall line, and this axis over here is for the region line. So if we want it to stay that way, we should edit our axes, and instead of calling it just profit over here, we will change it to overall profit, and over here, profit by region, just so that it's clear which axis goes to which one. Or you can come here and click synchronize axis. So it's very clear that this is much bigger than these. And if you synchronize the axis, let's go back before we named him. Okay, synchronize the axis. Then we don't need both of these headers. So we can come here and click show header and we just have the one. Let's do the same thing on sales by year. Synchronize. Always good to make sure that your axes are either synchronized or well labeled. And let's hide it. Let's see what it looks like now. Great. Okay, one thing to keep in mind. When we do filter to just one region, the lines are going to end up at the same spot. If we filter to 2, then it's only the sum of those 2. So perhaps the header overall sales and overall profit isn't quite accurate because it isn't overall necessarily when we have it filtered. Why does this happen? Why doesn't this line always show the total no matter what you select here? Well, that's because this filter applies to the whole dashboard. So it filters this line to those regions just as much as it filters these lines. So I'm going to remove out that tooltip line because it could be a little misleading. Let's continue on and make a dashboard that digs a little bit more into sales specifically. Great, so we'll make our first sheet. We'll call it Sales by Region. And we're going to make another pie chart. So let's do it using Show Me. We'll click on Region, and then we will Control click on Sales, open up Show Me, click Pie. Let's close it again. Great, so now we have the Sales by Region pie. We'll make it the entire view, and when you hover, you can see that it's showing us sales in dollar amounts. Now, it would be more like a pie for it to be percentages. So a lot of pies, each of these slices is shown as a percentage of the whole at 100%. So let's come here to our slice size. We'll right click on it, and we're going to use what's called a quick table calculation and change it to % of total. So now when you hover, you can see that the West is 31% of the pie. Great. Let's also label each of these slices. So I'm going to Control, click, and drag region onto label and add region to the labels. I'm going to undo that and show you what would happen if I just dragged region onto labels without copying it, without holding Control. It will move it and get rid of our colors. And we don't want that. So we're going to Control and drag. Another way to do this, let's go back, is by taking region and dragging it onto label just straight from over here. But in this case, for the sum of sales where we've applied the quick table calculation, we want that quick table calculation to also show up in our label. So I'm going to Control and drag, and it brings that quick table calculation along with it. If I were to undo, just drag sales on, it's going to go back to that dollar amount, and I'm going to have to add another quick table calculation. So instead, Control and drag. That's probably one of my very favorite Tableau tricks. Great. Now let's add a filter for region. So I'm going to right click here and click Show Filter, and we will make sure that this gets added to all of our sheets once we've made them all. Okay, next sheet. We're going to call this sheet Sales by State. Let's do a map. Great. So one way to get your map started is to double click on any of these dimensions that have a globe next to them. So since we want to go with state, we can double click on state, and it starts mapping out state. So what it does is it adds latitude and longitude to our rows and columns that are generated here. And another way to get going, so let's go back, is to click on the geographic part you want, and then Control click on sales like we did for for our pie chart. Come over to Show Me and choose one of our maps. We could do it with the circles, but we're going to do a filled map. Click on that. So now we have our filled map based on state. We can choose one of these different palettes if we'd like. Let's try this one, or blue teal. Or we could do green, so that darker green means more money. Great. So now we have all of our states colored by sales. Let's also Control and drag sales onto label. And you can see we have the $sign and the money formatting that we made earlier. And let's Control and drag state onto label. Now maybe we want the state to be on top, so we can click on label and it pops up with all these different options. And if we want to edit the text, you can click here on the ellipses and edit it there. So let's cut state and paste it at the top there. I think I lost my center alignment, so we'll do that again. Hit apply, see what we think. Great. Okay, so now you can see that it puts the state on top. You can also see in some of these places where they're super close together that you can't see all of the state's labels, and that's because this option here in labels is unchecked. Allow labels to overlap other marks. So Tableau senses when the marks are too close together and it's going to become too hard to read, and will hide anything that overlaps with each other. If we click this option, now you see everything, but it gets a little crowded over here. So let's unselect that, and you'll be able to see what the sales are upon hover. Great. Now we have our sales by state. For filters for this one, let's right click on sales here and click show filter. So basically, wherever you're using your metrics, your dimensions, or your measures, you can right click on them and create your filters. So now we could, the lowest amount for a state is $920 for sales for this time period, and we could filter out ones that have sales lower than that. But I think this isn't what I want. Let's remove that filter. Let's do it for the state. Show filter. Great, so now we could filter out a state. We could just show Arizona or show them all. Excellent. Let's move on to our next visualization. New sheet. Rename it to be called sales by subcategory. Great. So we're going to drag on category onto columns and subcategory. We could either drag on subcategory here, or because of our hierarchy, press plus. Now we have subcategory and category. And let's bring on sales. It's defaulting to this bar chart, which is perfect. That's what I want. And now we could color it by subcategory. And this is a discrete coloring. We could also color it by sales, and this is a continuous coloring, so the darkest corresponds with the height. Now we don't need to do this. There is already an indicator of who has the most sales, and that's based on the bar height. So if we wanted to color it by subcategory, then each one of them gets their own color. We could color it by category to add to the distinction between the different categories, so that's very clear where they start and stop. Let's do by subcategory. Excellent. So now we have 3 different dashboards. Oh, let's add some filters for subcategory. So let's bring on category as our filter. So we'll right click here, click show filter. There's category. And let's do a filter for our date. So we're going to come here to order date. Let's drag it onto filters and let's click years. Now, these are all the years options. We'll click all and hit OK. Right click here and click show filter. So now, instead of doing a range where we could drag that line, now we have discrete filter, and so we can check and uncheck boxes to choose what years we want to see. Awesome, let's start with our dashboard. Let's call this dashboard our sales dashboard and change our size. If you have any questions about different sizes, what's available here, be sure to ask that in the comments below. And let's start with pulling on our sales by region. So last time we pulled on a chart, we saw that it added the legend for us. But this time you can see it added both the legends and the filter. So last time we created the filters after we built the dashboard, but this time you can see that the filter gets brought in when we brought in the dashboard. Let's do our sales by state, side by side here, and let's do sales by subcategory underneath. So I dragged it. You can see how I pull it towards the bottom of the dashboard, and it kind of fills in the space where it's going to be, and then brings it in. So now it's brought in all our filters and all of our legends. It defaults to putting the filters and legends over here. We're going to click select layout container. It's going to select what they're all inside of. And we're going to make it take up this whole side. but it doesn't need that much space. So you can see in Tableau there's a lot of dragging, there's a lot of dropping, and a lot of resizing to get things the way you want them to be. Give our map more room. And we have a mixture over here of legends and filters. Let's move our legends out of there. So we can grab this legend and come and put it on this side. And this legend, come and put it over here, so that we're getting a little bit more near the visualizations they belong to. This legend goes up here with this one. I'm going to actually click here and change it from a tiled, so right here it says tiled object, to a floating object. That lets it sit on top of a visualization. I'm going to put it on top of this visualization right up here. Excellent. And then we have this one that's showing us the size of sales. That's because on this dashboard it says that size is determined by sales, but since it's just one circle, there's no size comparison. So it's not like we have several circles and we have to look and see which one's the biggest so that we can tell the amount of sales. So we don't need this legend and we can just remove it from the dashboard. Let's clean up some of these. We have several different versions of what your filters could look like. So my personal favorite is multiple values drop down. It gives you some of the most flexibility. But if you wanted them to only be able to select a single value, you could turn it into a radio button list so that it's a selected all or it's one at a time. You could also do a drop down or a slider and make that happen. A slider is a little bit different from a range. On the range, you can see that we could edit either side, and it's picking everything in between. But with discrete values, if you say everything in between, it doesn't make a lot of sense because what's everything between furniture and technology? We don't know that office supplies goes between those. There's no order. So let's do multiple value drop downs. For big ones like state, there is the option of searching. So I know I want Utah, and I search and there's Utah, instead of having to scroll through the list. This could be really helpful for if you had a filter by products, and that will allow somebody to look at just one product at a time if they know their name of the product, but also not have to just open up the product list and scroll and scroll and scroll, since there are a lot of products. So we can filter by region by doing this. Oh, this is a great reminder. You saw that this did not change all the visualizations, and we have yet to apply these filters to all the worksheets. So let's do that right now. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, and we will click all on dashboard. Hit OK. We'll do this again. Until we have selected them all. Great. So it's really nice you get to choose what worksheets you wanted to apply to, because in the event that you had maybe a total number up here at the top that you just wanted to stay the same all the time, no matter what they selected, you could make that happen by not selecting that worksheet to be changed by these filters. Oh, great. So we can change what region we're looking at by selecting central here. And then we're just looking at central throughout all the visualizations. I love looking at it on a map and seeing just one at a time. It just really makes the region name just stand out to you. But if we wanted to use this as our filter to filter the rest of the dashboards, we can click this Use as Filter button. And now when we click on central here, it stays in context here, but the other two dashboards change. One thing you may notice is that Texas is not the darkest on this chart because of the scale. The scale goes up to 500,000 there. But then when we click on central, the scale updates just for what's selected. So everything else is filtered out, and now the darkest of the dark is only $170,000. And Texas becomes the darkest on the visualization. There are some ways you can change that, but if you're wondering why do my colors look a little differently when I filter, that's why. Great. We could also click Use as Filter here. So if we just wanted to look at Texas, we click this. This updates to just Central. This updates to just Texas down here. And unselect by clicking on maybe another state, or when you click on the state again, it should unselect. And we can do the same thing here, or if we just want to look at one subcategory and say, oh, let me scroll down a bit, storage. Now everything updates to just storage. It's interesting. I wouldn't have known very quickly that there are some states that didn't have any storage sales, but now when we click on storage we can tell. I showed you before that you can control click and look at binders and storage, and it puts those two together. Also, in Tableau, you can drag, and we could select all of these. So we have art, binders, envelopes, fasteners, labels, paper, and storage. And none of those are getting sold here. I don't know what's up with Wyoming. Excellent. So now we have our sales dashboard. And let's get started on our next one. Our next dashboard is going to be the profit version of this dashboard. So some of these visualizations we can use again. So let's go to sales by region. Right click and click duplicate. Rename it to profit by region. Now you have to be careful whenever you go to reuse a visualization because, like I mentioned before, you got to make sure everywhere that sales is used, you have to replace it with profit. I'm also going to drag this sheet to be more at the end here, after the sales dashboard, just to keep them separate so that we have the sheets that lead up to overall, then the sheets that lead up to sales, and then we'll have the sheets that lead up to profit. Great. So we'll grab profit and drag it onto angle size, and that updates the angle size. Drag it onto the size of a circle. Shouldn't make a difference since we only have one circle, and onto the text. Now when I dragged it on, it didn't do the percent of total anymore, so let's change that to the quick table calculation of percent of total for there and for the label. Percent of total. There we go. Now we have our percent of total again by region. Okay, here's another thing. Since we duplicated that filter, it's going to be using that exact same filter. You see, it's using region from sales by region, all the sales dashboards. But we don't want that. So let's remove out all the filters here and these action filters that are generated by our filtering. Those come from this. These are called action filters. And it's generated when we click this uses filter button. Okay, back to profit by region. Great, we're clear of filters. And let's add back in a region filter. And this one no longer has the icon that shows you that it affects multiple sheets, which is what we want for now. So you might want, perhaps there would be a situation where you would have two dashboards and you would want these filters that you put on here to affect both dashboards. And in this case, that's not what I want. Great, so another one we can use the basics for is sales by subcategory. So let's duplicate that. Great. Profit by subcategory already exists. We made this earlier. Tableau will not allow you to make a worksheet that has the same name as another worksheet. You can call it number 1, or since it does put the title up here, you can put an extra space at the end, or it does detect that space. It counts it as a different title even though it's the same title just with a space. That does cause some issues. So like when we're looking here and we're saying, oh, profit by subcategory, I want that. Oh, this is when we made it. But you don't want this one, you want this one, and it gets a little confusing. The nice thing is when you're dragging things onto your dashboard, when you hover, you should get a little picture here of what dashboard, what visualization you're looking at. It really helps you to make your decisions and not just have to do it by name. If you're a little bit disorganized and you have all of these called sheet 5, sheet 7, you won't know exactly what that is right away, and so that little preview is very helpful. Great, profit by subcategory. We'll do the same thing by removing out all our filters. So I just click on it and hit delete. And affects these. So control click and then hit delete. Or you can drag them off into a space that's not the visualization space. Great, and we only have sum of sales right there, so we'll change that to profit. And we have some negative profits there. We'll keep the colors the same for consistency between the two dashboards. And let's bring on category as a filter. Okay, show filter, there we are. And let's do our order date filter right now. Order date, we'll do years, okay, all the years. So it gives you this option here because it assumes that you're making a filter because you want this dashboard to just be filtered to your selection. You can do that. You can make a filter that isn't exposed to the end user. So let's say you were making a big dashboard and it was just focused on furniture, and you don't want them to be able to select a different category because of your analysis. You can make that happen. You can just click furniture and not show this by clicking hide card here. But in this case, we want to be able to make this interactive in a lot of different ways. Great, profit by subcategory exists. Now, instead of our map, we're going to make an area chart. So I'll rename this and call it profit over time by category. So we're going to bring on our order date into columns, and it goes to our discrete value. Let's change it to our continuous value so we get the axis. Let's grab our profit onto rows, and it makes us a line chart. We're going to change that to an area chart. An area chart is nice because when you split it up by category, by dragging category onto color, you can now see what category is responsible for how much profit, like you do with a line chart. However, its area is what defines that, so you can see that area over time and do comparisons. And also, it stacks them on top of each other so that you can tell that for 2013 our profit was around $50,000 really quickly. Otherwise, we have to add that line, this line here, and it makes these lines smaller and lower, more difficult to see. So back to our profit over time by category. So that's some of the benefits of having an area chart. And if we wanted to go a little more detailed than year, you can hit this plus. And now we have over quarter. We have some negative profits. That's interesting. But let's go back to over the year. Great. And for this one, we're going to make one more pie chart. So we could start from scratch, or we could duplicate our profit by region pie chart, which I'm going to do. We're going to do this for the comparison between a pie chart and an area chart. So it's going to be profit by category, but not over time. So right now it's profit by region. Let's drag category right on top of colors there. And now it's split up. It's having some trouble because it's splitting it by category, but because we brought region onto text, it's also splitting it by region. So we have region, 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 region inside of this category, and we don't want that. So we're going to drag category right on top of region here as well, and now it's just the 3 segments. So whatever you have in this marks card, unless it's on tooltips, will affect your level of detail in the visualization here. When it's on tooltips, sometimes it won't change the level of detail, but it could have an effect on, so if we brought, let's do this right now. So right now the level of detail of this chart does not go to the category by region like it did before. You can bring it onto detail here, and it won't affect color and it won't affect labels, but it will change the detail, and you see how it splits it out again. This is what it would look like if it's by region, by category, and you have much more slices to this pie. We'll go back. But if we take region and put it onto tooltip, it's not at a low enough level for that tooltip to make any sense, so it's going to put that star. You see region is star. That's because this section of the pie covers multiple regions. If we filtered the region to just central, now it populates. So there are sometimes benefits to having it in there, even when at all levels it doesn't make any sense, but we won't leave it there. Excellent. So you can see how the color is what determines, is a big part of what determines how many slices you get. The level of detail for the whole chart is a big factor as well on how many slices you get. Great. Profit by region, profit by category, by subcategory, and by profit over time. And we have our category filter. We don't have our subcategory filter yet. We grabbed category, but let's right click on subcategory and click show filter. There we go. Now we have a filter for category and subcategory. Here's our region one. We have region in 2 places and we don't want that. We want it to apply to all of them. We'll do that when we get to the dashboard. And we have category, year of order, date, and subcategory. Great, those are all the filters I wanted. So let's build our dashboard. We'll call this our profit dashboard once I get it set to the size I want. Profit. We'll start with profit by region. And we'll have our profit by category over time next to it. Great. We'll give that some different space. Have this at the bottom. Have this underneath there. Now it's bunched all these up next to it, so let's again drag it over to the side. It's always good to pay attention to the highlighted section, and it gives you kind of an idea. Oh, you see, I accidentally dragged an individual filter instead of this whole section. So when I grabbed this, I didn't grab all of these. So if you want to grab all of these and they happen to be inside the same section, you can come and click select layout container. And now I'm grabbing all of them. There we go. We'll do the same thing as before. You know what? I'm going to make these floating, because then it kind of sits inside of that same area. We'll make that one floating. And this one too. This category legend applies to both this chart and this chart. So that's very nice. And this subcategory legend, I won't make floating, I'll just put here by subcategory. And this profit by category doesn't need quite that much space. Let's give our bar chart some room. Excellent. We don't need the size of the circles. Make these drop downs. Now, because I didn't have to on this chart and this chart change profit to dollars, because we set that as the default, it definitely saved us some time. So I recommend setting default number formatting at the beginning of your visualizations. Really nice. Excellent. Now you can rearrange the order of these. So I like to have the date at the top. It's sometimes hard to get it to the top, so I take it the second to the top and I drag the top one down. And then category above subcategory, just for logical sense. Excellent. And we have our profit dashboard. Let's see. There is this checkbox down here called Show Dashboard Title. So if we wanted to have the title at the top here, you can click that button. Any floating objects don't shift down like everything else did. There we go. So we could have that title, we could not have that title. That's up to you. Excellent. So at this point, we have our overall dashboard that looks at sales and profit. We have our sales dashboard, and we have our profit dashboard. Our profit dashboard isn't 100% complete because I forgot to make sure all of these filters apply to all of these worksheets. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Apply to worksheets, selected worksheets, all on dashboard. One thing that is nice, from this view, it's really nice to click all on dashboard and you only see the ones on the dashboard. But you can click here and say show all worksheets in workbook, and you can see the rest here. So if you wanted all on the dashboard and you wanted this one or something like that, then you have the option to see them all. Great. Perfect. So before you ever publish a dashboard, it's always good to double check that your filters work. When you filter to just one year, this area chart becomes a lot less useful. But if you're looking at 2 or more, you start to see the shape of it. Great. Now we're going to take a look at linking from our overall dashboard to our sales dashboard. Great. So we'll go to our overall dashboard and we'll be creating what's called an action. So you can make an action on a worksheet. You can see right here, actions, or on a dashboard, actions. So since we're linking between two dashboards, this is going to be a dashboard action. Sorry, just trying to unhighlight there. But if you're ever looking for an action you made and you can't find it, look in the other one. Great, this is our actions dialog box. Here we can see the highlight that has been generated. When it says generated next to it, that means that you didn't come in and define an action. It was made by clicking this highlight button here. That'll generate an action. Or when we look on our sales dashboard, we clicked on this uses filter button. So we should have several actions here that were all generated. We have a couple different kinds of actions when you go to make an action. There's a filter action that we see when we click use as filter, a highlight action that we can see from here in region, and a go to URL action that we haven't used. If you have any questions about go to URL, please post them in the comments below. It basically allows you to be able to select a URL here, and so if you had a dashboard that had to do with maybe stocks, you could put in a URL here and then put your stock ticker symbol there so that you could have a URL that would then take you to a finance website that shows you your stock information. It can get pretty cool. Okay, but we want to link from this dashboard to one of our other dashboards, and you actually do that using a filter action. So we're going to name that action Go to Sales Dashboard. And we want it to happen when we click on our sales sheet. So you see right here it shows us the two sheets that are on this dashboard. When we click on the profits dashboard, we don't want this action to occur. This is our go to sales dashboard. Now you can have an action occur on hover or select. You've seen select happen. That's what our filter uses filter actions use. And on menu. So we're going to do it on menu. And the targeted sheets, it defaults to this dashboard saying when I click on this I want the rest of this dashboard to update. But instead it's going to take us to our sales dashboard. So when we click on this, I want these sheets to update. Now, we're going to define what filters it's going to apply. By default, it's going to apply all of the filters based on what we click. So if we click here, it will filter to just 2013. Let's say we click here. It'll filter to just 2013, and it will filter to the region we selected. So, let's see what happens when we do that. Okay, it's just going to default. Okay, now when I click on this, it's going to filter to 2013 and West. Go to Sales Dashboard. This is where it pops up when you have it on menu. It's taken us to our Sales Dashboard. It is filtered to 2013 and West. Just so you know, actions will not affect these filters here. You see that it thinks all of them are selected because it creates a separate filter. There is such thing as show only relevant values for these filters. So if we click this, it will filter this to only the ones that are relevant. So we can see that it's only 2013 that this dashboard is filtered down to. But if we click all values in the database, this filter doesn't have only one particularly selected. It does have them all selected right now. So we can get here for that information, and to get back we just need to navigate back to overall. Great, so it works there, but when we click on this up here, go to Sales Dashboard, we get a blank dashboard. Now, that happens because it's trying to pass region information to that dashboard, but this doesn't have any region detail on this line. It doesn't know what that is, so it's giving it a bad region value. So let's fix this. Go to our actions, we're going to edit our go to sales dashboard, and we're going to select what fields it'll filter on. We will filter on our order date, year, and let me go back to that. We clicked order date, year, and it goes to the target data source. Sometimes your target data source will be a different data source than the one that you are using for your source data source. Now, that gets a little bit complicated. Right now, we're just using one data source, so that's not something you need to worry about in a simple visualization like this. Okay, and we're going to add one more. We're going to add region, and it automatically selects region over here, but you could select it yourself. Let's see what happens here. Okay, if one dashboard has region in it and the other dashboard doesn't have region in it or doesn't allow you to filter by region, then sometimes you'll get an error here that will say it's missing out of your target dashboards. So we don't have any errors, so let's see what happens. So we go to click here, go to sales dashboard. What if we take out region, remove region, and we're just doing it based on year? Okay. Click here, go to sales dashboard, and there everything is. So now it will filter to the year that you selected. So this is all 2013, but it will not filter to the region you selected. So even when we come here and we select West, it takes you to the dashboard, but it doesn't filter it to West. You have to do that yourself. So now we have links from sales to sales. Let's make one for profit to profit. Go to sales dashboard, add action, filter. We're going to call this go to profit dashboard. And we're only going to come from the profit table to make this happen. Let's go to profit and let's select our fields. We're going to do the same thing where it's only going to filter it to the year. Now you can see, oh, I started to type in. I didn't show you this before, but you can search text. So I started typing in year and it shows you that under order date you have all these different options. In this dashboard right now, if you remember, we're using the continuous one that is marked by the little calendar. So it knows it's a calendar date instead of just treating it like a discrete field. Okay. Excellent. Go to profit dashboard. And there we go. This visualization, like we said, when it's filtered to just 1 year, isn't quite as useful. But one thing you can do is for West here, we can select both years. I'm going to do it by control clicking. Click, click, go to profit dashboard. And now we've got 2015 and 2016. So that's how you do linking between the two dashboards. If you wanted to be able to include region as well, you could put a note in the tooltip for this, that this doesn't work for region, linking from this area doesn't work, or perhaps you could not have this total line on the same visualization. You could have a separate visualization that shows the total or an area chart instead, and that will let you not have this problem of go to sales dashboard not linking appropriately. So now we're going to create our final dashboard, our segment dashboard, and it's going to use a parameter in it. So we'll get to take a look at parameters on dashboards. So let's rename this. We're going to call it profit and sales by segment. You don't have to name all of your dashboards a description of what they are, but it makes it really nice and easy. And it automatically puts it up here. But if you wanted to change this, you can just come in here and name this whatever you like. And then it will just show up here. So we could call this segment analysis. Click apply or OK, and there it goes. That means this and this does not have to be the same. If we go forward again, segment analysis and profit and sales by segment. That allows you to have some more useful names down here that make it easy when you're looking at them side by side, but have a name to match your dashboard up here. Great, so we're going to make a profit and sales. It's going to be a bars and circles chart, and we're going to bring in our segment that we haven't looked at yet. Consumer, corporate, and home office, and then we're going to look at it segment, and we're going to make a matrix with category, and we get to fill in this space with our visualizations. So we're going to do sales, and it's going to make these bar charts so we can see for technology by consumer, by corporate, by home office, and that is a matrix of bar charts. But we also want to be able to see profit, and right now it's making 2 sets of visualizations, but we want just one, so let's dual axis. And it's automatically changed it to circles. Also, it is not synchronizing the axis now because profit is blue and these profit is not anywhere near the same amount as sales, which makes sense. You shouldn't have profit that's higher than sales. So let's synchronize our axis. And let's change our sales. Our marks card over here is associated with sales. It's nice and easy when the two marks cards are based on a different measure to let you know which one you're affecting. And we'll change that to a bar. And now we have a circle on a bar chart. Now, if we had profit in front of sales, you can see how it's behind. And you can fix that by taking it to the back of sales. Another way you can fix it, say you wanted the profit axis here over here for some reason, you can right click on the axis and put mark type or move marks to front. Another way to change it. We don't need both of these, so let's not show that header. And we don't need this to be labeled profit because it's for both of them. So the way you get rid of that is actually you click edit axis and then you just erase the title. Oh, and you don't hit reset. You just erase the title and then you close it. So now no title here, but we still have the axis. And we have 3 sets of bar charts across. Excellent. The next chart we're going to build. Oh, so right now it automatically added the colors based on measure names. Measure names is a dimension that is created by Tableau, and it's just what it sounds like. We're coloring it based on the different measure names. One of them's named profit, one of them's named sales. And we know that you can come here, click color, and hit edit colors, and it will open this dialog box. But you can also come here and double click on a color, pops open that dialog box. Let's pick a palette. Let's see. There's a lot of different ones of these. Tableau 20. Let's pick colors from this palette. Profit can be... So you click here, make sure it's highlighted, click the color you want. Click here, make sure it's highlighted, click the color you want. Hit apply. And then you can come to color and make it a little more opaque. Whatever. When you make it more opaque, you start to be able to see through your circles. There are benefits, but also drawbacks to doing that. Anyway, so stick with the Tableau orange and blue. Great, we have our first chart. Our next chart is going to be called Top Customers by Sales. And this is where we're going to use our parameter where we made our top N customers. So let's bring in our sum of sales, make a bar chart for that. And then we're bringing in our set. And so we have our in and our out. We're going to break up our set by our segment, as it's part of our segment analysis. And we'll bring in our customer names. And let's sort it. Excellent. Now you can see that when we sorted it, it didn't take this big guy and put it all the way at the top. It just sorted it each within its own section. Great, and so here we have our in and out, and that's not a super user-friendly title for our users of this dashboard. They're like in and out of top N customers by sales. Maybe we want this to say something a little bit more user-friendly. So let's make a calculated field, and we're going to call it the top N customers label. And we're going to go and say if, and we're going to use our set, top N customers by sales. And since it's an in or out set, it treats this like if it's in top N customers by sales. Then top, we're going to do a string. So it's going to be top, and then we want to use the number that's in our parameter. So we have to convert it from a number to a string, and we have to concatenate them together. In Tableau, you can use a plus sign. Top, and always make sure you have a space between what you're concatenating together. That's something that I tend to forget. Top space customers. So if they pick 20, it'll say top 20 customers. So if it's in the set, then top blank customers. Else, if it's not in the set, we will just call it other. And in Tableau, you always need to end your if statement with an end. Here it tells us our calculation is valid. While we're here, I want to show you a little trick. There's this arrow button here that can give you all of the different functions that are available within Tableau. And it even sorts it out by different categories. So if we didn't know how to make this into a string, we could go to type conversion. We could click on string and it gives you an example. Also, when you click on a function in here. Did you see how it's on date? And then I clicked on string and I'm like, what does this do? Click on it and it tells me. So this makes it really useful inside of Tableau. Also, in Tableau you can make a comment in here. So if somebody's like, what's going on here? You can press dash dash or slash slash and type in, this is a more user-friendly title. Hit OK. And there we go. We have our more user-friendly title. We drag it here. We see our top 20 customers and other. And if we don't want to show this anymore, but we still want it in place, you can right click on it up here and click show header and it hides it. So that in out is still happening there. And let's drag it to our filters. And there we have it. We have our top blank customers. And it tells you right there how many. And we need to come here to parameter, right click and click show parameter control. And that's how we can control these changes. So let's set it to 10 at first. And we have it, our top customers by sales. But it's interesting to know profit as well. So we have really big sales, but how is their profit doing? So let's drag profit onto color. And you can see this person has a negative amount of profit despite their big sales. So that's important for us to know. And we can change our color like we did previously to go from red to blue. And we can change our center to 0. And now we can see the negatives really quickly. Now, they're not the only one either that have a negative profit, but some of our highest sales. That's great to know. Excellent. Those are our visualizations for the segment dashboard. So let's talk about filters really quick. We have this filter. We won't show the filter itself. We don't want to allow them to show in or out. We just are going to allow them to show how many. But we do want to be able to have them filtered by category. So let's show that filter. And by segment, show that filter. And then we'll have our parameter. Great. Let's make our dashboard automatic. As you probably read right there, the dashboard will resize to fit any screen it is displayed on. That can be really handy, especially if your visualization is really dynamic and can change. However, some visualizations, like this visualization for example, if it gets too squished, you stop being able to read things very well. So automatic has its definite pros and cons. So we're going to bring on our profit and sales by segment, and it already pops up with its legend and total customers by sale, and it pops up with its legends and filters, and it pops up with its parameter. Now I'm going to close that and be like, if you don't see your parameter when you first bring it in, the parameter is affecting this sheet, and you can go to parameters and find it. But parameters are workbook wide, meaning that it's going to exist over here too. It doesn't affect this sheet, however, it's still going to show up there because it could affect, it is available for any sheet, and it's the same. There is no determining what worksheets this affects. This will affect any sheet that it is on. So if I've changed it to 10, and if I come down here and go back to the other visualization that uses it, this is why I should name my sheets. Let's see if I can find it. Nope. Here we are, sheet 13. In sheet 13, we have our top 10. So I've got a 10 and I've got a 10 over there, and if I change it to 20, and I go back to my segment dashboard, it is also changed to 20. So it will affect all sheets always. Very important to know. Great. So here's our visualization. Here are some of the more useful legends. So let's make this floating and put it over by the visualization it matters for. We can do the same thing here. Floating right up here. Floating does not work very well for if you were to make this an automatic dashboard so that the size changes all the time, because floating could end up right on top of your visualization and keep you from being able to see what you need to see. And let's make these affect all the dashboards in the workbook. Again, we don't have to do this for our parameter. It will already affect all the dashboards in the whole workbook. And format these. Another thing you should know is that there are more formatting options for these, including edit title. So it's already named it category automatically, but if you had, like here, oh, this is a great example. Edit title, top end customers, and you could change it to select number of top customers, or something like that. Give it a little more space. And yeah, these floating ones do not shift when you shift things, so it's always good to double check your floating legends. And this is a little bit more user-friendly than the title we made for the developers. And that's using parameters in a dashboard. Now let's discuss the difference between a live connection and an extract connection. First, it's important to note that these different types of connections are not available in Tableau Public. It's always a live connection. And a live connection is where the data will update based on when the source of the data updates. So if you're connected to a database and something in the database changes, then you'll pick up those changes when you open the report, as it will query that database when the report is opened. Whereas an extract connection is extracted creates a subset of the data that improves performance. So when you're looking at it locally on your computer, you have an extract of that data set, that subset of the data, right on your computer or up in Tableau server, depending on where you're looking at it. And it does not update when the database updates. It only updates when your refresh updates it. So without a refresh set for that extract, you won't get the new data. As an example of this, let's say that in our sample superstore, we have Kelly Williams associated with the central region, but that's changed. So let's go ahead and change that. We will change it to Sarah Smith, and we'll save it. Now let's go back to our Tableau workbooks, and you can see we can refresh it over here and see Sarah Smith come in. Over here in our extract, Sarah Smith doesn't come in. If we click to refresh the extract, it doesn't refresh the extract until we navigate to sheet 1. But when we go back to our data source, then we see Sarah Smith coming in. So that refresh can be scheduled, and it could run once a day or once every several hours. But you would need to set up a refresh, or else you would never get Sarah Smith's data coming in. Next, let's talk about joining data in Tableau. So here we have the people table, but let's say we want to join it to our orders information. So I'm going to start with our orders table, and then we're going to pull on people, and Tableau is going to create a join for us, and it's going to choose the column that we would like to join on based on the names in the two data sources. So if these two data sources didn't have a column that had the same name, then Tableau wouldn't be able to guess what two to join on. So we would have to come in and select out of the orders side and the people side what we'd like to join on. And then we have the options to do an inner join, a left join, a right join, and a full outer join. Let's review quickly what these look like. So say we had two tables that we wanted to join together. One of them was the student table that had the student names and the key to their grade, and which we could use to look up their grade over here in the grade table, which had the key to their grade and the actual grade, A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete. We can see here that somebody has made a mistake and put in a letter grade instead of the key to the letter grade, and we'll see how that affects what we're looking at. So if we were to do an inner join, that would only take the rows where the join could complete. So we have 1 that could join to 1 just fine, but we don't have 2 and we don't have 3. A doesn't join to anything, so this row would be not included. And then 4, 5, and 6 would all join. So that would look something like this, where we would see Adam. When we grab student from this table and grade from this table, we can see Adam had an A, Beverly had an A, Dale had a D, Elizabeth had an F, and Frank is incomplete. And Charles is missing. Also, you don't see any B or C in this list of grades. For a left join, it's going to take everything from the left table and only the pieces from the right table that apply to the left table. So it looks pretty similar to our inner join, only Charles shows up. So the join wasn't able to complete since A doesn't exist in grade, but we include Charles anyways, and grade becomes null for Charles. It won't put in the grade key because we're not asking for the grade key, we're asking for grade from the grade table. So we try to look up A inside of the grade table, we can't find it, and it returns null. We look up A inside the grade key. Perfect. Right join is like a left join, only it takes everything from the right table instead of the left table. So it grabs all the grades, A, B, C, D, F, and incomplete, and only the rows from the left table that join appropriately. So since Charles doesn't join appropriately, he doesn't show up. We also have B and C showing up even though it doesn't exist in the student table. And it won't be tied to a student because that join wasn't able to complete as it didn't exist over there. And the last one is a full outer join, where it takes everything from both tables whether or not the join is complete. So we have all of the people where the join completes. We also have Charles where the join doesn't complete from the left to the right. And we have B and C where the join doesn't complete from the right to the left. So those are our options in Tableau. Here in our sample superstore data set, you could look and see if there are any regions in the orders table that don't exist in the people table. And that's how you can know what kind of join you want. And so if you want those orders to still show up even though they don't have a region, or their region is not in the people table, that's when you would do a left join. For our purposes, we'll do an inner join. Now let's say we had a second Excel sheet here that had more orders, and you can do a union, which is just adding more orders by dragging that second orders table right underneath the original orders table. You can see it says there, drag table to union. And that's helpful for if you have an Excel sheet for maybe different years. So say you had a separate Excel sheet for the orders in 2015 and then another one for the orders in 2016. You could pull on your 2015 orders and then drag your 2016 orders right there to union, and it would take these orders and then add the rows instead of the columns for the 2016 orders. For example, we've added people but as a join, and that will first put in all of our orders as columns and then add the columns for our person. But if we were adding more data that fell under the order columns, so it would have the same data, the same order ID, ship date, but we wanted to add more rows, then that would be when you union. Now we're going to take a look at calculations and which ones are calculated on the database side versus which are calculated on the table side. So here we have percentage of total sales split up by subcategory and category. We also have percentage of total sales along table down. So the difference between these two things are one of them is made using a calculated field, which is where we do the sum of sales divided by the sum of fixed sum of sales. This part is called a level of detail calculation. And this calculation, the sum of sales and the sum of the level of detail of sales, which basically makes the database find the total sum of sales regardless of these dimensions we pulled on. So it gives us our total number. So this will be sum of sales for bookcases, and this will be sum of sales for everything. This calculation is done on the database side, whereas this one, percentage of total sales along table down, is what's called a table calculation. It's a quick table calculation of percent of total, and it is done in Tableau. It's processed locally right inside of the table after the aggregations have occurred. There are some pros and cons of doing it this way. So for this percent of total sales, I had to create the table calculation here, and it does the fixed sum of sales, where it finds the sum of sales for the entire database, and since it is fixed, it will ignore filters. So for example, I took off both of the sales and I'm just going to put on the percent sum of sales. And let's say we wanted to see how office supplies and technology are as percentages of sum of sales and ignore furniture. So we can grab category and we'll control click and drag, and we're going to unselect furniture and hit OK. Now it's still taking it out of the total sum of sales including furniture, and so our grand total down here is only 67% instead of 100%. Whereas if we take sales and double click it and it adds it over here on the table, then we right click and do a quick table calculation and click percent of total. This one is doing it out of 100 and these numbers don't match. And that's because it does take into account the filter of category. So let's pull the filter of category off, and we can see that they're both out of 100% now, and each of these take into account the same amount of data since we have no filters here. So if you want it to take into account the filters on the table, then you need to use a table calculation. However, when you push the information back to the database to do the calculation, it's doing it as part of the query to the data source, and it can save you some time. And so which one of these is faster sort of depends on what data is available already when the original query comes back. Next, we're going to discuss ranking in Tableau. First, let's add a second data source. So we can do that by coming up to Data and clicking New Data Source. Or you can just click this plus data source right here and click Microsoft Excel. We're going to use this rank example worksheet. Perfect, and it's already pulled in the sheet we want because there's only one sheet. And we'll go to sheet 2, pull on store, pull on sales, and we will rename sheet 2 as rank example. Great, so now we have, here's all of our stores and here are our sales, and if we wanted to rank them based on who had the highest sales to the lowest sales, we could create a calculated field called rank by sales. And we're going to use our rank function and we're going to put in sales. Now we receive this error here, so when we hover, we see what that arrow says. Oh, you can click. And it says all fields must be aggregate or constant when using table calculation functions or fields from multiple data sources. So we learn something unique here that you might not know, is that a rank is a table calculation and it requires it to be aggregated. So we can make sum and put the parentheses around sales and our error goes away. So now we know rank is a table calculation. And we have our box here that expands out and can teach us about what we're using here. So when I click on rank, it will tell us that it returns the standard competition rank for the current row, and it says identical values are assigned an identical rank. So let's see what that looks like. We'll hit OK. We'll double click on rank by sales, and we can see our ranks. So E had the highest sales, so it's 1. D is next, and C and B are tied, 20 and 20. And so they both share the rank of 3, and then because they are 2 of them that share the same rank, we skip 4, and the next one gets 5th place. But now this isn't the only way to rank, so let's make another one of these. We'll click duplicate and edit. Let's erase copy, and we're going to call this rank dense by sales. Double click on rank, start typing rank again, and we're going to click rank dense. Now the difference here is that rank dense returns the rank where identical values are assigned an identical rank but no gaps are inserted in the numbers. So click OK, double click rank dense, and you can see instead of going 1, 2, 3, 5, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So it doesn't include that gap. Now let's give them a little bit more space here. And maybe I want it to be in the order I created it. So these measure values are defining what's going to happen up here. So we can take sales and put it at the top, and that'll move sales to the front, and put rank dense at the bottom. So now we can see sales, we can see rank by sales, rank dense by sales. Now let's duplicate and look at the next one. We have rank modified next, and change the name here. You notice that I receive an error, and that's because that name already exists. Tableau won't allow you to use the same name, and it will give you that error. So those errors can be pretty helpful in finding out what's going on. Hit apply and OK, and then double click rank modified by sales. And now we can see the difference here. Let's go back here and look at what it says here. Click on rank modified, and it says it returns the modified competition rank, where identical values are assigned an identical rank. But what happens instead is, instead of both receiving 3 for third place, they both receive 4, which is the lower of the options. So if we were going by rank and we just arbitrarily decided that this one's third place and this one's fourth place, then they both receive the same rank here, but they receive the higher of the 2 options, whereas this one receives the lower of the 2 options. And let's do one more. Duplicate, edit, erase copy, and we're going to do rank unique, and let's change the name to rank unique. Perfect. And now this is going to give it a unique ranking even when they share the same number. So we'll hit apply, OK, double click rank unique, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So what it's doing is, let's quickly look here. So rank by sales. We haven't talked about this yet, but you can choose to rank it ascending or descending. That means that, do we want to rank it based on whether, you see here it says ascending or descending, and that's how you'll define. So it defaults to descending, and it's saying the biggest is the best. So for sales, that's accurate. So what it's doing is biggest down. Now here it has to decide which one to give 3 and which one to do 4, and it's doing that based on the ASCII values of the store. So it's looking at more information on the row, and since uppercase B comes before lowercase c, uppercase B is getting the 3, even though they both have 20 for sales. Let's go back now to our orders data, and we'll make a new sheet. And now we're going to talk about actions in Tableau. We've talked about actions briefly before in our Tableau training video for beginners. So if you want to see the introduction, you can go and look there. Also, if you want to follow along with our data sets, you can comment below and ask, and the Simplilearn team will get you that data set. So let's make a chart where we're going to look at category. So we'll drag category onto columns, and then we're going to look at sales. So we'll drag sales onto rows, and it will create 3 bar charts for us. And we're going to call this sales by category. Now let's make a second chart that we will use together, and we'll bring category onto columns, and we'll bring subcategory onto columns. And let's bring sales onto rows again. And let's take subcategory and bring it onto color, and that makes each subcategory its own color. And we'll call this sheet sales by subcategory. So now back to sales by category. Here you can make a worksheet action where we're going to move from the sales by category sheet to the sales by subcategory sheet, and also filter down that sheet to only the category we want to see. So click filter, and we can name this filter go to subcategory. And we're going to do this filter on select. So this name won't be seen except for in our actions list. And what sheets do we want to affect? We're going to have sales by category show up. One thing to note here, it is only showing the sheets for it to affect based on the ones that are using this data source at this point. So you can see we have 4 sheets down here, but it's only showing 3 sheets, and that's because rank example, if you recall, is using the rank example data source. So you can click here and you can see all the sheets, or you can see the other data source. If we click rank example, it will show the rank example data source. So we just want sales by category to be the source sheet, and the target sheet, we want it to be sales by subcategory. So on select, we want it to be sales by subcategory. We're going to use all the fields available to create this filter and hit OK. So now we have our go to subcategory on select. We'll hit OK again, and let's make this a little wider so we can see. And so when we click on furniture, it will take us to only furniture of the sales by subcategory. We go back to category, we click on office supplies. Now we just see office supplies. And this is a way to make Tableau drill to a lower level. Great. So we have those. Now let's duplicate this sales by category sheet. And let's see, if we go to worksheet and we go to actions, you can see that we have the action here go to subcategory that still exists on our duplicated sheet as well. So you can see it's affecting both sheets, sales by category and sales by category 2. Let's say we don't want that, and we can unselect sales by category 2 and hit OK and hit OK. Now when we go to worksheet actions, you can tell that it's not affecting that sheet. So if we come and click technology, nothing should happen. But we go to sales by category and click technology, it'll take you to the technology subcategory. Great. So we have our sales by category 2. Let's bring it to the end. Rename it. We're going to call it sales by category stacked, because we're going to take subcategory here and drag it onto color. And now we can see our different subcategories in the colors there. Now we can take a look here and sort by subcategory based on sum of sales. And now you can see that it is the biggest sales at the bottom for each subcategory. That's just a way that I like to view it. So let's do a highlight action, and we're going to do it on a dashboard. So let's take sales by subcategory and look at it over top of, or sales by category stacked over top of sales by subcategory. So we want both of those. Let's make our dashboard automatic for testing purposes, and we'll go to dashboard, we'll click create actions. So we're going to add an action. It's going to be a highlight action. Highlight sales by subcategory. And we are going to have the sales by category stacked be the source sheet, and the sales by subcategory be the target sheet for all fields. Okay, okay. And on select, you can highlight your chart there and see where it falls inside of the other visualization. A cool thing you can do is you could select office supplies here and it will highlight all of office supplies, or if you drag and select a couple of them, it will show you those. So you're just like, I want to see all these small ones, or I want to see this one and these small ones, or whatever. Then it will highlight the ones that you drag and select. Now this is also true of our sales by subcategory and sales by category. So when we clicked on technology, it filtered to just technology. And we'll undo that. And when we drag and click office supplies and technology, we get office supplies and technology. Now if we go back to the dashboard, we can see that this dashboard is now filtered also to office supplies and technology, and that's because we're using the same sheet. And when you navigate away from that sheet, it doesn't mean that your filter goes away. So when I clicked undo, that's when it caused the filter to go away. So if you're going to have two things affect that sheet, just remember that just because you navigated away from what you selected doesn't mean that what you selected goes away. That filter will stay there. And it shows up right here. And if we pull it off, everything goes back to normal. However, the action is still there. So when you click on it, it comes back. Now let's take a look at the last kind of action, which is a URL action. So we're going to make a map based on state. So I'm going to double click state, and it's going to build out my map. Let's change it to a filled map by clicking map up here. And we're going to take sales and put it onto color. So now it's colored based on the darkest is the highest sales. We're going to put state onto label, so you can see the state name, and we're going to put sales onto label, so we can see the sales amount. Let's quickly change our default property for sales, so that it always shows up as currency. And we're going to lose the decimal places, so it'll, by default, show up with a $sign, and so on. Great, so now we have our sales map, and we're going to create a worksheet action. Now the difference between a worksheet action and a dashboard action is that a worksheet will only affect the worksheet and a dashboard will only affect the dashboard. And so when we created our worksheet action on sales by category, if we were to pull sales by category onto the dashboard, that action won't transfer over. You'll need to make a dashboard action. So we're going to make a go to URL action. We're going to have it on menu. We're going to call it wiki. And it's going to only affect our new sheet, sheet 6, which we should rename. And we're going to have a URL in here, so this will take us to Wikipedia, and then whatever you put at the end of the Wikipedia link, it will take you to that page on Wikipedia. So we're going to take state and add it to the end of that link. And now to test the link, you can just click test link, and it will take a random value and show you what it will look like. So now that's how we know that we have our link set up. Click OK, click OK. Let's rename our sheet to URL filter by state. And so when we click on Texas, okay, back to URL filter by state. Let's go to our worksheets and go to our actions, and on the go to subcategory, it is also affecting this URL filter by state because we didn't unselect it. Now, to keep that from being a problem, we're going to just come here and sales by category be the only sheet, and that way it won't auto-select new sheets as you create them. So, we'll no longer have that problem. You click on Texas and nothing happens except for it highlights that one only. That's how it should be. But when we hover on Texas and wait long enough, oh yeah, on click, sometimes you just have to hold still. It'll come up with our little link here, and we click on Wiki, and it will open up our browser with the Wikipedia page for Texas. This can become really handy in the event that you have data that maybe has an order ID, and you can take that order ID and insert it into a URL in your system so that it can take you to your web interface page for that order. Here it's helpful for if we wanted to learn more about the state of California, which it can have information about the languages spoken and population, which can be helpful when we're looking into our sales information. Another way this can be useful is by showing the web page right inside of Tableau. So let's make a dashboard. Change our size to automatic, and let's pull in URL filter by state. If we go to dashboard actions, you can see there are no actions for this dashboard yet, so we're going to add a go to URL action on select. And since it's on select, the name of this URL won't show up, but it will show up in our list here, so it's nice to name it something unique. Let's put in our Wikipedia page, and it'll take us to state. So we'll hit OK, OK, and now when we click on Oklahoma, it'll open up a page for Oklahoma. But let's unselect Oklahoma. If we drag on web page from the objects here, you don't even have to enter anything for your URL. You just hit OK. And now we have the bottom half of the screen is a web page, and when we click on Oklahoma, instead of taking us to Oklahoma in a separate thing, it'll take us to Oklahoma right here in the visualization. So we'll change it to Texas, and this will change to Texas. If you unselect, it leaves the page there based on the one that you had just selected. Next, we're going to take a look at reference bands and lines. So let's make a new sheet, and we're going to call it reference lines. And so a reference line is found on the analytics pane, and it is something that comes and draws a line on your visualization based on the data on the screen. So let's make our visualization. We'll do our category and subcategory again, and we'll double click on sales, and it brings it onto text. That's not what I want. So let's do sales onto rows, and we have our bar charts. And we'll talk about the difference between a cell, a pane, and the table. So when we go to analytics and we go to drag our reference line onto our visualization, it says you can add the reference line for the whole table, for a pane, or for a cell. So if we take our subcategory and drag it onto color, since the subcategory is our lowest level, it's going to define our cell. So each one of these, if we drag our reference line onto cell, each one of them gets a reference line. Do you see how it added those on? This is our dialog box. We will look at that in just a moment. So let's remove that. If we take reference line and put it onto pane, that's going to be similar to having category onto color. So each of these different colors is now a pane. Reference line onto pane, and you see how we get reference lines based on each pane. So let's undo that. And now if we take category off and everything is all one color, and we take reference line and put it onto table, now we have our reference line for the whole table. Great, so we're going to find out the average for each section. So I'm going to take category and put it back onto color, and we'll take reference line and put it onto pane. Now we have our reference line. It's based on the computation of average, and it's using the value of sum of sales. So since it says sum of sales here, you might think that it was taking the reference line and putting it at the sum of the sales, but that's not what's happening. It's just using our aggregated version of sales to figure out the average. So instead of taking each individual sale that makes up the bookcase section, it's taking the sum of sales for the bookcase section and comparing it to the sum of sales for chairs. So it's taking an average across these added up sections. You could also have it be total, where it's adding all of these up and it makes that total line. The sum line is the same as total in this case. A constant, which is where you get to define the value, and so if we wanted it to be 200,000, there it is. Let's go back. There we are, back to where we were. Constant, minimum, which shows you the minimum for each section, the maximum for each section, or the average, or the median. So let's stick with average, and now you can see it's labeling the line as average. We could also have it label the line as the value, so now we can see that the average is this amount of dollars. Or you can choose custom, and then you can put something in here. Like maybe we wanted the computation, a colon, and then the value, average, this amount. You can also have show recalculated line for highlighted or selected data points. That means when you click on a section, it will recalculate the average just for what you've selected. We'll hit OK. And so in that case, when we click on tables, you can see our recalculated average line. So the average for tables, for just tables, is the sum divided by the number. So the sum of tables is 206,966 divided by 1 is still 206,966. So selecting just tables isn't really helpful. But if we wanted to know the average of tables, and we'll control click appliances, and we'll control click binders, oh, there we go. All three of those are selected, and we can see the average of those three, which is this line. You could also select like this and see your new average. Oh, and it's doing the average independently. So select these guys, and now we see the average of just those 5 categories. And those are reference lines. Now let's duplicate this sheet, and I'll show you how to delete a reference line. So we'll rename this to reference bands. Click on this reference line, right click, and click remove, and it takes it off. We have the same thing for reference bands as we had with reference lines, where you can have it be for the whole table, per pane, or per cell. So let's do a reference band for the whole table. So it's doing entire table, and it's taking from the minimum to the maximum. Now we could change the minimum to be the average to the maximum, and now that will highlight the whole table. Everything that's above the average becomes highlighted. And if you wanted to change it, you could do the minimum to the average. But let's go to average to maximum. And then you can change things like you can add lines. So we have a line for the average or the maximum. You can make it thinner, you can make it dotted. You can change your fill, so maybe if you don't want it to be quite that dark, you can change it to be a little bit of a lighter color of gray. And you can have show recalculated band for highlighted, or you can remove that, and that way when we highlight stuff, everything just stays where it belongs for the entire table. And that's how you create a reference band. Reference bands and reference lines can be really handy in making several different kinds of visualizations, such as bullet charts. If you have any questions about that, please comment below and the Simplilearn team will get back to you. Now let's do another analysis on average days to ship. And for this one, we're going to look at it by state. And we're going to look at it by ship mode. And so we'll take average days to ship and put it on columns. And now we can see the average days to ship by first class, same day, second class, or standard class. And you can see how they differ. So let's change the order of these really quick. If we come up here to ship mode and we click sort, and we click manual, we can have same day above first class so that it kind of goes in order of priority. So same day, first class, second class, standard class. There we go. And now we have it in order of what you might expect and priority. And now we're going to create a calculated field that we will use to do a sort of conditional formatting. And we will name it delay analysis. Great. So let's do if the average days to ship is less than or equal to 2, then we'll have it return the words shipment early. So if we want to press enter there, that won't cause any problems to our calculation. So you can press enter, or you could have extra spaces and it won't, Tableau will ignore those. So this allows us to format our calculated field in a way that's easy to read. So if it's less than 2, then they're going to call it an early shipment. Else if average days to ship is greater than or equal to 5, then shipment late. And else if, let's get the rest of them. And average days to ship is not less than 2. Greater than 2 and less than 5, then on time. 2 words. On time. And now you can see we have an error here. It says expected end to match if, and that means that we don't have an end at the end of our if statement. If statements always have to have an end. Okay, let's hit apply. And let's grab our delay analysis and put it onto color. And it has on time as blue, early shipment as orange, and shipment late as red. We can double click on the color and we can change shipment early to green. And now we can see the best ones, the on-time ones, and the ones that stand out as late. And standard class happens late a lot. It's interesting to see that on average, the District of Columbia has second class as a late shipment. You can see that all of these share the same axis size, so they all go from 0 to 6, even though this one never gets that close to 6. If we click Edit Axis, you can choose if you want that to be the case. So it's like right now, all of them use uniform axis range for all rows and columns, and that's really nice because it's easy to compare Colorado to Colorado to Colorado. If you change it to independent axis for each rows, you can see now this one only goes from 0 to not even 1, whereas this one goes from 0 to 6. And you can compare it with color, but you can no longer compare it with size across all of these different categories. So uniform axis range is the default in this case, and we will keep it that way. So now we have a quick analysis of our delays. We're now going to build a waterfall chart based on profit. So we'll call this our profit waterfall. And we'll take a look at what a waterfall looks like at the end and talk about how it works. So after we build it, we'll talk about some of the benefits of having a waterfall chart. So what we're going to do is build it over time. For this visualization, we're just going to look at the year of 2014. So I'm going to filter it to the order dates for 2014. And then we're going to take our order date and bring it onto columns, and we're going to look at it by month, but we're going to look at it by our discrete month. So you can see that I chose the one that has month and year, and then I chose discrete. And then we're going to take profit and put it onto rows, and we're going to change it from profit to our running total of profit. So you can see that it takes January and then it adds February to it. And so it's always getting bigger when we undid it. Sometimes there's up and down. So back to, we have our running total where it will sum January and February for the February mark, and then sum January, February, and March for the March mark. If I take profit and put it here, you can see January is negative 3,000 and February is positive 2,000. But here, it's the sum of those, which is negative 467. Take that back off. We're going to change our marks to a Gantt bar. And now we're going to duplicate profit and edit what we have. We're going to call this negative profit. And it's going to be just profit with the negative sign in front. Oh, it looks like I've done this before. So now we have a new name because I added a space at the end. So hit apply. And let's delete the old one. Okay, so now we have our negative profit. Just to look at it, it's just minus profit. And we're going to use that to determine the size of the Gantt bar. So what it does is it takes where the line was and it adds the size of it to be the size of profit. But because the line was at the top and we didn't want to build the profit up, we had to change it to negative profit, so it would build it down. So here, the line was down here because it was so low negative, and we added negative profit. And then let's take profit and put it on color. And so you can see where profit is negative, it turns it orange. And where profit is positive, it turns it blue. So what's happening here? What we can do now is we can see our total sales at the end and how we got there. So for the first month, we were at 0 when we started and we went down to negative 3,000. The next month, we were at negative 3,000 when we started and it grew up to be almost back to 0. And then we can see that from there on out, we grew up each month, and you can see how much each month contributed. Our biggest contributors are November and March, November being a little bit bigger. And you can see where we started at the beginning of that month and where we ended. And that's how a waterfall chart works. So it lets you go through over time and see exactly where our problems were and exactly which months helped the most, where we started and where we ended for each month. Next, we're going to talk about level of detail calculation, and we'll talk about those first by showing an example. So I'm going to bring all my customers on by name, and then I'm going to bring on order ID, and it's going to add all members but then I'm going to change order ID from a dimension to a measure, and we have a count distinct. So now we can see each customer and how many orders they have. So let's sort it, and we can see one person has 17 orders, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people have 13 orders, and it goes on from there. So what if we wanted to make a visualization that would show how many customers had how many orders and what number of orders was the most popular? We would need to do a level of detail calculation. So let's clear the workbook. A level of detail calculation allows you to build a visualization and bring on metrics that are at a level that is different from what's shown on the visualization. So, in order to do this, we need to create a calculated field that will show us the number of orders per customer, even though we're not going to have our visualization be per customer. So let's call this orders per customer. And we'll come here, and we're going to use a level of detail calculation called fixed. Now there are two other level of detail calculations, and they are called include and exclude. And you can learn more about those in some of our Simplilearn classes, and if you have any questions, please comment below and we can answer them. So we're going to do it fixed, and you can choose dimensions, and it computes an aggregation using only the specified dimensions. So it will ignore all the other dimensions, and we're going to have it based on customer name. So we're going to have fixed customer name, and we're going to get a count distinct of order ID. And make sure you close it with your curly bracket, and we have no errors, and we'll hit OK. And this allows us to see number of orders per customer, so let's pull it out. First, let's make it a dimension, and then pull it out onto our columns. And now we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 17. So that means we had some customers just order 1 and some customers order 17, and we had them order everything in between. So if we never had a customer that had 9 orders, then 9 wouldn't appear in this list. Now we're going to take customer ID or name. Let's do ID because it should be unique. And we'll pull it onto rows, and we're going to change it to a measure, and it's going to be a count distinct. And so now we can see how many customers ordered how many items. So we have our number of orders per customer, which is at the per customer level, even though this visualization is not at the per customer level. There's nowhere in this visualization where we pull on a customer item as a dimension. So let's sort it, biggest to smallest. And we can see that 134 of our customers ordered 5 items, or had 5 orders. And so it just 5 is the most popular, 7 is the next most popular, 17 is the least popular, 1 is relatively unpopular, which is interesting to know. And so you can use this to analyze how many items your customers generally order, and maybe if they have 4 items that they are going to order, that perhaps if you made good suggestions you could get them to go up to 5. And that's an introduction to level of detail. So let's name this sheet Level of Detail, LOD, orders per customer. Perfect. Now let's make a new sheet, and we are going to do an analysis about new customers. So we'll call this Level of Detail, New Customer Analysis. So this visualization is going to be about customer acquisition over time. So when we do things over time, we grab our date and pull it up here. And for a line chart or anything over time, we're going to use these so that it makes an axis instead of just change it to line instead of dimensions or something that is not continuous. And then we're going to take our customer ID, pull it onto rows, but let's change it to count distinct customer ID, and now we can see our count of customers on every day. I think day is too low of a level. Let's go at month. So now we can see how many customers made an order during what month. Let's take region and split it out by region. When we click on central, we can see central. Now this is including all customers, but say we only wanted to include a customer when they're making their very first order. So we're only going to include their first order. So we need to create a calculated field, and we want to compare, we'll call it new or existing, and we want to compare their order date per customer to their first order date, the min order date. Nope, order date. And we're going to get this error. It says cannot mix aggregate, which is min, and non-aggregate functions. And what it's saying here is that this order date is at a per row level since we don't have any aggregation on it, and this order date is at a per visualization level, so it's only going to split up based on the visualization, and it won't let you put those two things together. So we're going to use our level of detail calculation again, and we're going to make this fixed per customer ID, and then we'll do our min order date. So now, instead of trying to return something different based on the visualization, it will always return the min for each customer ID. So if the order date on the visualization is equal to this order date, if the order date on the visualization is equal to the first order date for that customer, then new, else existing, end. So when the order date equals the very first order date, that means that it's a new customer making their first order. Otherwise, it's an existing customer because it's no longer their earliest date. Apply. Okay. And now we can take our new field, which is new or existing, drag it onto filters, and we only want new. We'll hit apply, and we can see that we have new customers, but less over time. So now we're going to change this count distinct to be a running total, and we can see over time how our new customers are adding up. So it's taking the prior value and adding our new customers, and then at the end we get our total customers for each region. And we can now make this a more the lowest level, which is day, and you can see places where it like levels out. So we can see we have a lot of new customers and it's increasing, but then here for the region of East, there kind of is a level spot where we're not getting new orders. And that seems to be the same for each of them. So for February of 2014, why were we not getting any new orders? And how come the West region is getting new customers? How come the West region is getting new customers faster? Here, while it's leveling out in the red, it looks like the West region leveled out as well, but picked up sooner and started getting new customers. So this type of analysis will help you view new customers over time. And it's only possible because we were able to do a level of detail calculation here on new or existing that would compare this data at only aggregating the data for the specified dimension. So we were able to grab their minimum order date here. So those are a couple of ways that level of detail calculations can be very helpful. So first we're going to build a dashboard that revolves around population. So we're going to build a map based on country. So I'm going to double click on country, and it's going to map out all of the countries. And then on our marks, I'm going to change it to map. So it's a filled in map. And we want this to be colored by population total. And we can see who contributes the most to population. We're going to label it with population as well. But you can see that it's labeling it the total population, and what we want to label it is how much it contributes to population by percentage. So let's add a table calculation, and we're going to have it do percent of total based on country. Okay, so now we can see which countries contribute what percent. Let's also bring the country name onto the label, and let's put it on top. So country name's on top. Now it's getting a little bit crowded in here, so we're going to unclick Show Marks Label, and we're just going to show the ones that we want to see specifically. So we can right-click on China here, hover on Mark Label, and click Always Show. And on India, since these are our two biggest contributors, we can see that this one's a little bit darker than the others in that area. And here. And that's just a manual way to choose which ones have indicators, labels, and which ones do not. And we're going to put a note here, so we're going to annotate an area that explains that China and India contribute the most to world population. Just calling out this section of the visualization. And let's name this sheet. So here we have our visualization, and when you hover you can see both the total population and its percent contribution and the country name. Our next visualization for this dashboard is going to be population over time. So let's bring on our time element. But one trick for bringing on a time element, if we just drag it on, so year with the calendar mark here, if we just drag it on, it'll default to a discrete version. So let's take it back off. And then we could edit it there. But one thing you could do is if you, on a Windows machine, you right click on it and drag it on, then it will pop up with a dialog box that allows you to select what kind of date value you want to use in the first place. So we're going to use year here. And now we have, instead of discrete, we have a continuous axis. And we're going to bring on population total. And we can see that over time. One thing you can do when the value is up so high in your axis is you can uncheck this box that says include 0, and it will not always include 0 in your axis, but this can be misleading. So you can see that it looks like population growth is something really dramatic by increasing that slope of the line, whereas it really wasn't quite as dramatic as it seems. So as long as it's communicated well and you're not doing it to mislead your users, you just need to keep in mind that this include 0 can change what your graph is saying. So we're going to not include the 0 at this time, just so that we can focus in on our data a little bit. Now we're going to add our forecast. So we're going to click on forecast and drag it on, and it adds the forecast to our visualization right there. And now we can right click here and see forecast result is actual and forecast. So you can see that the forecast picks up here in 2012 and pushes out what it thinks it'll be in 2013 as well. You can change how far out that forecast goes by right-clicking on the line and clicking forecast option. And we can change, it says automatically the next 2 years, but we could change it so that it's the next 10 years. And it will go out into the future, out to 2022. You can change prediction intervals, or if you don't want to show them, you don't have to show them. And this is just kind of a visual guide for those prediction intervals. Okay, and then you can also have your trend line show, where it shows your trend line following out from where your population growth is, and also the trend line for your forecast right there. And we'll call this world population trend. Excellent. And we're going to make one more visualization for this, and it's going to be a pie chart. So the pie chart is also going to be based off of population. So we're going to click on population, and we're going to control click on country and come over to show me and click your pie chart. Great. So I'm going to make this the entire view so we can see the pie chart better. And this is getting really crazy in here. And so I have changed my mind, and instead of country, I'm going to drag region over top of country. And now we see something a little bit more manageable. So we can see that here's Asia, and it makes up the biggest piece of the pie, and then here is everybody else. So right now, each of these is population total, and we could keep it that way, or we could do what we did last time and change it to percent of total, so that on hover we can see the population and the percentage of population that it contributes. So for this pie chart, we're just going to show Asia versus everybody else. So we need to make a group. And what we'll do is select all of these, and we're going to right click and click group. So now we have all of those things we selected, and we have other. Let's edit our group. Right click, edit group. We're going to rename this group Asia, because that's all that's in there. And we're going to rename this group rest of the world. Okay, so now we have our group. We can drag it onto label, and we can see Asia and rest of the world. And now see how it's breaking it up into those different sections? That's because we still have region on our detail right here. So we pull region off. Now it's just split Asia, rest of the world. We can change our colors, make it a little bit more visually interesting. Now we can still see our percentages. And now, let's rename it, and then we'll put it all together on a dashboard. Great. So let's make our dashboard. We have this new dashboard button down here, and you can choose what sizes you want. So we have a fixed size, where you just select the width and height. We have automatic, which will just fill your screen. And we have a range, which has a minimum size and a maximum size. Some of the good things about fixed is that once you have it, you can have it always look that way, so no matter where they're looking at it, you know that it's going to be laid out the way that you expected. However, if somebody's looking at on a screen that is bigger or smaller than yours, then it doesn't fill up the screen, or it will fill up the screen too much and they'll have to scroll up and down and left and right. If you have automatic, then it will fit the screen that it's displayed on. However, the things that you've placed might get squished too close together. And then the range gives you a minimum size and a maximum size, meaning if the screen is too big, it still won't fill up the screen, but it can get closer. And then as they get smaller and smaller screens, you at least know that it will never make it get smaller than this particular size. So there's some benefits to that as well, where you still have a little bit of control of what it will look like at the end. Great, let's bring on our worksheets. And you can see that where you hover, it fills up that space, and that's where it's going to show up. You can also adjust the lines in between different visualizations for things that need more space or less space. Another important thing to recognize is that when you click on a visualization, like this one, Up here, it will tell you how it's viewing that visualization within that space. So if you click Standard, then it will do a standard fit versus if you have Entire View, where it will make it fit inside the box. Over here, we could have Fit Width or Fit Height. On some of the visualizations, it doesn't make as much of a difference. However, when you have a visualization that maybe has a lot of text in it and they need to be able to scroll, you'll want to have it fit width, but you don't want it to fit height, because then it will shove all of that information into the box and not allow you to scroll up and down. So if you saw, as we dragged these on, it took these legends and added it to the left here. We can modify that and make them floating and drag them next to the visualizations that they are relevant to. And this particular one has a couple of things wrong with it. We might not want the title of this to be region group, so we could come in and we could edit the title and then maybe just call it region. However, I don't think we need this legend at all because it's very clearly marked on the visualization there. So you could also just remove it from the dashboard. And this one is telling you how big of a circle it would need to be before it gets to that population number. So it belongs to this circle as well, but again is unnecessary potentially because we have our two population numbers showing up right as we hover. So we'll remove that as well. So at this point, we have a visualization, or 3 visualizations all on the same page, which is the basics of a dashboard. However, we might want to be able to interact with them a little bit more than just hovering. And so this is where we should look into adding filters. So we have information over time, we have information by country, and we have some information by region here. One of the quickest things you can do to add functionality to the dashboard is by clicking this Use as Filter button. So if we click this, that means whatever country we click on here will filter the other visualization. And then you can unselect it to go back. Now, that Use as Filter button actually creates an action here, filter 1 generated, that it's made on its own. Now you can see that when we click on China, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have this pie chart update based on that China click because it's just going to show duplicated information. So it shows the 20% or the 20% here and the 17 billion. And then here it does the same thing, except for it shows 100% because it's filtered everything else out of the chart, so it now makes up 100% of the circle. So that doesn't make a lot of sense. So there are ways to format your visualization or your actions, modify your actions so that they only affect the things that make sense. So we can come here and click Edit. We're going to call this Country Action. And we want it to use the population by country sheet and then modify only the trend. So now when we click on China, we see China's trend over time. And it doesn't affect our pie because that doesn't make sense for it to affect our pie. We might want to select on our pie Asia or rest of the world and have that affect the other visualization. So we can click Use this filter here and click Asia, and now it zooms into Asia on our map and shows us just the Asia world population trend, and here's rest of the world, and we can see that Asia is grayed out, and there's the rest of the world, and here's the rest of the world population trend. We might also want to be able to use this to filter to a certain year. So if we click Use this filter, then we click on 2011, you can see these numbers are slightly updating. So this is 19%, and we come here, 19.5%, come down here, and we can see that the pie updates a little bit although it hasn't been anything dramatic, you can kind of see it over time. So that's one way to add filters to your visualization. Another way is to use actual filtering instead of just actions. So if we come back here to our trend, we could take the year, we're going to control click and drag it onto filters. And now we have a year filter, so we could have it the actual year number. So just look at 1 year at a time, or a range of dates. So if we click range of dates, that makes this slider from 2000 to 2012. So if we hit OK, we'll right click and we'll click show filter. We can see it here. And as we drag this, it updates, but kind of messes with our forecast. So let's not do a year filter in this case. So we click remove filter there. But maybe we want a filter just on this for the different years. So let's drag year onto the filters. We're just going to do the year number next. And here's all the years. We're going to let all of them be selected for now. And then we're going to show the filter. And here's all of our years. And we can change the way that our quick filter shows up. And we can make it like a drop down, so they can still select multiples, but it's a drop down. Or maybe we want this visualization to be just 1 year at a time. So we could choose single value in a list, and it lists out all the years, or in a drop down, and we want it to be 2012. And then we want this to show up on our dashboard. So we come to the dashboard, and we click more options here, hover over filters, and we can see the filters available, and we can click year of year. And now our formatting hasn't passed on. So that's one thing to remember, that formatting it just on the workbook doesn't necessarily mean that the formatting will pass over to the dashboard. So I tend to not do any formatting on the workbooks and just format it on the dashboards, because the dashboards are what I publish. So we're going to single value drop down. We're going to add it. We're going to move it to the top. So now how we do that, let's talk a little bit about what each of these sections are. Come here to layout, and you can see we have this layout here, item hierarchy. So tiled is the whole screen, and inside of that we have a horizontal container. And inside this horizontal container, we have another horizontal container. And when you click on something in this view, it shows you where it exists. So we can see this horizontal container is outlined now, and then we change it to vertical, and it outlines this. Now, a horizontal container allows things to be side by side, and a vertical container allows things to be one on top of the other. And so in our vertical container, we see all this extra space for extra things to be on top of each other. But if we wanted to have it at the top, we would maybe want things to be able to be side by side. So if we go back to the dashboard and we grab horizontal and drag it to the top, it adds a horizontal container up here. And now you can see everything that's floating kind of stays in the place that it was, even though all the other things shifted. So that's one of the disadvantages of floating, is that you're kind of just manually choosing where it will stand using your X and Y position, and it's not dynamic. So let's give us a little bit less space up here. We can add a text box into our horizontal container, or we'll say population dashboard. We can format it. Now we have our title up here, and then we can add our filter. We're going to drag it to be on inside of our horizontal container, but on the side here. We can give it more or less space. Let's bring our legends down to places where they make sense again. Perfect. And so now we have this that will affect this only and show you just 2012, 2011, 2010. So we don't want it to affect the trend, because we want the trend to show all of time, and just looking at 1 year for this trend that is only at a yearly part and forecasts into the future doesn't make any sense. But we maybe wanted to also affect this worksheet so that these two are in sync, and so that the dashboard is basically for 2012 except for the trend, which shows you the past and the future. So one way that you can do that is clicking Apply to Worksheets here, and you can choose Selected Worksheets, and it will show you all the worksheets in this visualization, or in this dashboard. And you can click Show All Worksheets in Workbook, and then if there were other worksheets, it would show them. So we wanted to do Asia versus rest of the world and population contribution by country. Okay? And that's another way we can change what year they show. So it's only going to show 1 year at a time, unless we select all. And then this visualization isn't affected by it. If we don't want to click on a country and have it make the change, if we instead want to have a filter for country, we can do that by taking country and dragging it onto filters. We'll have it show all for now. And then when we go back to our dashboard and we come to this visualization, we can go filters and add country. And it's just added it side by side where we had our other filters, so that's a nice feature of Tableau where it can kind of guess where you might want things. We're going to do multiple value drop down, and right now it only affects that visualization, and we can just look at one country at a time. And we might not want it to affect this visualization because it doesn't do us any good to just look at one region in a pie chart. But maybe we wanted to affect the world population trend, so we can do the same thing we did before. And we wanted to affect these two. We'll click OK. And so now we could look at all of these countries, and that would update both these visualizations. Another thing I like to do on a filter is customize and click Show Apply button. And this means we can make all these changes in here. See, I've selected none, however, these visualizations aren't updating. And then I wanted to look at Turkey, so I found Turkey, and then I hit Apply, and that's when they update. Perfect. So now we have a dashboard complete with filters and actions. We also have a title on our dashboard. We can give it a little bit less space, and some legends. We have titles on each of these pieces. However, if we didn't want a title here, we can click Hide Title, and it will just show our visualization there. And this is dashboard number 1. Here's what it looks like in full screen mode. Full screen mode is a good opportunity for you to test it to see what it will look like to the end user. I press escape and get back out, and it doesn't give you these highlights when you hover over things that are dashboard formatting related. You can see that all those extra lines went away, and it just gives you the opportunity to test out your dashboard in a more real way and see how they will use it instead of giving you the dashboard editing options.
Next, we're going to make a dashboard revolving around health information. So first we're going to make a map about birth rates. So we're going to call it birth rate rank map. And to make a map, we're going to double click on country, and we're going to change it to a map type. So we have a filled map here. And then we're going to bring birth rate onto color. So let's define our colors a little bit by clicking on this color part of the marks card. We'll click Edit Colors, and we're going to change it to red and gold. And the idea here is that the red is for a higher birth rate, which is more associated with countries that have poor health. So we'll hit Apply, and now we have our higher birth rate countries highlighted in red. Next, we're going to create a class. So we're going to duplicate birth rate, and let's edit that field. we're going to call it birth rate class. And so we're going to say that anything that is in the top 50 countries with the highest birth rate is categorized as having an alarming birth rate. So we will first do the average birth rate, and then we're going to do a rank on that. So you see sometimes when you're auto-completing your statements, it will replace one of these functions that you have with the one that you pressed tab for. So if I type if, or I start to type if, and then I come here and click on if, it replaced my rank with if. So keep an eye out for that. If you're like, where did my thing go? It's because I was typing it right next to it. So if I put a space and then I start to type if and I click if, it will not delete rank. So we're going to say if the rank of average is less than or equal to 50. So if it's in the top 50, then alarming birth rate. Else if, and we can take this again, is greater than 50, then normal birth rate. And always make sure you put on the end. Also, we didn't necessarily have to have this else if statement. So if we had just done else normal birth rate, that would have covered all of our bases. So with these if statements, just make sure that you're always getting all of the different options that you want. But in this case, we defined both. However, we didn't have to define the second calculation, because if it is not in the top 50, then it's obviously in the bottom, the rest. So we're going to hit OK. And then we're going to put birth rate class onto label. And it's gone around and labeled everything. And I am seeing alarming birth rate on everything. So let's see what the problem is. So if we open this back up by right-clicking and clicking Edit, you can see it says results are computed a long table across. So we're going to click Default Table Calculation here. And instead of compute using automatic, we're going to change it to compute using country. We'll hit OK and hit apply. And that didn't seem to fix it. So this is the first place I would look if it's not doing what you would expect. So we'll put it back to automatic. Okay. The second place I would look is inside of the table calculation that is created. So when we defined rank here, we put a table calculation on it. So when we right click here, we get edit table calculation. And we're going to choose that we want to do the rate based on the specific dimension of country. So now we can see, using the logic, the calculation assistance, that we no longer have just alarming birth rate. We have normal birth rate and alarming birth rate on our screen. So we can close this. And we are done here. But one thing you could do is, when we have allow labels to overlap other marks selected, then it will make sure that every label shows up, but it gets super crazy in there. So there are some times where the labels may overlap a little bit, and so you'll want to select this option. In our case, we don't want that. And now we have a visualization showing birth rate map based on rank. Our next visualization is going to be about average life expectancy, male versus female. So we're going to do a chart across time. So we're going to click year and bring it onto columns, and we're going to change it to this year in the continuous section. So now we have an axis, and we're going to double click on female life expectancy. Oh, there we go. Double click on female life expectancy and then double click on male life expectancy. So what that did was made us two charts, one on top of the other, but we don't want that. So we'll take this off, and we're going to drag male life expectancy right onto this axis for the female life expectancy. And what this has done is made what's called a blended axis chart. So it's not a dual axis chart where we have another axis over here for the second visualization. This one is a blended axis chart. So they necessarily use the same axis and they necessarily have the same kinds of marks. So we'll take a look and see what the difference is there. So if I were to change this to a bar chart, we would have bar chart for both of them, and I can't define one separately from the other. Change it back to a line chart, and they're both a line chart. Now if we go back to when we just had female life expectancy and we drag male on next to it and we have two charts, now we can change it to a dual axis and we have one on top of the other. However, our axes don't line up. We can see at the top here is 15K and over here it's 14K. So we're going to synchronize the axis and you can see one on top of the other. And we have two marks cards. So we could have this one be a bar chart and that one be a line chart. So that's some of the differences of those two. We're going to do a blended axis chart. So I'm going to take male and drag it here. And we have our blended axis chart. And now you can see that our scale here is really strange. So what it's doing is it's adding up all of the life expectancies for all the different countries instead of averaging it. So we're going to change that by right-clicking on the measure down in this measure values card, hovering over measure sum, and we're going to change it to average. Since I only changed one of them and they share the same axes, it's really spread out now and it almost looks like a straight line down there. And then let's change the other and it should get everything a little bit more in sync. There we go. So now we can see the average life expectancy over time, which for both of them seems to be going up. However, it seems to be higher for females. Now let's take a look at our analytics and let's drag on forecast. So it's forecasted out the next 2 years for both lines. And we'll bring on trend onto linear. And let's change it to a square. So now we see each individual point for the life expectancy for females and males. And we can see what they're expected to be in the future and our trends. And our next visualization is going to be a heat map about multiple different measures. So we'll just call it a heat map for now. And for our heat map, we're going to look at the different countries. So we'll bring country onto rows. And we're going to look at their birth rate. So I just double clicked on birth rate and brought it on. We're going to look at their health expenditure percentage on GDP, so how much they spend on GDP. So when I double clicked on it, it did what we did before, where we have a measures value card, and so now whenever we put measures on here, that determines what goes here, because we have our measure names on columns. So every measure in here, their name is going to define the name of the column, and the values define what's in the text right here. Great. We're also going to bring on infant mortality rate and the life expectancy for females. Okay, so now it has changed these to not have decimal points after them, which is not as helpful. So we're going to format those, and you can format it field by field. So for birth rate, we definitely want to have decimals afterwards. As a matter of fact, the birth rate is a percentage. So instead of doing a number standard, we'll just go to percentage. And now we don't need to have those decimals afterwards. We can just look at the birth rate as a rate. And for percent of GDP for health expenditures, we can come click there and do the same thing. And for infant mortality rate, okay. And to make this make a little bit more sense, we again need to change it from a sum to an average. And for some of these, we could change it from a sum to an average right inside of for all of these, we could change it from a sum to an average in the default properties under aggregation, so that it will automatically average it whenever we bring it out. Default is sum, but if we make it automatically average, then we won't have to do that again for any other visualizations. I won't do that at this time because I get a little bit confused sometimes when I don't have my sum on there by default, because that's what I'm so used to seeing by default. Great, so we now have a matrix by country and by our different metrics here, and so we can take our measure values and drag it onto color, and we'll make our marks from automatic to square, and it will make our heat map. Now, what happens with a heat map is it colors darkly the higher the number it is in this case, and right now it's doing it for the whole area, so 1% is obviously much smaller than 82. But if we wanted to be able to look at birth rate independently from life expectancy, we can right-click on the measure values on the color and click Use Separate Legends. And so now we have a legend for each one of these. Let's change the colors on those legends so that we can see them separately a little bit more clearly. So we'll change the colors by coming over here to each of the legends, and we'll leave one the same, but we'll change this one. If we click Edit Colors, you can see our different palettes. You can see some of them just have one color, others have one color to another color. We used the red gold before, so now you can see that one is changed. We could use another one that goes from green to blue. Great. You can also define your own. So you can make a custom one that could go from light to dark, and then you can choose what color you want as your dark color. So we could pick a lighter blue, and then we see that last one. And now with these separate color palettes, you can quickly see the difference with birth rate and spending on health. And that is our heat map with separate legends. So let's build this all into a dashboard now. We're going to call it our health dashboard. And for simplicity, we're going to make it automatic so it fills our screen. And then we're going to first bring on our map. We're going to bring on our health-related map with birth rates. Then we're going to bring on our heat map. And we'll bring on our life expectancy lines. Now, as we brought on all of our charts, it brought in our legends here. And we're going to move our legends up to the top. So let's add a horizontal container. And then let's put our legends into the horizontal container. And let's put these ones in order. So life expectancy. Oh, so birth rate is going to be over here. Great. Now, one thing we can do is make these smaller. Well, that's actually just making that one bigger, huh? Okay, so you would make them smaller by making something else bigger or by adding in a blank space, which would then help you adjust the size by taking up the space that you're not using. Another thing to pay attention to is this fixed width. So once you start to drag the size on something, it no longer is dynamic. So if we unfix that width, so that it's only taking up whatever space is left. Oh, and that one is not fixed width. And then we can edit the width on this to be even bigger. Then it will squish things over to where we would like them to be. So that's one of the ways you can add space or make things the size you would like them to be. Now let's take a look at filters. Oh, before we take a look at filters, I want to look at this map one more time because I think that it would be useful for our colors to be a little bit more distinct. So one quick way to navigate to your worksheet from your dashboard is to click this Go to Sheet button. And while we're here, I'm going to click on Color, Edit Colors, and we did red and gold, and we're going to change it from this sequence to a stepped color, and we're going to change it to 3 colors. So it's going to either be this color, this color, this color, and when I hit OK, you can kind of see it's a little bit more dramatic in our differences, and it's put everything into the 3 categories we defined. So let's go back to our dashboard, and we can see the difference there. And now we're going to take a look at our filters. So we want to be able to filter by country. So let's bring country onto filters. And we're going to allow it to use all. And we're going to, here you can click Apply to Worksheets. And you can click Selected Worksheets, and it's going to pop up with all the worksheets in the whole workbook. And so one disadvantage of doing it on the worksheet is that you can see all of the worksheets in the workbook, and you have to differentiate between which ones are on the dashboard and which ones aren't. And these are the 3 on this dashboard, so we're going to hit OK. And we're also going to do it by year. So when we drag the year onto filters, we're going to allow them to choose years. So we're going to do the distinct number of years. We'll click Use All. Okay. And we're going to apply to the worksheets this one with the birth rate and the average life expectancy male versus female. We're not going to filter down our line chart by year because we want to be able to see it over time, and if we filter down the time, then we don't get as much context. So we'll hit OK. Let's go back to our dashboard. If I click on more options here and hover over filters, you can see that year filter and that country filter. You should also be able to see both of those filters on the heat map because I told it to apply to that one as well. So here's the country. Oh, I made a mistake. Let's go back to this visualization and apply to worksheets, selected worksheets. See, I wanted it to be on the birth rate and the heat map, not the line chart, and I clicked the wrong one. So that was a good test. So when we go here to the heat map and click down, you can see now we get the year of year as well. So we'll click year of year, and let's put it over here, and we're going to make it a multiple values drop down, and we'll bring it over to the middle. And let's also get the countries filter. Great, so now that we have these in here, we don't need this to be so big, so let's edit the width and make it 300, even smaller, 200. Great, and let's change our country to be a single value drop down, so you can pick one at a time. And let's also change it, or this year of year, since we can select multiples, let's change it so that on customize that you show the apply button. So here, since they can only select one, we don't have the apply button because it will just automatically apply. And here, since they can select multiples, we'll let them unselect all and pick their years and then hit apply, and then you'll see the changes. And you can see that even though I've selected only 2011 and 2012, you still see all of the years on this line chart as expected. And there is our health dashboard.
Our next dashboard is going to have to do with economy. Our first sheet is going to be another map that is going to have to do with overall GDP. And as we usually begin with maps by double-clicking on country and changing it to a map mark type. And this time we're going to bring on GDP onto color and change it to average. And we can edit the colors. Let's this time do a custom diverging, so you get to pick both colors. And let's pick a little bit lighter. Okay, red for there, and then we want to do maybe like a deeper green. And that way you can see who has the highest GDP, which is green. We hit apply. Okay. And then it will eventually get lighter and lighter until it goes to gray, which then it will lead to green. Okay. And next we're going to make scatter plot, which we will call GDP versus GDP per capita. So GDP, or gross domestic product, versus gross domestic product per capita or per person. And to make a scatter plot, you have one measure on one axis, and then another measure, which is going to be GDP per capita, which we will now create on the other axis. So let's start with GDP, and we'll hit duplicate. And let's edit that. And we're going to call it GDP per capita. And we're going to take sum of GDP and divide it by the sum of the total population. So population total. What is my error? Opening parenthesis. There we go. And then we have GDP per capita. So what this will do is sum up the GDP across whatever measures we have in place, across whatever dimensions we have in place, and then sum up the population for those same dimensions, and then divide it, instead of dividing it per row and then doing an aggregation on it. Okay? So now we're going to bring on GDP per capita on the rows. And we have the sum of GDP and the GDP per capita. And to make it more than just one little mark on our scatter plot, we will drag on country to detail. And now we have one mark per country. And you can see some countries have a high GDP per capita, and some countries have a high GDP overall, but not as high of a GDP per capita. And so on. We have some middle of the road people here. So we can change this from automatic to circles, and now they're dots like you might see on a scatter plot. And you can drag region onto color, and now we can see our different regions. And we see a lot of reds here, and it's quick to see what region things belong in. Also, you can click to highlight, and you can see all of the Americas highlighted in context. The next visualization we're going to make is going to be showing how much countries spend on healthcare as a part of their GDP. So we're going to rename it to be GDP on healthcare. And we're going to look at each of our countries. And we're going to make a bar chart that shows the health expense GDP. And we're going to change this to average. And we're also going to show the health expense per capita. over here it shows how much is spent per person on health. And this is showing how much is spent on health based on GDP. Click at the top and click sort, and it's sorting by this first one. And you can see which countries spend the most of their GDP on health. We can again bring region onto color, so we can see the different regions highlighted. And let's bring on labels. So for our different marks cards, we're going to want to control click this and drag it onto the labels. And we can see that it's a percentage, but it's coming up as a number, so we can right click and click format right there. And we're going to change the number to percentage. Maybe just do 1 decimal place. And then for this one, we're going to control and drag that onto labels. And maybe we'll change this one to currency. However, if you don't want to change it to currency, since we aren't sure necessarily what currency this data set is in, it's worth checking out what currency it is in. So for now, we'll just have it as a number. And now we're going to customize our tooltip. So we're going to go to the overall marks card, and we'll click on tooltip, and we want it to tell us the country in the top. So we'll erase region, and we're going to erase country label and center country. And then we're going to put this country spends this percentage on healthcare. And if you want to preview it, you can hover or click here on preview, and it will show you an example. Marshall Islands spends 2.1% on healthcare. We'll hit enter, and then when we hover, it tells you the country, and it has our custom tooltip on both visualizations, or on both of the different axes. So let's build our dashboard. We'll bring on our map. We'll bring on our healthcare visualization and our GDP versus GDP per capita. And we'll move our legends to the top again by adding a horizontal container to the top and bringing them up here. One thing we can do also is to give this more space. We can have it go all the way to the top, and these legends are just side by side, just above the map and the GDP per capita scatter type plot. An interesting thing you can do in Tableau is you can see this outlier of the United States is making it difficult to see the rest of the information or to visualize if there's any trend there. So you could right click on it and click exclude, and then it will exclude it from your data set very quickly. And then you'll just click this back button to get it back. Great, now let's take a look at filters. We are going to do a single filter. So let's go to this visualization, and we'll bring on country. We'll click use all, okay. And we're going to apply it to worksheets. So I showed you how we can apply it to worksheets here. You can also apply it to worksheets once it's on the dashboard. So if we come here and look at filters, we can see that country is on the filters for this visualization. But if we come down here and look at filters, we still see country because it's in the details of the information. So either way, when we add country, since I added it from this visualization, it only affects this visualization. Okay, but we want it to affect all on the worksheet. So we're going to apply to worksheets, and we can click selected worksheets, and we can click all on dashboard. Okay, let's bring this over here. We're going to allow them to see all at once and be able to scroll and select the ones they want. And now, when we select different ones, it affects all 3 worksheets. We're also going to add an action for a URL action. Add action, go to URL, and when we click on a country on the overall GDP map, we want it to take us to the Wikipedia page that talks about the economy for that country. So that is this URL, and it's going to say Wikipedia for economy of, and we're going to add our country to the end. So we hit OK. We have it running on menu, so let's change it to run on select. And as soon as you click it, it will take you there. Okay, so now let's try it. And we can click on Canada, and it will take us to the Wikipedia page for the economy of Canada. Great. We click on Brazil, same thing. So if we unselect on Brazil, then it will make our map highlighted normally again. We can also use this one to filter the other visualizations. And so we could click use this filter here, and then when we click on France, it will filter these 2 other visualizations to France. You can see that when we filter this visualization to a particular country, so if we look at Germany, Germany wasn't green before on our map, but now it is. That happens because our scale has changed just for the ones selected. So if we control click France and Germany and Switzerland and Austria, we now have a scale that reflects only these countries, and the biggest is going to be the darkest green, or the highest GDP is the darkest green, and the lowest is the lightest pink. And there is our economy dashboard. You can see that we have some nulls on these visualizations. That occurs when we don't have all of the data for every point. You can ignore those and they won't show up on the final visualization when you publish it to server, or you can deal with those by clicking on them and filtering that data out, or showing that data at the default position, which is showing the null values at 0. Our final dashboard is going to be about the ease of doing business in a country. So our first visualization is going to be a bar chart, which we will call days to start business. So how many days it takes to start a business is important to know when you're trying to start a business in a country, and also can be an indicator of how easy it will be to do business in that country. So let's make a bar chart that includes every country, and then we're going to bring on days to start a business, and we will sort it smallest to biggest. And we have some days or some countries that don't have any days, so let's filter out those countries. And we're going to filter it to only those that have a good market. We're going to make a calculated field. We're going to define business-friendly market. We're going to define our market based on how easy it is to start a business and how many days it takes. So if it takes less than 25 days to start a business, we'll consider that a good market. And so we're going to do if the days to start a business is less than or equal to 25, then else if days to start a business is greater than 25, then business might or might not doing less than or equal to 25 or greater than 25 allows us to be able to define these two different markets. So we'll hit apply there. And we're going to filter it just to a good market. And we're going to look at just 1 year. We'll look at 2012, our most recent year. And we're going to color it based on region. And we can see which regions tend to have the shorter days to start a business. And we're going to move on and build our next visualization, which is also a bar chart, which we will call ease of business. So we have this ease of business field, and we can bring on the country and we can bring on ease of business. And we want to make it a measure. So ease of business is at this point looking at it like it's a string, and we can change that in our default properties and convert it to a measure, or use it up here and change it to a measure. When we try to change it to a measure here, it wants to treat it like a string, so it wants to take the minimum or the maximum. But if we here convert it to a measure, then it also automatically made it a count. So the first thing to do would be to change the data type to a number. And now we can change it to a measure and aggregate it. So we could do like the sum of ease of business. In our use case, we're actually going to do the average of ease of business. And then we want to have the smallest on the top. We do have some that don't have ease of business ratings, so we're going to filter that data out. And again, we want the year to be 2012, but how we're going to do that is by coming to this visualization and by applying this particular year of 2012. So we'll do it on select workbooks and select ease of business. Okay. And now this one also has the year of 2012 there. And we're going to segment this by creating another header. We're going to call that business friendly. And we're going to say that if the ease of business is, so I guess this is a nice thing to know. So if we start typing in what we want to see, then we can select it from a list here. But you can also interact outside of this box, so you could just grab ease of business and drag it into the dialog box here, and that's really nice. So we're going to say if it is greater than or equal to 1 and less than or equal to 3, then we're going to say it has the most business friendly regulations. Give us a little more room to look at. Okay, and this statement won't work because it's saying and what is less than or equal to 3. So you have to have ease of business in both places. And then this should say then, and not the. Great. So now we're just getting an error because we don't have an end. So if that's all we wanted to do, then that's what we would do, but then we'll just do another else if. And it's already taken, this if statement goes through one condition at a time. So it's already classified everything that's between these two numbers. And so now we can just say if ease of business is less than or equal to 10, then we'll call it very, very business friendly regulations. And we'll keep going. Else if ease of business is less than or equal to 50, then we're going to call it moderate. And we're just going to say moderate business regulations. Copy that for later use. Less than or equal to 150, then strict. So the reason that this doesn't grab everything that is less than or equal to 150 is because these sections 1 to 3, and then 4 to 10, and then 11 to 50 have all been classified up to this point. So it's just getting everything else. And we're going to finally say else, everything else is going to be called not preferred for business. And see if we get any errors. Calculation is valid. Let's see if this works as we expect. So we'll hit apply, and we'll bring business friendly onto our rows. And now it categorizes everything based on what we said. So we want to define what order these go in. So we're going to click sort, and we want the most business friendly at the top. Then we want moderate, then strict, then not preferred. Okay. So we have our top 3 that are the most business friendly, and then we've got 4 through 10, which are very, then we've got our moderate, our strict, and our not preferred. So let's bring region again onto color, and we can see which regions are the most business friendly. And we have our year of 2012 there. And now we're going to make this even more useful by adding the business tax rate onto the label so that you can see that business friendly is like Singapore, but they have a pretty high tax rate of 27, whereas if you get down to some of these that are not preferred, some of them have really low tax rates. So let's make sure that we're getting the right tax rate. So you can see that 27 is definitely not the highest tax rate that we have for business. But you can also see that there are places that have even lower tax rates, like Saudi Arabia, and we have 8% here. It looks like we don't ever go to that second decimal place. So let's quickly format this. Oh. Business tax rate is also text. So if we could convert our data type to decimal, and then we will format it to be a percentage, and we just need the 1 decimal place. Okay, now let's make some annotations. So we could come and click here on this mark, and then we can annotate that mark, which will make this dialog box, and it's already filled in here. And so we could use some of this information. So I'm going to copy that, and I'll put some hard returns there. So we're going to say that this country is the most business friendly, but has a business tax rate of, and let's grab the tax rate. And then we'll erase this, and we'll hit OK. And I made a typo. So Singapore is the most business friend is not what I meant to say. So I can click edit, business friendly, but has a tax rate of And you can move this around. Draws the line to Singapore, which is the mark that we wanted to annotate. So that is an annotation on a mark. If we wanted to just make an annotation for the area, then we could point out that more business-friendly countries often have high business taxes. We could change that size, make everything fit. Now we have this second note where our user can come in and see some more information about what's being presented here. Great. And now we're going to make one more visualization, and it's going to be about phone and internet usage, because you may want to know about the phone and internet trends when you're looking to start a business. So we're going to do this one over time, so it does not need to have that year filter on it. And we're doing our axis, and we're going to look at mobile phone usage. So I double clicked it, it shows mobile phone usage over time. And we're going to change it to average so that it's averaging it across the countries. And then we're going to bring on internet usage. So we'll bring it on side by side, so we have two visualizations. And we're going to also make that average. Now, we might not want these to share an axis because they are measured a little bit differently. And so we can make it a dual axis, but allow them to keep their independent axes. Or you can synchronize the axes and see them at their rates. However, the usage is just a little bit of a different measurement. We can have one of them be a bar chart and the other one be a line. Let's have this one be the bar chart. Okay, and then the line is in the front. You can also change which one's in the front by coming and clicking on the axis itself. And you can click Move Marks to Front, and that moved that one to the front. Okay, and now it's made each of these wide, and there's like a start point and an end point on the axis for the bar, and that comes here under Size, where they're all fixed. Or you could have it be manual, where we can define the size of the bars. So we're going to make those bars like this. And we can see them going up over time. We can also change the width of the line itself. Make it thicker or thinner. And we can change the colors here. So let's change it to orange, since red might imply that it's bad in some cultures. And now we can see our internet usage and our phone usage over time and how it's trending. And so this will all come together on our new dashboard, which is about ease of business. You can see that I have a sheet called Ease of Business and a dashboard that I've called Ease of Business, but it won't let you create a dashboard with the same name as your worksheet. So, Ease of Business dashboard. Let's have it fit the screen. And we're going to bring on our Days to Start Business visual, our Ease of Business visual, and our phone and internet visual. Let's put our legends at the top again. So we'll make our horizontal container. And we'll bring our region legend into there, and then our measure names for internet versus mobile phone. And we have a filter that already is pre-applied to two of the visualizations called Year of Year. And it's selected 2012, and if we select 2011, it's only changing this one. It's filtering out all the information for this visualization and changing this one to 2011. So let's see why that's happening. If we go to this visualization and click the Go to Sheet, we can see year of 2012 is here. Let's click Show Filter. And if we change the filter to 2011, okay, it's not showing up here, and the only filter I can see that could be removing it is this average ease of business. That is removing anything that is null. So if I pull that off, you can see that we don't seem to have any information for 2011 for ease of business. And the more years I select, I'm not seeing any ease of business information. So we're going to want to set this to 2012 only, because that seems to be the only information that is useful for this visualization. So let's go back until we're back to the state we were in when we started. Okay, so here we are. Now we're going to want to remove this filter, and we're going to give it its own filter that only selects 2012. That is not connected to the other filter. So now, when we change year of year, it only changes this visualization. Sometimes that's useful to note, sometimes it's useful to put, let's do a single value drop down. Sometimes it's useful to put this right next to the visualization it affects. So if we could change it to floating and just put it like here, that makes it clear that it's just changing this chart so that people don't get confused. Another thing that we can do, that we should do on all of our visualizations, is change the titles so that they're more business or user friendly. Great. And so we have our filter, and let's use this as a filter, and that way we can click on New Zealand and we can see its most business friendly regulations, and we can see its internet and phone usage over time. We can click on a lot of different countries to see those changes. We can see that some countries have a steeper change, so some of them have adopted phone and internet usage and have stayed pretty similar, whereas other ones have only really adopted it in the last couple of years. Also, if we wanted to filter to just one country, we could do what we did before and create a country filter. Here's another way to go to the sheet. You can click this down arrow and click Go to Sheet, or you can come over here. You can see that it's highlighting a visualization over here, or a sheet, and whatever sheet I click on is highlighted over here. And there's this little pop-out arrow here that also takes you to the sheet. And we can bring country on, use them all, go back to our dashboard. We'll go to filters and select country. We'll make it a multiple value drop-down. We're going to add the apply button, and now we're going to make it apply to all the visualizations by clicking apply to workbooks, selected worksheets, all on dashboard, okay. Now we can see that if we just want to look at Afghanistan, okay, we can see how many days it takes to start a business there. It's not preferred for business, and it's internet and phone usage over time. And those are our 4 dashboards. So as a review, we have made a dashboard on population, we made one about health, we made one that had to do with our economy, and one that had to do with our ease of doing business. Here's a story about these 2 gentlemen talking about Tableau. The first gentleman comments on how the IPL Cricket League was very entertaining this year, and how he believes that De Villiers scored the maximum runs. But the second gentleman says he has stats which shows that Kohli outperformed this time. How did you come up with these stats? There's a tool that helps visualize data by creating interactive charts and graphs. It's basically a business intelligence tool used by many organizations for visual data analysis. Tableau helps us gain insights by visualizing the data that you already have. So Tableau is important when it comes to visualization. It has many advantages. First, it has speed of analysis, so you can get into your data and start analyzing it very quickly. Second, it helps users be self-reliant and not rely on very difficult analytics tools to start digging into their data. Third, it allows you to do visual discovery, so as you're building, you can learn information and insights about your data. 4, you can use it to blend diverse data sets. And 5, you can use the data sets that are centralized, so after you've put together a data set, you can publish it out and more people can use it than just you. That sounds interesting. How about we visually show the stats of IPL? So first, we'll look at connecting to data. This will be the first step in Tableau. So if you've opened up your workbook and you see this page, you can click here, Connect to Data, and we're going to choose a text file, and we're going to join our deliveries data to our matches data. So when we click deliveries, it brought in deliveries, and we can click add and bring in another text file called matches. Next, we'll talk about joins. We will make use of joins when we have multiple data sets to work with. Suppose we want to join these two data sets, one of which has a team ID and what city that team is in. The other one has a team ID and tells you the name of the team. There are 4 ways to join data sets. An inner join, the resulting table contains values that have matches in both tables. So we can see here that we have Delhi and the Delhi Daredevils. We also have Chennai and the Chennai Super Kings. We have Bangalore, and then we have this team that doesn't exist in Bangalore. And so, since these two don't match, since we have 2, 2, 3, 3, but then we have 4 and 6, these two don't exist in our resulting table because they don't have matches in both tables. In a left join, resulting table contains all values from the left table and the corresponding matches from the right table. So we have Delhi, Chennai, and Bangalore, and then we have their matches. However, Bangalore does not have a match, so it is left null. In a right join, we have the opposite. The resulting table contains all matches from the right table and the corresponding matches from the left table. So we have the Daredevils, the Super King, and then we have King Punjab, and they all exist. However, number 6 does not have a corresponding city, and so that's left null. And in a full outer join, the resulting table contains all values from both tables. So we still have Delhi and Chennai, and we have Bangalore, and we have the Kings, but their corresponding nulls exist as well. So since this one doesn't have a match, it still shows up, but you get a null, and then this one doesn't have a match, it also still shows up, and you get a null. Now it's going to allow us to join our 2 different data files together. So we have to decide which field to join on. In this case, it is match ID. And then on the matches, it's just called ID. And that is ID. We'll do an inner join that will select only the records that match between the 2 fields. So it's given us some sample data underneath from our 2 things. And we look at match ID here, and where it's 1 here, we'll scroll over and see that it's 1 here for ID. If we scroll down and find a different number, so here we have 2 for ID, and we scroll over and match ID is now 2. And we have our join in place. Dimensions and measures. Dimensions are qualitative fields that cannot be aggregated. For example, batsman and batting team, etc. However, measures are numerical values that mathematical functions can work on, like batsman runs and extras. So for the case of batsman runs, you can sum up all of the runs for an entire game, or that took place in a city, or for an individual batsman, and that's how you can tell that it works with a mathematical function. Now we'll move on to the last part of dashboard designing. So we can move on to sheet 1. I will take a second and load our query. And now we have the worksheet space, and this is where we can build our visualization. This is called a worksheet. You can also build a dashboard, which is where you can put multiple worksheets together. And you can build what's called a story, which is where you can take worksheets and dashboards and put them in an order to tell a story. So on our worksheet, We'll have this space here in the middle, which is where you can build the visualization. You have columns and rows where you can drag on your data, which is here on the left. Here's our data, dimensions on top, measures on bottom. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. We have columns and rows where you can drag your information and it defines where the columns go, or where the data goes to define the columns, and where the data goes to define the rows. We have places here, these are our cards, and when you drag things onto these different cards, it will do different things to your visualization. And let's talk about our dimensions and measures. So Tableau will take its best guess at what your data is. So it's guessed that all of these blue fields on the top are dimensions. And dimensions are qualitative data, so data that defines and describes the rest of your data. And so usually it can be things like city, so you can say here's a city, and then we can look at our different measures by the city that it took place in. For example, with financial data, you could pull on city and you could look at sales by city, and city is the dimension, which is a quality. And then sales would be a measure, which is something that is quantitative and it is able to be aggregated. Whereas dimensions are not things you would like to aggregate. So some things can be a number, but they're still not a measure, such as a phone number. Nobody is going to want to sum up different people's phone numbers and see what the sum of the phone number is. However, you might want to look at a customer and see their phone number, and it puts it up in the dimension area. Another thing that Tableau does in this case, by default, it will make little folders for your different data sources. So we have our deliveries data source and our matches data source. If we go back to our data source section, that corresponds to our two different files. You can also look at these sample fields here, and the part where it's blue at the top represents the blue table. And if we keep dragging, we'll see the orange coming in, which represents the orange table. So here we are back at sheet 1. And let's start building our first visualization. I'm going to right click here, click rename, and we're going to call it matches in each venue. So we're going to start off by making a map. Tableau has recognized the word city here and put this little globe next to it, meaning that it has recognized it as having the geographic role of city. So if I double click on it, it maps out some cities. Now it's having a hard time mapping the cities, so we're going to click edit location, and it doesn't recognize these places, or it could exist in multiple places because it's defaulted the country to the United States. So if we change that defaulted country to India, then we have much fewer unknown fields. So we're going to focus on India and not look at these other locations because some of these are not in India, but we're going to make this visualization for India specifically. If you wanted to show what countries they were in, you can define from what field you can find the country information. So if we had two fields in here, one was city and one was country, that told you what country it was, then you would choose this from field and you'd choose that country dimension, and that would fix our problem, assuming things were spelled right and put in the right countries. In this case, we don't have country, so we have defined India, and that's where we're going to focus. Next, we're going to bring city onto color as well. And now they each have their own colors, and here's our legend. And we want these to have a different size based on how many matches they've had. So we're going to bring on ID onto size. And we want it to actually count those IDs. So we changed it to a count distinct. And now you can see the littlest ones have around 2, and then as they get bigger, this size is 20 and this size is 85. And when you hover, you can see exactly how many they have. You can adjust the size using this size marks card. Make our circles a little bit bigger. We can adjust our color by adding a border, maybe like a black border, but then changing the opacity so we can see through it a little bit for those that go over borders and start to overlap. And if we wanted to see the exact number without having to hover, we could take this ID onto label and again change it to count distinct. There we go. And now you can see exactly how many there are in each location. You can change where the labels show up by adjusting the alignment, so we could have it in the center and it kind of shows up inside their circles, but that's kind of hard to read in these smaller circles. So we could define that we always want it at the top or something like that. We could also have it say the city name. So if I drag city onto label, now it shows 9 and then the city, but if I want to change the order of that, see how it does the count and then the city? I could drag. So you saw right inside of here we have 2 that are on label, so they have this little T inside of a box. And now city is on top of count of ID. So city and then count. We could also allow people to filter. So if we click show filter here, and if we just want to look, it'll zoom in on the countries you select. So if we just wanted to look at a couple of them, then we could select individual ones. Or if we wanted to exclude certain ones, then we can make it easy to exclude. Great, so now we have our visualization for matches in each venue. Next, we're going to make another worksheet by clicking down here, and we're going to name this one Top Run Scorers. And this will allow us to be able to find who scores the top runs. So we're going to make a visualization called a tree map using this Show Me button. We haven't explored Show Me yet. Show Me will show you what visualizations you can build based on what you've selected over here. So when we selected city, it shows us that we can make maps using city. What we're going to do is look at city, and I'm going to hold Control and click Batsman, and I'm going to hold Control and click Batsman Run. And now you can see that tree map is filled in and not grayed out anymore, so we can select that. And it is showing us what batsmen have the most runs. We want the color to be based on city, so let's drag city onto color. And now we can see that it's separated out by city. And you can see that the person at the very top right with the biggest square has the most runs. But then you also get a second benefit of being able to know which city seems to have the most runs associated with it. So it looks like Mumbai has the most runs. Let's also filter this information. So let's bring on batsman runs, and then we can choose sum. And let's filter out batsmen who didn't get a total of 400 runs. There we go. So now we only see batsmen and cities that have a sum bigger than 400 runs. Okay, so we have city on label, but maybe we just want to be able to see that on hover. So we'll take city off of label, and now we just see the batsmen who have the highest runs for each city. And We'll also bring on the number of runs onto the label. So now we can see the batsmen and their runs and exactly how many runs they have. You can always get to how many they have based on hover. We'll go on to our next visualization, and that's going to be win percent based on toss decision. So we're going to see which decision you make based on the toss leads to a win more often. So you can choose to bat or you can choose to field. And if you choose to bat, do you win more than if you choose to field? So let's take a look. We have our toss decision, and we also have if they won the match or not, match winner. And I'm going to control click toss decision, and we're going to select pie. So here we have a pie chart that colors it based on toss decision, which is bat and field, and makes the angle and the size of the circle based on the match winners. Now we're only going to have the angle be based on match winner or not, and then we can define the size ourselves so we can make it bigger. I'm going to change this visualization to fit the entire view so that we can see the pie better. Great, but we don't see a percentage. So let's change this sum of match winners to a table calculation. So we're going to click Add Table Calculation, and we're going to change it to percent of total. We'll close that. So now when we hover, it says 60% of the matches were won by the people who chose field, and 39% were won by the people who chose bat. Let's make this into a label as well. So I'm going to control drag toss decision onto label, and what that does is make a copy and add it to label instead of pulling it off of color. So let's see what happens if I don't hold control. So if I just drag toss decision onto label, it got rid of it off of color and just put it on the label, and that's confusing. There's two pieces, but they don't look any different. So control drag fixes that. We'll do the same thing for that match percent of total that we made, match win percent of total. One of the benefits of having these labels here is that it allows you to be able to use this visualization even if you take a screenshot and send it to somebody and they can't hover over the top and see what everything means. Another thing you can do is annotate it, and so we can click annotate the point or the mark, and it will give you this box, and then it will put in some information that's showing up in your tooltip, and you can modify this, and we could change this so it's not bold anymore or leave it bold. And when you hit OK, it makes this box that you can move. Tells you information about that point or that mark. We can do the same thing here. It draws a line. And this allows you to put notes about it. You can see that these parts are dynamic, so it just fills in toss decision based on your field from over here, and it will change if it changes. So will the percent match winner. So for example, this is for everybody over all time, but if we show a filter for city, it adds it to our filters card up here, and then we could filter it to just this city, and you can see that they have updated. And in this city, they have more people who have chosen to bat win the game. And so you don't end up with old static information in either place. But if you did want to make a note manually about what you think is happening here, then you can do that as well. We could also do the same thing with date. And now you could choose just what year you want to see, so just 2017. And in 2017, the field advantage was a lot higher. And here's 2016. And that's all time. Our next visualization is going to explore the idea of if you win the toss, how likely you are to win the game. So we're going to look at historical data and see what's happened in the past. So we're going to call this advantage of toss winning. So we're going to bring on all of the toss winning teams, and we're going to also bring on all of the teams that actually won. So how it works is we can see all of the teams, and then you can see if they won or not. So we're going to quickly make a couple of changes to this. The first one is this team changed its name to this team name, so we're going to group those two teams into the same group so that they are treated like just one. And we're going to create a group based off of winner. And we're going to grab the two team names by control clicking and click group, and it puts them together. Let's replace winner with our winner group. There we go. So now you can see those two teams are together. Do the same thing with toss winner. Create group. One disadvantage to creating a group is that it's very manual. And so you have to manually create the group and you have to manually update it. So if they change their name again, you have to change it again. And it's nice to have the functionality in Tableau to make those changes in case you don't have the functionality to make the changes to the data source itself. But do keep in mind that if you have to manually group things together, you have to manually keep it updated as well. Next, we're going to exclude some data. So we have this null here that we'll just click exclude on, because that would be perhaps when a winner was not declared. And we're going to remove some of these teams that have holes in their analysis. And that could happen because they didn't play all of the teams, or so there was never a match with that team. And so here, for example, they played and they could have won, or this team could have won, this team could have won, or this team could have won. But these other teams don't seem to have any matches against them. So we can come across here for the winners, and I'll control click the teams that we're excluding, and then we'll just come over here to exclude, and you can exclude a bunch at a time. It just adds it to the filters right here. So if I right click on edit filter, you can see all the teams we've excluded. And then we'll do the same thing on the toss winners. And we'll control click and exclude. And now we are left with all of the teams that seem to have available data between them. And now we want to see, of these toss winners, who won the game. So we're going to count all of the matches, and that will give us the information we need. So I'm going to grab ID and put it onto text. Now what it's doing is giving me all of the IDs. So I've got to right click on it and change it to a measure and change it to count distinct. And now it will show you how many matches fit these categories. So for this team, if they won, when this team wins the toss, then this team usually wins, which is the same team. So I'm going to widen this out so we can see the names better. So when the Super Kings win the toss, the Super Kings won the game 42 times. Let's right click here and we're going to change it to a table calculation again for percent of total. And what that is saying is that of all of the games where the Super Kings won the toss, they also won the game 64% of the time. Now, you can read this with the numbers fairly easily, but it'll be a lot easier if we can also show it in color. So I'm going to change the marks to square. And I'm going to control drag this onto color. And now we have what's called a heat map. And the color is stronger where the percentage is higher. You can see our range over here. So you can see there's a pretty clear advantage to the person who wins the toss. They tend to be the one that wins the game. When the Daredevils win the toss, the person who wins the game the most is the Daredevils. Let's take this visualization and use it to analyze a different feature of the game. So I'm going to right-click on the worksheet and I'm going to click Duplicate. So now we have the same visualization twice. And I will rename it to be called Batting First Advantage. So here, instead of Toss Winner, we're going to bring on Batting Team. But let's first create a group again. So we're going to, don't be confused by Group By, that's not the same thing. We'll go to Create and click Group. We're going to put together, control click the team names that have merged. Okay. And let's drag. You see how it's not up here right next to Batting Team? That's because they put the calculated fields that we've been making outside of the folders. So if you're looking for a calculated field, you can scroll down to the very bottom. And let's drag Batting Group right over top of Toss Winner. And it will replace it right out of there. And we have our gaps again, because the toss winners that we excluded only applied to that toss winner, so I can pull off this toss winner filter. We don't need it anymore. And then we will control click on the ones with the gaps that we wanted to remove. Click exclude. Okay. And now we have an analysis showing how the batting team does. In our next visualization, we're going to explore who the leading batsman is. And this could allow you to find out who's the best if you were in charge of putting together your team. So we can take all of the batsmen and put it on row. So now we have a list of every batsman. And we can bring batsman runs onto columns, and it will sum up all of their runs. Now what we can do is sort it from biggest to smallest, and we can see who are our top batsmen. We can bring batsmen onto color, so I'm control dragging again. And then they each get their own color. One nice thing that you could do here is filter it by the team. So here we have like team 1 and team 2, but what we would be doing is filtering it on batting team. So we're going to click show filter. And so if you wanted to see, well, like this is the best overall, but let's see who was the best to ever work for this team. And then it will sort it from best down. And you can switch the team. And if we choose this one, we should choose this one as well. And then we can see who's the best. Another thing that could be really useful is seeing who's the best by year. So we can come here to date and click show filter. And now we can see this is the best overall of these years. But if we just want to see most recently who's the best, that's a very different story. So filters can be very handy for looking at a bar chart here and getting the exact information you want. We could also maybe just look at the top 5 batsmen. So what we'll do is we'll drag batsmen onto filters, and we'll create a conditional filter based on top here by field. So we'll say top 10. We wanted to look at the top 5, so we'll change that to 5. And we're looking at the top 5 batsmen based on the sum of their runs. So you could choose something else to filter it by, but we want it to be based on their runs. And we hit apply, and there we go. We just see the top 5. And again, if you just want to see the top 5 for 2017, here's the top 5 for 2017. Maybe 2016 and 2017 together. Those are your top 5. Now, if we wanted to be able to change how many we see, as the developer, we could go in and change it here. But if we wanted our end user to be able to change it, then they can't, because when this is published, you can't change your filters. You can't change the filters that are the top conditional filters. We can change these filters that we show on the report called quick filters, but not this guy. We can see now that it's choosing top 5, but we can't select it. How many? So let's get rid of that card. And let's make a parameter that will allow them to select it. So create a parameter, and we're going to call this top n. We're going to make it an integer, and it's going to be a range. We'll let them choose between 5 and 30, and they can go up and down by 5. We'll click OK. So now we have here at the very bottom parameters, and we can right click on it and click show parameter control, and now we have this parameter over here called top n. It's set to 5, and then if I change it to 10, nothing's happening. And that's because we made the parameter, but we haven't put it anywhere in this sheet. So we're going to put it right inside of this filter. So you come here, and we want to choose top how many? You can do it based on a parameter, and we'll do it based on our top n parameter. Okay, so now when we change it from 5 to 10, the parameter updates the filter. So in presentation mode, the user can come in and choose how many they want to see. Now we've only let them go up to 30, but that's to your discretion. You could have this parameter do whatever you need. So we could say they can go up to 100, and that changes our parameter. Now we have all these little marks in between, and here I chose 80, 55, or you could even make it so that they don't have a step size. They just have a range, and then they have just this little slider, and it could be any number in between, but not lower than 5 and not bigger than 100. Let's remove this filter, and we will also hide this card because we won't give them the option to choose how many they want to see in this case. We'll just show them all. So, for this next visualization, we're going to look at our top 5. And we're going to see how they do over time. So again, we're going to start on by bringing on our batsmen. But we only want to see our top 5. So let's bring batsmen on the filters, and we'll do what I just showed with top 5. Now, since we don't have anything else on this visualization, it's not sure how to define the top 5. So we're going to do it with batsman runs, and we're going to have the sum of the batsman runs. So top 5 players over all time that have the highest sum of batsman runs. Highest sum of runs. So here we have them. And we're going to bring on their runs, and we'll sort them biggest to smallest. And next we're going to bring on a time element so we can see it over time. So I'm going to drag date over here. And now it's doing a line chart for with a dot for every year. And I'm going to change year from the discrete year to the continuous year so that it's an axis down here. And now we can see that over time. We can bring batsman onto color so we can see the different color for each batsman. And here's how they're trending. And then we'll also bring the batsman runs onto label. And now you can see how many runs they had. Next, we're going to take a look at finding out who our leading bowlers are. So let's bring all of our bowlers onto a visualization. One way to look at this would maybe be to see which bowlers have the least runs associated with them. So we can bring the runs up here and then sort it smallest to biggest. However, they could have very few runs associated with them because they don't bowl very often. So let's bring on match ID and change it to be a measure that is a count of match IDs. And we can see that a lot of these with the least amount of runs also have the least amount of matches. So it's not a very good indicator. We have here what's called a dismissal kind. And you can see the reasons that the batsman was dismissed. And one of them is hit wicket. So you can see any of the bowlers that hit the wicket. So let's bring dismissal kind onto filters and we'll just look at those that hit the wicket. So we have these ones that have hit the wicket, and let's see how many times they did that. So we'll actually bring on down here number of records. And we'll sort it biggest to smallest. So now we can see that this bowler has hit it twice in our limited set of data. If we include all of the dismissal kinds, except for null, so this means that they were dismissed for any of these reasons, we can see which bowlers had the most dismissals. And let's bring bowler onto color. Great, and we'll rename it. To leading bowler. And we're going to do a similar thing as we did with top 5 batsmen with bowlers. So we could start with this visualization and replace by right-clicking and click duplicate. Let's bring it to the end. And now, instead of top 5 batsmen, we can change it to bowlers. But first, let's bring in our dismissal kind and only choose the ones. So here we can click exclude, and we're going to exclude null and hit apply. So we don't have the nulls anymore, we just have the ones that were dismissed. And we're going to bring in the bowler on top of the filters, and we're going to have it be based on the top count of dismissal kind. Top 5. Okay. And we'll put bowler over top of batsman. And we'll take out the sum of batsman runs. And put on our number of records. And batsman didn't get removed when I pulled bowler on top of it, so I must have accidentally pulled it in front of it. There we go, batsman's gone. Now here's a disadvantage to making a copy and then changing it, because it's like, what's happening here? But it's because batsman is still on color and sum of batsman is still on runs. So let's take number of records and put it onto runs, onto the text. And then let's take bowler and put it onto color. That clears things up quite a bit. So now we can see the bowlers over time. If we take year of date off, we can see which ones are the best overall, and we'll sort it. There we go. And then we'll put year back on by dragging date up here, right-clicking and changing it to a continuous. There we go. So now we have our top 5, and we need to rename this to top 5 bowlers. Okay. So now we have all these visualizations and we can start putting them together into dashboards. So let's make our first dashboard. We're going to have the size be automatic, so it fills the screen here. You have some options with the different sizes. You can have it be a fixed size, or you can define the width and the height. You could also define the width and the height based on some of these presets, like a desktop browser or a laptop browser. You could have it be automatic, so it fills the space. Now this will have it fill the space on any screen, so if they're looking at a much smaller resolution, then it'll try to squish all of your visualizations into one size. So I don't recommend automatic for a lot of visualizations because you need to have extra space. Or if you define this should be here and this should be over here, then it will all squish it all together. There's also a range where it's sort of like it's automatic and it will adjust based on what screen you're looking at it. However, there is a minimum size, and it will never be smaller than that, and a maximum size, and it will never be bigger than that. So it won't stretch or shrink your stuff too far before adding scroll bars. So here we have automatic and our first dashboard. So we're going to rename our dashboard. We're going to call it Overall Performance. Oh, the first one we're going to make is going to be looking at venue and run scored. Great. So this is our dashboard space. So it says drop sheets here. And then these are our dashboards. And we have other objects down here that you can also bring on. And then over here we have layout, which after you have brought things on, you can change their layout here. And it will show your item hierarchy based on how they're nested down here. So on our dashboard, we will first bring in our matches. And we will bring in our top scorers. And we have all of these different places for matches, and we have our different cities for our top scorers. And so if we go back to this sheet, top run scorer, we can do that in 3 ways. We can come down and find the right sheet and click on it to go to that sheet. We can look at our visualization and click this go to sheet, and it will take us to that sheet. We'll go back. Or we can come over here to our sheets and click go to sheet, and it will take us to that sheet. So let's take our filters off of the sum of runs so that we're showing all runs for all cities. You know what? Instead, let's just edit it so it's filtering out only those that never scored more than, say, 100. Okay, so we have a lot more in here, but it will filter out some of the lowest ones. And we'll go back to our dashboard. And now there's one thing you can do, which is called an action. And so we can click Use as Filter. And now when we click on a city over here, it will filter the remaining sheets on this dashboard to what you've selected. So we can see how many matches have been done in different cities. And if we want to see, well, who are our best players in Mumbai, it will filter down to the top run scorer. So that's called an action. So let's get rid of that, and we'll look at doing it manually as well. So here under dashboard, we have our actions, and you can see there are no actions in here. But then when I come and click Use as Filter, then we go to dashboard and actions, and now we have an action called Filter 1 generated. And what that has done is made an action based off of the matches in each venue sheet, and it affects the other sheet on select, and when you unselect, see it says clearing the selection will show all values, and it's doing it based on all fields. Okay, so if we wanted to make a different action, which is a URL action, on these 2 sheets, when you select, it'll take you to this website, So this is the Wikipedia beginning page. But let's say we wanted to take you to a specific Wikipedia page. In Wikipedia, if you append on the name of the Wikipedia page to the end of this URL, it will take you straight to that page. And we're going to assume that there's a Wikipedia page for all these different cities. So we have city put in there. And if we hit OK, and now when we click on a city, then it will bring up the Wikipedia page for that city. So if we come back and we unselect that, and then we come over here and we pick a different city, it'll do the same thing and bring up that Wikipedia page. So right now it's if you click on either chart, it will bring up the Wikipedia page. We can edit that by maybe changing it so that it's only when you pick it in the top scorer chart. So when you select something over here, it filters the top scorer chart, but when you select on something in the top scorer chart, it brings up that city. And that's just an example. And now it's bringing up that page on a separate screen. So there we go. Now we're back. Okay. And some more things that we can do is we'll get rid of this visualization that is a legend for how big the circles are and what that means, because we have the labels right over top of the circles, so we don't need a legend for that. We'll close that. We have the capability of filtering on city right now, but when we do filter on city, it's only affecting this visualization and not this visualization. So we can change that by hovering over Apply to Worksheets and then changing it to Selected Worksheets and clicking All on the dashboard. And when I click Show All Worksheets in the workbook, you can see the rest of the worksheets that are not on the dashboard are not affected. Unselect, okay. And now when I filter these, it does it in both places. Another thing we can do to make this look a little nicer is make this a multiple values drop down. So now it's in a drop down form. We can also a horizontal object up here and put city up inside of there as kind of like a header. We can have some more filters. So if we wanted to be able to filter by the date, we can put the date on filter there. We'll click Use All for now. Let's go back to our visualization. We'll click on the visualization we added it to and hover over Filters. And look, you can add year of date. Here it is. Let's put it up next to city. And we'll also change it to a multiple value drop-down list. And we'll also have it apply to selected workbooks all on dashboard. Okay. So now we can see the different years. If we only wanted to see maybe 2017, they both apply. Or they apply to both visualizations there. And we can have those. And we can add a blank object over here on the other side of city so that it doesn't take up quite as much space. We could put a text object up here too with the name of maybe the whole workbook or the sheet. There it is. But if we want to edit it, then we can make it bold and we can make it big. And those are some of the things we can do to update all of our different dashboard things. Our next dashboard is the one that's going to be about overall performance. We're going to change it to automatic again. And we're going to bring in information about performance. So we'll bring in the leading batsman and our leading bowler. Our top 5 bowlers will go underneath the bowler information, and our top 5 batsmen will go underneath the batsman information. You can see that any filters we had or any different legends we had are showing up here. We don't need these legends because we have the names right next to them. So let's get rid of those. When I clicked on the bowler in that last visualization, or in the last legend, it highlighted that particular bowler. So I had to unselect it before I closed it out. Okay, and then we had batting teams filter here, which we will not use. But we will use this year filter, and now if I change it, it will only affect this visualization, but I want it to affect all. So again, this is just a good habit to have, to make sure all of your filters affect everything on the dashboard that you want it to affect, and that it's very clear which ones it's affecting. Let's give it some space. We can move this whole piece to along the top here. It doesn't need that much space. And we'll change this to be a drop-down filter. And it doesn't need all of the space, so we can add some blank to either side and have it a little bit more in the middle here. So now we just want to look at 2017. We can see our leading batsmen and our leading bowlers, but then you can't see it over time anymore. So let's change our minds, and maybe we only wanted to apply to worksheets, these 2 worksheets, because we want these worksheets to still show it over time. So if we click selected worksheets and we remove our top 5, now we can see that these worksheets update and these ones do not. But one thing to keep in mind is that these are the top 5 over all time, whereas these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are the top 5 for this year. And so these top 5 are not the same people, you can see, as these top 5. Well, this one is. And this one is. But it's going to change, and so that's the point, is that it's important to recognize that these top 5 could update to just the top 5 for the year we selected if we still had it applying to these worksheets. So it's just your call. Information over time, when filtered to just one period, can be not very useful. So our next dashboard is going to be about advantage. And we're just going to make it so that we can see the advantage of the toss and the advantage of batting just side by side. So let's add a blank up here, blank down here. And it just gives you a visualization where you can see the advantage of winning the toss and the advantage of batting first. One thing that we're seeing here is that we're getting a scroll bar because it's too wide to fit in the selected area. So we could change the visualization to fit width, and then it will make this shrink to fit inside the area instead of giving us a scroll bar. We'll do the same thing here, fit width. If we change it to entire view, then it will also change the height to fill this area. Entire view. There we go. Today we're going to talk about building dashboards in Tableau based on cricket data from the Indian Premier League. Please comment below for access to this dataset, and somebody from the Simplilearn team will get back to you, and then you can follow along. if you have any questions about creating a data source off of a text data set. So we're going to get started, and in this visualization, we're going to look at batsman information. So let me rename the sheet, and I'm going to call it All Innings Score. And so by the end of this, we're going to have two visualizations, two dashboards. One of them focuses on batsmen and one of them focuses on bowlers. Some of the use cases behind this is if you are trying to figure out who did the best of the batsmen and who did the best of the bowlers, for if you were trying to put together a team. So let's get started. We're going to look at batsmen. And here we have listed out all the batsmen. We're going to make this visualization so that you can look at just one batsman at a time. So I'm going to right click on batsman and click show filter. And now we have a filter over here with all of our batsmen, and we can choose just one or all of them. Let's just look at one for now. And then we're also going to look at their information across all of their matches. So we're going to bring on match ID. And now we have all of the matches for this batsman. Now we have quite a few matches, so we're going to allow them to filter to just one season, 1 year. So if I right click on date and click show filter, it gives me this automatic year filter. So we'll just filter to maybe 2014. And now we have all of those matches for 1 year for one batsman. And we want to look at the runs for this batsman. So we'll pull runs out here onto rows, and it now gives us bars for all of those rows. If we were looking at multiple batsmen, so I select all here, it'll section them out by their names, but it's a little bit difficult to tell where one batsman ends and one begins. Sometimes it's not that visually easy, even though there are lines, so we could make those lines darker, or another thing we could do is take batsman and pull it onto color, and now each batsman gets their own color, and it's a lot easier to tell the difference. Let's go back to just looking at one batsman. And let's sort the matches from smallest to biggest as in number of runs. So here we have all of the runs for this batsman per match. If we look at multiple batsmen, you can see how he did as opposed to other batsmen. There we go. Let's move on to our next visualization. It's going to be about, I'm going to click on the sheet, click rename, and click type of dismissal. So now we're going to make a chart that shows you for one batsman for 1 year what kinds of dismissals they had. So we want the filters we made on all inning scores over here to also apply to this worksheet. So let's talk about filters a little bit. When we right click on filters, we can hover over apply to worksheets, and we have these options. We have all using related data sources, all using this data source, or only this worksheet. And that's because we haven't built a second worksheet yet. We have another worksheet, but it doesn't have the batsman information on it. Come right click on year, same thing. So when I bring, or any information on this worksheet, we just need to have some information on this worksheet for it to start being taken seriously. So I drag dismissal on to color, I go back to this sheet, right click, and now we should have another option. Only this worksheet, selected worksheets, all using this data source, or all using related data source. We're going to use the option selected worksheets. Now why would we use the option selected worksheet instead of all using this data source? This is because we're going to apply these filters to all of the batsman worksheets, but as I mentioned before, we're also going to make visualizations based on the bowlers, and we're not going to use this same filter on the bowlers worksheets. So I'm going to click selected worksheets, choose my worksheet, and hit OK. I'll do the same thing here on year, apply to worksheet, selected worksheet, and do the same thing. Okay, so because of filters and because how you can have different filters per worksheet, or one filter that affects 2 worksheets but not the other worksheets, it's best in my mind to do all of your filters at the end when you're actually building the dashboard, so that you can keep track of what the filter affects and what it doesn't. In this case, for our purposes, we've done it already, so now we're looking at just one batsman, just 1 year, but my preference is to do it at the end. Now we brought on dismissal kind and put it onto color, and I want to make a pie chart, so I'm going to click on marks and change it to pie. And right now there's nothing telling this visualization how big each slice of the pie should be, so you need to drag something onto angle. Let's first make the pie bigger just so that we can see it better. And then let's also remove the dismissal kind of null. So we have null dismissal kind, and that's when the batsman did not get out. However, we're trying to keep track of how many times they did get out, so this isn't relevant. So I right-clicked on null over here and clicked exclude. What that did was made a filter right here on dismissal kind. And we click edit, and you can see it's excluding null. So that's what right-clicking and clicking exclude did. So right now it's doing 50 and 50. It doesn't know how big to make each angle, and we want it to count the dismissal kind, and that's how it'll determine how big to make each angle. So I'm going to drag dismissal kind onto angle, and I get an error. Why would I get an error? I would get an error because it's treating it like a dimension, and a dimension is by definition not something you use to measure things with. And so you can't say this angle should be this big based on a dimension. So we're going to change it to a measure, which is when we're going to count the dimensions. So we're going to do a count of dismissal kind. So if they got out because they were bowled out, then we'll count how many times that happened, and that will determine the red angle or the orange angle. And if it was caught, that will determine the red angle. So count. Great. So now we can see 5 and 6. So for this batsman for this year, he was out 11 times, 5 times because it was caught, 5 times because it was bowled. Let's control and drag dismissal kind onto label. So now we can quickly see the 5 and the 6. And we're going to control drag dismissal kind onto label, and we can see which kind of dismissal it was. That keeps us from having to need this legend. So we can click hide card, and we don't need that anymore. Now we're going to make another pie chart based on runs. So since I'm making a second pie chart, I'm going to duplicate this. There are some pros and cons to duplicating it. One of the pros is when we come up here to filters and we come to selected sheets, we can see that the filters that applied to type of dismissal are automatically applied here onto type of dismissal too. And so that's great news because we do want it to be filtered to just one batsman and just 1 year. However, we don't want it to filter out dismissal kind of null anymore because now we're looking at runs, and runs need to have the times when they didn't get out. So we're going to pull dismissal kind off. And if you weren't paying very close attention or you copied it, then you might be confused as to why things were getting filtered out, but it was because it copied your filters as well. So that's one of the disadvantages of copying. Let's rename it runs distribution. And I'm going to pull off all of this information here so that we're starting from scratch. So here we have basically blank pie chart. And we're going to look at batsman runs. So there are a couple different kinds of runs that you can get. So I want batsman runs to determine color, but when I drag batsman runs onto color, it's doing a sum of batsman runs. And it's just trying to make it darker or lighter depending on how many runs there were. But that's not what I want. I want to use it as a dimension. And now we can see we have 0 through 6. And that means that a batsman either has 0 runs or 1, 2, 4, or 6 runs. Now there is 3 runs as well. However, because we're only selecting 1 year and 1 batsman, this particular batsman for this particular year only had either 0 runs, 1 run, 2, 4, or 6. So when we change it to a dimension, it's now, instead of summing up all of the runs, it is now just showing you their options. But it's still doing it like a scale from light to dark. I want 6 distinct colors, 1 for each. So I'm going to change it from a continuous type of field to a discrete type of field. And now I have 0, 1, 2, 4, and 6. Now I want to exclude 0 runs because I'm not trying to keep track of how many times they didn't get a run. I'm trying to keep track of how many times they got different kinds of runs. So again, let's exclude it. And now we have our 4 different kinds. And just to show this, I right-clicked on year, I click show filter, and if I show all the years, you can see our 5th kind of run where they got 3 runs on 1 ball shows up. So it does exist, it just didn't happen for this particular batsman during that year. Now we want the angle to be determined by batsman runs. However, we don't want to sum up the batsman runs. We don't want to take every time that he got a 6 and do 6 plus 6 plus 6 plus 6. What we want to do is count how many times he got a 6. So we're going to change it from a sum to a count. And you can see he got a 6 24 times. And so before, let's go back, it was taking 24 and timesing it by 6, which is 144, and summing up each of those times. But instead we want to count each of those times and see how many times he got a 6 and how many times he got a 4, not how many points were scored by getting a 6. So that's a little bit of a confusing thing to think about. Another thing you could do is, instead of doing a count of batsman runs, let's pull that off, you could use this number of records field, and that will show us how many, meaning the number of records, how many records did we have from this batsman in this year that showed that he batted a 6. So drag number of records onto angle, and you see we get the same thing that we had before. So those are 2 ways of doing it. Either change the batsman runs to a count, or grab number of records. Number of records is a little bit simpler. So let's also bring number of records onto the label, and we can see quickly that mostly he got 1s and got more 4s than he got 2s actually, which might be interesting to people who are trying to see how well this batsman does. Our next visualization has to do with the batsman's strike rate. So we'll make our new sheet, season, strike rate. And we'll need to make a calculated field to be able to determine the strike rate for a batsman. So we'll come here to this arrow, click on it, and click Create Calculated Field. We'll call it strike rate. And we're going to find out how many runs that a batsman gets basically for every 100 balls bowled. So we're going to get the total of the runs by doing a sum of batsman runs. We're going to divide it by the number of balls bowled. We know that this data set is 1 row per ball bowled. It's the ball by ball data. So we're just going to divide it by the number of rows, number of records. And we're going to put all of that in parentheses. And one thing I need to do is, instead of just number of records, I need it to be the sum of number of records, so that it adds them all up before it divides it. Okay, so sum of the runs divided by the sum of the bowled balls, and we will multiply that by 100. And that is our strike rate. Okay, so now that we have our strike rate, we can start building our visualization. We would like to have both of these filters, so I'm going to quickly apply it. So first build the visualization and then apply it. We're going to come here and bring date onto columns, and it's giving us 1 per year. We're going to change our marks card. No, let's leave our marks card the way it is. And then we are going to bring on our bowler, and we're going to bring on our strike rate next to bowler. Okay, so now that we have kind of the beginnings of our visualizations, let's go here And we can now apply it to our new worksheet. Apply the existing filters. One of the reasons it's so important to apply the existing filters to our worksheet. There we go. Now we can quickly see his strike rate for 2014. I'm going to control drag strike rate onto label, and we have it there as well. Okay, one of the reasons it's so important to use the same filter that is applied to all of these selected worksheets, instead of just bringing batsman back on and making our new filter each time, is we want on the dashboard to just have one filter that applies to all of them. So you can see here when I change this to 2015 and remove 2014, and then we go to season strike rate, we can see this one's also 2015 now. And we'll go back to 2014, season strike rate, and this one's also 2014. So we want, whenever a filter is changed, for it to affect all of the visualizations associated with our dashboard. And so all of our visualizations that are about batsmen and their information, we want to be able to use the same filters. So I'm going to click Show Filter quickly, and we're going to see what happens to this dot when I add more years. So this is going to allow them to see the strike rate per 100 balls over time if they select more periods. Our next visualization is going to be called Team versus Player. And we're going to see how many runs a batsman scores against particular teams. So we're going to bring on bowling team, because that's the team the batsman is against. We're going to bring on batsmen and their batsman run. So now we can see how many runs each batsman scored against all of these different teams. And again, we're going to apply our filters. There we go. Let's also bring batsmen onto color again, just for when we're looking at multiple batsmen at once in our filters. And we're going to bring the batsman runs onto label. There we go. So now we can have it in both places instead of just pulling it off and putting it on the new one. Great, team versus player. And our last visualization for the batsman dashboard is going to be called balls per boundary. So we're going to see how many balls bowled it takes for a batsman to get a boundary. But we have balls per boundary calculated here, and also a boundaries count calculated here. However, we're going to show you how to make our own versions of these calculations. So I'm going to create a calculated field. I'm going to call it boundaries count. And it won't let me save it as boundaries count because I can't have it saved as the same name. At least in Tableau Desktop, that's true. It looks like Tableau Public isn't getting mad at me for that. So, but I'm going to change the name to boundaries count calculated, so we can tell the difference between the one that existed and the one that we calculated. And we are going to do an if statement. So if the batsman runs, the individual batsman's runs, not the sum over whatever we select. If batsman's run is greater than or equal to 4, then 1, else 0. So it's giving me an error because I always need to have an end whenever I do an if statement. And this shows that whenever a boundary happens, so if they scored 4 or 6 on one ball, then we'll count it 1, otherwise 0. And if I sum this up, then we'll be able to count how many boundaries they had. So apply. Okay. And for example, if I brought on a batsman all the batsmen, and I brought on boundaries count calculated. This should be counting up how many boundaries they had over all time. So that's the numbers we're getting here. Okay, let's back it out. Now we're going to make our new calculated field called balls per boundary. Calculated. Just so that it's clear which one is which. And we're going to count all the balls. So this is for every ball bowled. So we're counting the balls. And we could also use the number of records here, similar to what we talked about earlier. And we're going to divide it by the sum of the boundaries count calculated. So this will show us how many balls it takes to get a boundary. Apply. Okay. Great, now we can start building our visualization. And we are going to bring on batsmen onto columns. And we're going to bring balls per boundary calculated onto rows. And now it's showing us how many balls it takes for the boundaries. Let's also bring batsmen onto color. I've got to hold control when I do that. There we go. So we have batsmen here and batsmen here. And we're going to do the same thing. Hold control, drag this down to label. And we can see the exact number. And for the final time, we're going to apply our filters. Now, I could have waited and applied my filters at the very end once I had all of these built. Again, I do recommend applying your filters at the end. Now we're going to put together the first of our two dashboards. So I'm going to click on dashboard here. I'm going to change it to automatic size, which will fill my screen. And I'm going to change it back to fixed size. So now we have our width and our height based on what automatic size was. Let's just round it out a little bit. So instead of 1678, I'm going to change it to be just an even 1600 and same even 900. So now we have our fixed size here. There's also, you could change it to a laptop browser or a full screen. So if we click full screen, there's that size. Generic desktop. I'm going to go back to my size. The size that works for you is going to be based on the size that works the best for all of your users. So that will take some research on your side. And before I get started, I'm going to do some formatting of my dashboard. So I'm going to click Format here, and I'm going to change the default shading for the dashboard to this particular shade. You can use this color selector or all of these different kinds of basic colors. And so it just gives it a different color than just the basic white. So that's a quick way to change the whole dashboard color. And I'm also going to bring on some text for the title of the dashboard. Let's name our dashboard. We're going to call it Batsman Performance. Let's actually spell it out there. Okay. And then down here it says Show Dashboard Title. So I'm going to select that, and we have Batsman Performance there at the top. If you don't want the title here to match what's here, you have a couple options. So you can click Edit Title and put in whatever you want. You can also we'll click Floating here, and we're going to just drag text on here. And that allows you to be able to make your own title like that as well, or just whatever text you need to put on your dashboard. So we'll just remove that from our dashboard. And we're going to bring on our visualizations, but we're going to bring them on as floating visualizations. So I've selected floating here versus tiled. Floating allows you to bring something on and drop it and wherever it lands is where it lands. And you can move it around, and it's not going to try to automatically fill this area. If I change it to tiled, and I bring this on, it'll fill the area, or I'll put it to the left or the right, and it will fill those sides. So back to floating. Floating has some benefits where you can just drop things and they will land there. However, if you make it floating, then you have to adjust the size of each individual thing instead of just, say, if we brought it on, undo that, as tiled, and we brought on this, and we brought on this, if I wanted to adjust the size of these things, I can just drag this little line in between, and it just tiles them and they fill the space you give them. Versus with floating, when I bring on this, and I bring on this, then I have to, if I want to adjust the sizes, I can make this one smaller, and then I need to make this one bigger independently of that. So, there are some pros and cons of doing it either way. But we are going to do it the floating way. And we are going to bring on team versus player first. And put it here. Then we're going to bring on, underneath that, type of dismissal. So basically all of our dashboards, one at a time. Here's where our balls per boundary goes. Our runs distribution goes over here. And it brings in whatever filters you showed at the time and all the legends that are showing up on that visualization. So if I go back to runs distribution, you can see we had year and that legend on there, and it brought them in as well. Let's also bring on season strike rate, which also had year, and all inning score. Okay, so this is the one that had all inning score, if you recall, was the first one we made that originally had our two filters. So we're going to change our filters from multiple value list to multiple value drop down. And that causes it to take up way less space. It still has an incredible height, so we're going to go to layout and we're going to change the height to something more reasonable. 100 just brings it onto the screen so that I could drag it like that. There we go. And then year of date. We're going to edit this one, let's see, to be multiple value drop down as well. And again, a more reasonable height for a multiple value drop down. Okay, so we've got started. We have this legend here for color for batsman, which we're going to remove because it has the name on it generally. And we're going to figure out how wide we want these to be. So we need all three of them to fit in our width 1600. So that would be a width around 500 each. So let's go to layout here, and we're going to change the width from 533 to 500 on each of these visualizations. And that gives us some extra space to go in between them all. It's a little bit more reasonable, the space in between. There we go. And run distribution. So once I've kind of figured out my spacing to go in between them, I can line up these bottom ones by matching the Y or X value. So this X is 25, and this one I want it to line up with it up and down, so I'll change my X to 25, and it shifts it over. This one is 555, so I'm going to change this one. And this one, I'm just going to copy and paste this one into this one. Now we kind of have the X figured out, and I want them all to line up along the Y as well. So I'm going to take this 170, and I'm going to apply the 170 to all three of these so that they line up perfectly. This is another benefit of having it be a floating object, because on a tile object you can't determine their position exactly, otherwise it would mess up all of the tiles around it. But you also don't need to put them quite as precisely in order, because when you do tiled, it kind of lines them up along lines as they are tiled. Great. So this is a lot more straightforward. Let's get these. I'll get this guy about where I want it, and then I'll line this one up with it. Up and down. There we go. We can also come here and edit the title and just make the font a little bit bigger on both of these. And now let's make the worksheets here individually a little bit closer to the color that we picked for our background. So I'm going to right-click right on top of the chart and click Format. Then I'm going to go to the Shading section, and on the worksheet I'm going to choose More Colors. You see the color that we selected before for the background is in this little palette of recently used colors. And I want one that's slightly different than that, so I'm just going to enter in the one that I want, and I'll copy that so I can use it on the others. However, if I did want the same color as I had there, I could just select it right out of the recently used colors. Okay. And there we go. We'll come here, right-click on the chart, click Format, Shading, and I'm gonna paste in that color. And you see when I clicked from here to here, it kept me right on that same sheet. However, you see that this went to white instead of the darker color I had before. And so I don't even have to click Format again. I can just come here and paste in my color. So I have a color that matches more closely to my background color, but it's still different enough that I still have the outline, kind of the shape of having like cards on this dashboard. We'll go full screen here. We now have our dashboard that allows us to see all of the batsman performance information for whatever batsman we choose and whatever year we choose. So when we change the year, all of the charts update. We want to change the batsman to one of these Chris's. There we go. Some of them aren't in the year 2014, which is the problem we were having. There we go. So now we see all of the same information, but for Chris instead. So now that we've made our batsman dashboard, we're going to move on to making our bowler dashboard. Our first visualization for the bowler is going to be called Bowler Performance Against Team. It's very similar to the one that we made for batsmen, only it's showing how the bowler has performed against batting teams and the wickets that they got against those batting teams. So we're going to bring on the batting team so we can see all of the batting teams against them. We're going to bring on bowler so that it separates it out by bowler. One more try. We'll also put bowler onto color. And we're going to bring on player dismissed. No, sorry. We're going to bring on dismissal kind. We brought on dismissal kind, but I want to change it to be a measure and a count of the dismissal kinds. And let's put it here. So now we have a bar chart for the dismissal kind. You can see that it's going 0 to 30 for each of these. And that's because we have some that go all the way up to 30 against a team. And if we wanted, we could edit the axis and change it to be independent axis ranges for each row or column. So now we can see that it is 0 to 2 for this guy, but 0 to 30 for this guy. And that can be nice when you want to be able to look at them independently. However, when we're looking at them side by side and you're trying to compare, we would think that maybe this person did just as good as somebody like this person. So we're not going to do that because it could be misleading. Also, in the end, I'm going to have filters so that we're looking at one bowler at a time and 1 year at a time. So we won't need to see them all at once. Okay. We have bowler on color. Let's also control drag the count of dismissal kind on the label. So now it's labeled. Some of them are going to have a lot fewer against teams. Maybe they didn't play as many seasons and that they might have a lot more. That's why we're going to have the filter for a per season number. But we're not going to do that right away. Okay. Next workbook. Worksheet. And we're going to call it bowler versus player. So when we're looking at this at one bowler at a time, we can see how the bowler has done versus particular players. So we're going to bring on the batsman here. And then we're going to bring on dismissal kind here. And again, we're going to change it to a count measure. And we can count all the dismissals against particular players. When we filter it down to one bowler, we can see how they did versus certain players, and then in just 1 year. Let's sort biggest to smallest. We're going to bring batsman onto color. And that way when we switch from bowler to bowler, we could kind of see which batsmen fall in certain areas. It also just makes it quick to follow it along to the edge. And we could put count of dismissal onto label here so that it's easy to quickly see. However, when we filter it down to just one bowler and 1 year, then there's going to be a lot fewer dismissals per batsman. So it'll be pretty easy to see. So let's not do that. Let's go on to our next worksheet. And this one is going to be called bowling average. So we need to create a bowling average calculation. It's going to be runs conceded per wickets taken. So we have to come up with our runs conceded, which is all of the batsman runs. We'll sum those up and divide it by the number of wickets, which is the count of dismissal kind. And now we have our bowling average. There is a bowling average that already existed, so again, we're going to call it bowling average calculated so that we know which one's ours. Okay, apply, done. And we're going to bring on the bowler and bowler onto color. And let's bring on our bowling average calculated. We're going to sort it biggest to smallest. It might be better to sort it smallest to biggest. But some of these players might not have played or bowled, so that's why we'll have nulls. So, biggest to smallest it is. And let's also bring the bowling average that we made onto the label. Great. Our next sheet, we will also need to make a calculated field for this one. And let me hurry and name it, and then I'm going to go back to bowling average because I had one more thing to do there. Economy rate is our next sheet. Okay, so for bowling average, we have a situation where maybe somebody doesn't know what the bowling average means. So you can right-click on your chart in the outside area, outside of the graph area, and click on caption, and the caption will pop up, and it's automatically making a caption, which is bowling average calculated for each bowler. It's just describing what's happening. And then it says color shows details about the bowler, which it does, and the marks are labeled by the bowling average calculated. So when I double click on the caption, I can change it to be whatever I want, which I'm going to put runs conceded per wicket taken. And now we have a caption that kind of is describing what this visualization means. So on economy rate, the economy is defined as the number of runs conceded for each over bowled. So instead of the runs conceded per wicket taken, it's for each over. So we're going to create our calculated field. We're going to call it economy calculated. Again, we have to get a sum of our runs. There's our runs. We're going to divide it by the count of the balls. So this will tell us how many balls were thrown. But we don't want how many balls were thrown. We want how many overs there were. So just to make this a little more clear, I'm going to put parentheses around this. And we're going to take, there are 6 balls thrown in an over, so we're going to take the number of balls and divide it by 6 to get the number of overs. So we'll take batsman runs, and then this is per over. Hit OK. And for this visualization, it's going to be pretty similar to the last one, where we're going to bring on economy, and we're going to put economy onto, I'm going to hold control and put it onto label. Sum of economy. Oh, it's not even using my calculated field. So, economy calculated. There we go. Now it's much more reasonable. We'll drag economy calculated onto label. And since this dashboard is going to be meant to be viewed one bowler at a time, we're going to not split it out by bowler in this situation. But you could. And if you do split it out by bowler, that means they could select more than one bowler at a time and see their economy side by side. Also here, we can see that it says economy calculated for our label. And if we hit edit axis, we can change the title. So we're just going to call it economy. Probably need to do the same thing for bowling average. There we go. Edit axis. Bowling average. Okay. It got mad because I didn't close it. And then there we have it. Again, I'm going to right click in some empty space and click caption. And then we have our caption here. Edit caption. And we're going to put average runs conceded. Okay. There we go. We have our caption. We have our chart. And we have one more visualization to make for our dashboard. Remember, if you have any questions or comments, please put them below, and somebody from the Simplilearn team will help us answer those questions. Or if you have an answer to somebody else's question, feel free to chime in. We'll get a good discussion going. The last one is called a dismissal. And we're going to look at, kind of like we did before, a type of dismissal, but this was the batter and how they got dismissed. Whereas this is the bowler and how they took the wicket. So we are going to also make a pie chart, which means dismissal kind goes on to color, and we change the marks to pie. So we have a pie that shows a color for each of the dismissal kinds. Again, let's remove null. So again, I came over here, right-clicked, and clicked exclude. But you can do it right on the visualization. Dismissal kind, and you see how it's blank instead of bold or cotton bold. And click exclude there. So there it makes our filter. Next we need to determine the angle size. We're going to bring on number of records. And the more records that fall under that dismissal kind, that means the more often that kind happened. And let's bring number of rows, number of records onto label as well. And also we're going to entire view so that it's nice and big and easy to read. And we're going to add a caption. And we're just going to put dismissal types. We'll see how that comes up on the visualization. So now that we have made all of our visualizations for our dashboard, let's add our filters. So just on this last one, I'm going to bring bowler onto filter. And we're going to click use. Let's actually select a bowler. You can use this box to search. There we go, and it's popped up. You see how I didn't even have to start searching it at the beginning of the name. It's just smart enough. So we have our bowler. Let's bring on date. We're going to choose years. And let's choose 2016. And we have our year. And now let's apply it to all the worksheets that it applies to. So dismissal, economy rate, bowling average, bowling versus player, and bowler performance against team. Same for year. Okay, and you can see how much quicker that is to apply instead of doing it every time you make a new dashboard. So, much quicker, saves you some time, can be confusing, so make sure you do it, because if you forget to do it and then you change a filter on a dashboard and it only changes one of the visualizations on that dashboard, then it can be really confusing. And like on the batsman performance, if we had forgotten to add these to all the visualizations and we left it off of this visualization, then people could be confused as to why that's not changing. Or off of this visualization, if it's not changing, it's hard to know if it's not changing because it didn't change from year to year. Maybe his types of dismissal were the same from year to year. Or it's just hard to tell the difference and see if it's not affecting it. So always be sure to double check that your filters are applied to everything you need them to be applied to. Let's make a dashboard. Okay. We're going to make it what we made it before. 1600 by 900. And you can see all of our sheets are showing up. But let me show you a quick trick here. This dashboard uses all of the batsman sheets, and we don't use any of the batsman sheets again inside of the second dashboard. So if I right click on the batsman performance and I click hide all sheets, it doesn't hide all sheets, it just hides all sheets associated with that dashboard. And now you no longer see those sheets. And then I come to dashboard 2, it's only showing me the sheets that are not hidden for that dashboard. Let's get started by first changing our dashboard color. So I came to dashboard and I hit format. And I'm going to change the color to this blue color. And there's our background. And then I'm going to click show dashboard title, which is dashboard 2 right now. So let's rectify that right now. And we're going to call it bowler performance. And here we have bowler performance. Let's do floating, which is already selected. And we're going to bring on bowler performance against team. And we're going to go side by side with bowler versus player. And it's brought on, both of these have brought on legends that are actually not helpful because we have labels that tell us these things. So we're going to get rid of these legends. Sometimes I wait till I have brought on all of my dashboards before I remove legends or change filters. So all of my worksheets. Sometimes I wait till I've brought on all my worksheets. I'm going to bring on bowling average and economy rate and dismissal. Here's an actually useful legend, so we'll keep that around. Remove this legend, because right there, it just tells you right next to it. And now let's start adjusting our charts. So I'm going to make these two side by side up here, so they need to split the space. So let's try a width of 750. which gives you a little bit of space side to side, but still uses the space a little bit better. You can see that this visualization is too tall to fit inside of the area we've given it, so it has a scroll bar here on the side. If you change how this fills in its space, so right now it's standard, you can have fit width, which it's already fitting the width of the area that is provided. If you do fit height, it's going to force everything to fit inside of that area, so there's no scroll bar, and it does not look good for this visualization. And then entire view, it's the same thing. It's trying to make everything fit inside that area. So we're going to go back to standard. Another one that's good for things where you do want the scroll bar up and down is fit width. So either of those are good. These two are going to share space underneath this one. And so I'm going to make them both, let's say, 300. How does that look? That looks good. Let's make this one the same size as this above it. 750. Bring it over. Okay. You notice one thing that's happening here is we cannot see, at this point, the filters. There are no filters popping in here, even though we added filters. Now, why would that be? That's because we have no filters being shown on our visualization. None of our worksheets showed the filters, they just existed here. So, if we come and we click on one of our visualizations, click the drop-down arrow, and we go to filters, we can see all of the filters we can select from. We're going to bring on Bowler. Let's make it the drop-down. And again, it's just made it a really unreasonable height because it was trying to fit all of those bowlers. But 20 is too small. There we go. And we'll go here and also bring on year of date. What's the height on this one? 55. 55 is a good height. Now it's time to clean it up a bit. So we have all of our pieces. Let's first make sure when I change this that everything changes. So when I unselect 2016, they should all go to null, and when I click Fit 2015, they all update. That's what we want to see. Okay, so we have all the pieces. We just need to get them lined up, looking nice, and just getting things a little bit more clean. Like here, we want to show our caption that we added. And here. And here. So this kind of is something that you can use on your dashboard to describe things that are happening or different pieces of it. It's just an easy way to add a caption. And then let's line them up and down. I think that we could probably make both of these a little taller. What do we think about 350? Maybe even 400. And we'll bring these ones down. That's really nice for this visualization to have more space. Just a little bit more space. Whatever you can give it, honestly, is really helpful. Sometimes with these visualizations that are up and down, I like to give them the whole side to themselves. So maybe we would move this over and make it smaller, and these all three would fit right here, and then I'd give this one all of this up and down space. I'll undo that. We can move this legend over a little bit more. There we go. And then let's start lining things up. I like where this one is positioned on the y-axis, so I'm going to copy that and bring it over here. They were pretty close. There we go. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the y-axis for these ones. just to make sure they're perfectly lined up. These, it looks like I could make a little bit wider, if you would like. One thing that's happening here is it looks a little bit like this one has more up and down space than this one does. And that's because it's missing this label. And it also isn't colored the same as these other ones as it represents the bowler. Well, we can fix that because if you remember, we did not put bowler onto the columns. We put it on there. There's our label. We also didn't put it onto color. And there we go. So that gives us a little bit more consistency between these two visualizations. However, they're still labeled economy rate and bowling average with their captions at the bottom there. Okay. And since these are the same width, I would like to line them up on the x-axis. So I'm going to take this there, and that lines those up. I want to make sure that these are lined up and down, pretty close, but not quite there. There we go. And also, year of date is not necessarily what I want. The of date part is just not useful for what we need. So I'm going to change it to year. I'm also going to center it. We'll come here for bowler and center that one as well. Center. And also, let's make it a little bigger. See how it did not make it bigger? That is because the formatting in here, such as changing the font or bolding it, requires you to have whatever text you want selected. So now it's bigger. There we go. I like the white on the blue, so I won't change these individual dashboards or individual worksheets to be a different color. Let's take a look. Here we have our second dashboard. If we come here and we click Hide All Sheets, now you can only see the two dashboards in these tabs at the bottom. And you can see that we can have different years for the two different dashboards. You could tie the year together. Oh, we have year of date on this one too. Let's change that. So, that's not what I meant to click. There we go. Edit title. We're going to make it centered. We're going to make it bigger. Don't press enter when you're not done. And we're going to erase of date. So that's just year. Do the same thing over here. This just adds a little bit of consistency. They are two separate dashboards. But if people are going to look at them side by side maybe, or one right after the other, it is nice to have some consistency. There we go. So, there you have it. We have made two dashboards. One of them about batsman performance, one of them about bowler performance. During this time, we learned about formatting our dashboards. We learned about floating versus tiled, and about positioning legends and filters, some of the options we have for changing filters. Today we'll be going over answers to common interview questions for Tableau positions. First question is, what are the data types supported in Tableau? We have string, date and time, numerical, Boolean, so true or false, and geographical. In Tableau, you can tell what kind of data type you have. So when you're on the data source tab, you can see that this is numerical and this is string. Here we have a date. We don't have any date times here. That would have the little clock icon. And we also have geographical. These are set by default, and you can change them by clicking on the icon. And say we wanted row ID to allow text, so we'll change it to string. And you can see the icon changes there. The next question has to do with how well you understand dimensions and measures. So a key thing to remember is that dimensions are qualitative and measures are quantitative. And if you can remember those particular words, it helps convey what the interviewer is looking for. So dimensions are qualitative, and you can use them to categorize your data. So for example, you can categorize your data by what country it comes from. And measures are quantitative and can be aggregated. So you can do a sum of sales, or you can do the average profit. Did you know that Tableau automatically assigns each field a data type and a role, and that it automatically aggregates your measures using sum? But you can change what the default aggregation is. Question 3. What do you understand by discrete and continuous in Tableau? So we have discrete values and continuous values. Discrete is represented as blue and continuous is represented as green. So let's look in Tableau. When we go to our worksheet, you can see that all of the dimensions are automatically blue and all of the measures are green. However, you can have a continuous dimension and you can have a discrete measure. So we have discrete dimensions, which is a blue dimension, but also continuous dimensions, and date is a good example of that. Let's take a look. So we pull on order date. We right now have year, and it's making categories instead of a continuous axis, so it's making a finite list there. But we can change it to be, you can see now it's marked as continuous here, and it's green, and we can change it to be an axis. Instead of different categories, it would be a continuous axis. So you can also have discrete measures, which are blue measures, and continuous measures in the green. So for example, let's say we had a visualization that had the region and sales and profit. But instead of having an axis for profit, maybe we just wanted to have a number for the profit listed right next to the region, and then we could have the sales visualization. So what we could do is change it to a discrete value and put it next to region, and now it's part of the labels. And that's an example of having a discrete measure. Did you know that continuous is infinite and discrete is finite? Those are some key words that you could use also to describe the difference between continuous and discrete. And also just remember that discrete is blue and continuous is green. The next question, number 4, is what are filters? And name the different filters in Tableau. So filters are a way to restrict the data that allows you to only see the data that you want to see in your workbook or dashboard. And there are these different types of filters, and they also have a specific order. So if you can remember the different filters, that's helpful. But also if you can remember what order they apply in, that'll get you some definite bonus points in your interview. We have extract filters that filter the data as it extracts, and it will affect how big your extract is. We also have data source filters here, which will filter the data out of the data source. However, the extract will still be the same size. So let's take a look at this handy visualization that Tableau has on their website. We have the order of operations, and in blue we have our filters. So extracts is first, and it filters down your extract to just what you've selected. Then we have data source filters that will apply to the entire data source. So any visualization that uses that data source will have these filters. We also have context filters, which are next, which come before some of these level of details. That's the major difference, is that it applies before some of these sets and conditional values. And then you will do dimensions and then measures. So any filters that happen on dimensions happen before any measure filters. The last type of filter we have is a table calculation filter, which happens after all of the rest of them, and basically just applies to your visualization, just the one visualization. Question number 5. There are 3 customer segments in the Superstore dataset. What % of the total profits is associated with the corporate segment? Perfect. So in some Tableau interviews, you may be asked to build a visualization. For our examples here, we'll be using the Superstore dataset, and if you don't have access to the Superstore dataset, just comment below and somebody on the Simplilearn team will help you get access to that. Also, this is a fun opportunity to pause the video, and then you can work on this on your own, and then come back and see if what you did was the right thing or how we did it differently. Also, you can comment below on what your answer is, and we'll see if we can all get the right thing. So let's build this. 3 customer segments in the Superstore dataset. What % of the total profits is associated with corporate segment? Great. So we're going to bring on our segments, and we have consumer, corporate, and home office. And let's bring on our total profit. So I just did that by double clicking. And now it's just bringing on the sum for each of those by default. But we want to figure out what percent of the total each of these are. So we can change this to be a table calculation. We can click add table calculation, or we can do a quick table calculation and find percent of total. So let's go back to our question. We wanted to know the percent of total profits associated with the corporate segment. And the corporate segment has 32.12% of the total profits. And here's our solution with 32.12%. So did you get it right? Comment below if you got that. What are the different joins in Tableau? Give an example. So in Tableau, you can join your data. So if we wanted to look at orders and tie it to people, we can pull on people and it will give you this visualization, and you can see all the different joins here, and we'll discuss those in just a second. You also have the opportunity to union information, which would be if we had maybe 2 Excel sheets that had orders information. Perhaps one of them had 2012 and one of them had 2013. Then you could take your orders and pull it. So you see that pop up, drag table to union. And that's another way to add more data. And so those are all worth mentioning. Let's take a look at the different kinds of joins. We have our inner join, which will only give you the values that have matches in both tables. Our left join, that will give you all the values in the left table and its matches in the right table. And then the right join, which will give you all the values in the right table and its matches in the left table. The outer join, also known as a full outer join, will give you all the values in the left and the right table. And then as we discussed the union, you can see it's represented by a more vertical join. And what it does is it adds more rows. All the rest of these are about adding more columns. But this will add more rows in the same columns that you had before. If you have the opportunity to draw out the answer to this question and make these Venn diagrams, it's a really helpful way for you to explain your point, and it really portrays that you know what you're talking about. What is the difference between a join and blending in Tableau? So I just showed you how to make a join here, and we are joining an Excel sheet to another Excel sheet, all within the same connection to that Excel file. So when you're joining data, we'll look over here at the joining side, that's when you're bringing 2 or more tables within the same data source, and that's how you join it. And so we're all inside of a data source here, which, when I go to sheet 1, just has one data source here called orders, whatever we wanted to call it, and that is all within one data source. However, let's say we already had 2 different data sources in Tableau, and we wanted to bring together 2 of them. So in this case, it's an Oracle table, and we brought in an Oracle table and we made a data source, and then also an Excel table that had a second data source, and you can blend it together to get your combined data set. So the major difference, what you're going to really want to take away from this, is that blending is from 2 separate Tableau data sources, and that joining is all within one data source, and it ends up just being one data source in the end. In blending, each data source contains its own set of dimensions and measures, and when you join, it will combine it into one set of dimensions and measures. So let's go back to our example here. Let's bring on people. It is automatically said we're going to join it on region, and we're going to do an inner join. That's fine by me. And so we come here, and now we have just one set of dimension and measures under orders. However, if we were to add a second data source, which we will, it'll be an Excel file, and it will be based off of this rank example. We'll open that up. And now when we go to sheet 1, we have 2 data sources. And if we were to blend this data together, we would still see 2 separate sets of data, only we would be able to pull in from this set some information, and we'd pull in from this set some other information. So that's a visual difference between blending and joining. Question number 8 is, what is the difference between a live and an extract? So first we'll talk about live, and we'll say that your dashboard is connected live to a database. And so a live connection will query that database every time you open up the dashboard or visualization, so that you're getting the most recent information each time. And it's useful for if you need information that's a little bit more real-time. However, it can be slower, especially if your queries are complicated. With an extract, it will run the query beforehand and store the information on Tableau server or on your local machine, and so that it's faster to get to. However, it is not real-time information. So if you had a refresh of your extract that runs every day in the morning, and then during the day somebody has made a change to your database, they won't see that change on your dashboard until the next time the refresh runs for your extract. In Tableau, you can set if you want the connection to be live or extract when you first are making your data source. And this is in Tableau Desktop. In Tableau Public, you don't have that option. Did you know that the reason that extracts are faster is because Tableau doesn't need to access the database each time it builds the visualization? And did you know that you can set up a refresh schedule on Tableau server in order to be able to see your extracted data update? Question 9. What is a calculated field and how will you create one? So if we look at our data set here, we have the opportunity to see the difference between order date and ship date. So to create a calculated field, you click Create Calculated Field with this drop-down arrow at the top, or you can right-click in white space, Create Calculated Field, then you give it a name, and we're going to call it Shipping Delay, and we are going to do a date diff. So if you don't see this dialog box here, you can click this arrow to see that. Our date part is day, the start date is order date, and the end date is ship date. So to remember how to create a calculated field, it's by clicking this down arrow and clicking Create Calculated Field, and then writing your query here. And a calculated field is an additional field made up using the data that you already have. So we've made a new field here, and it has the equal sign at the beginning. That might be worth mentioning, how to tell if it's a calculated field or if it was an original field. And then we can bring shipping delay here, and we can see the number of days that it took between the order date and the ship date. We could also duplicate a calculated field. So now we have shipping delay copy. And we're going to call this average shipping delay. And we're going to encapsulate it inside an average function. And now if we take off the order ID, the order date, and the ship date, it's automatically summing up those days, but we can bring on our average shipping delay. And you can see on average how many days it took. And let's change our number here to include decimal places. So a calculated field is a new field made from existing data. It can be used to create more robust visualizations, and it does not affect the original data set. For example, we made our average delay function here using data from our original data set. Question 10. How can you display top 5 and last 5 sales in the same view? You can show top 5 and last 5 sales for a same dimension by creating a set. So let's take a look at doing that here. We have our customers. So let's bring on customer name. And we're going to do it based on profit. So now that we've done it on profit, we can see these are our top 5 profit, and I've sorted it by profit. And here's our bottom 5. And we can create a set by coming and clicking on the dimension that we want the set to be based on. We'll right click there, and we will come to create and click set. And we're going to call this top customers. Top by field, top 5 by sum of profit. And now we have a set. It makes a set section here. Now we're going to make a second set off of customer name. Create set. Bottom customers. bottom 5 by sum of profit. We'll hit OK. And now we're going to combine these two sets. So I'm going to control click, and then we have both of them selected. And we're going to click create combined set, top and bottom customers. And we're going to have it include all members of both sets. And now we can pull top and bottom customers onto filters. And you can see our top 5 and our bottom 5. So if we control drag profit onto color, then it's colored by that as well. So key thing to remember is that you can use sets to show both the top and the bottom in the same visualization, and that you can combine those sets. Is there a difference between sets and groups in Tableau? The answer to this is yes. You can describe a group as being simpler and using only one dimension to determine the group, whereas a set can be more complex. So you could say sets are more complex, and you can use conditions to create the sets, and you can also use multiple dimensions and measures to create the sets. For example, here we create a group of subcategory. So we grab all of these things together and can group it, and that we'll have copiers and envelopes, and then we'll have one group of all of these together. Over here, you could create a set that looks at sales and profits to create a set. So the best way I can describe this is by looking at what we did here. And so we were able to use dynamic filtering here to create our sets, and where it will look at the top 5 or the bottom 5. And let's do the same thing we did there, but use a group. So for a group, we could see that these, we've sorted it, and we can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the top 5. So we could create a group. That's this paperclip here. And now we have a group of the top 5. And it's added that group. It makes a new group, customer name group. And it put it on the color for us. Now let's go to the bottom. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll create our group. So now we have a top 5 group, a bottom 5 group, so let's name them that. And we'll do that by clicking Edit Alias, top customers, okay, and we'll come here and we'll rename that, bottom customers, okay, and we'll put our top customers on top. And then let's hide all of the others, so we'll click Exclude there, and now we have a similar visualization as we had before for our sets, top, bottom. However, a key difference here is that we had to go through and select the top 5 and the bottom 5. So let's say that maybe Cindy, or let's say Henry Goldwyn, has suddenly had much more positive profit associated with them. If that changes, he's going to still stay in our group. This group is just using these customer names to determine who's in the group. So the group is Henry, Sherelle, Luke, Grant, and Cindy, no matter if their data changes. So say tomorrow all of this data is different, it's still going to put these people into the group. However, the sets, as you saw before, is based off of the profit, the sum of profit, and who has the top 5 and who has the bottom 5. If Raymond suddenly has a lot less profit and falls out of the group, then the groups won't pick it up, but the sets will. So that's one thing to remember, is that it could be based on conditions. And then you saw how we took two sets and put them together into our combined group. You could also have a set that is based off of 2 different dimensions or 2 different measures. And that's how you could put those 2 sets together and get dynamic sets. So the major differences, as we saw, is that a group is just based off of 1 dimension, and a set can have conditions and be based off of other dimensions. Also, you need to know that groups cannot be used in calculated fields, but sets can. Question 12. What is a parameter in Tableau, and give an example? A parameter is a dynamic value that a customer could select, and you can use it to replace constant values in calculations, filters, and reference lines. So, for example, here we determined we wanted bottom 5 and top 5 customers, but let's give them some options. So we'll create a parameter, and we'll call it select number of top, bottom customers. And we're going to let it be a range with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 20 and a step size of 5. So we'll let them go 5 at a time. Okay? Now if we click Show Parameter Control, we can see our parameter control, and you can do 5, 10, 15, or 20. But since it's not in any of our calculated fields or sets or filters, then it's not making any difference. So let's put it inside of these. We'll edit our set, and instead of top or bottom 5, we'll click bottom, select number of top bottom customers. So now it's taking our parameter and inserting it in to our set there. We'll do the same thing with top customers. Okay, and now right now we see top 5, bottom 5. And if we change it, now we see top 10, bottom 10, 15, and there's our 20. So it replaces a constant value and allows the end user to select the value. Question 13. What is the difference between tree maps and heat maps? So let's first talk about what each of these are. Heat maps compare categories using size and color. I think the biggest thing about heat maps is the color. Size is somewhat optional, so let's build this visualization quickly. So we have region, category, and subcategory. And we're making a heat map, so we want to bring profit onto color. And you can see we've got hotter and colder. In this case, for a heat map, we might want to change. So in this case, what it's doing is hotter is negative, but we could reverse that, and then hotter is positive. And so hotter maybe means this is where more activity is. We can also double click on profit. We can also bring profit onto label, and we'll change this to square, and now it's marked at what everything is. So a heat map will use color to draw your eye to the places where there's heat or maybe activity. We could also use size in this case. So it's not just defined by color necessarily. Maybe we want the size to be defined by sales. So we get things that are bigger but they're blue, which means that they are bigger in sales but their profit is negative. And it draws your eyes to technology. So machines in the South are doing a lot of sales, but they're not having positive profit necessarily. Also, you can see some things that have darker colors but are smaller. So high profit, but not a lot of sales. So that is a heat map. A tree map is used to represent hierarchical data. Now, hierarchy is the term you need to remember when you're talking about the difference between a tree map and a heat map. In the heat map, none of these boxes have to do with the hierarchy with each other. Whereas with a tree map, you can see that this box has a thick white line between it and the other ones. And that means that that section are all connected. So these are all technology. And the bigger this section is, that means the bigger the, size is based off of profit. So this bigger section means that technology has more profit than furniture. So let's build this one. When I build tree maps, I like to use our Show Me tool. So here's a tree map, and it says 1 or more dimensions or 1 to 2 measures. So we're going to grab category, and we're going to control-click subcategory, and we're going to control-click profit and sales. And we'll click on our tree map. Perfect. And so the darker the color, that means the more sales there is. And that's pretty similar to our heat map over here. So the color indicated, in this case it was profit. So the color indicates the difference, and the size indicates the difference, and that's true over here. The color indicates a difference, and the size indicates a difference. However, there is a hierarchy to it. Over here you can see that there is hierarchies because we have furniture, and then that puts that all together under furniture. And then here's the subcategories. However, if you were trying to compare furniture to office supplies, it's really difficult to tell which one has more sales. But if we go over to sheet 7 that has our tree map on it, you can see really quickly that office supplies has much more sales than furniture. In this case, office supplies has much more profit than furniture. The biggest difference is that tree maps have the hierarchy. Question number 14. What is the difference between TWBX and TWB? So these are all Tableau file formats, and the TWBX contains all of the necessary information to build a visualization. So it's called a packaged workbook, and it compresses it all together. However, the TWB just contains instructions about how to interact with the data source. So when it's building a visualization, Tableau will look at the data source and then build the visualization. With an extract, it contains all of the information that you need, so all of the data is wrapped up inside of there, and there's no connection that has to be made between Tableau and the data source because it's all right inside. Whereas with the TWB, it has to connect to the data source or else it doesn't have the data to build the visualizations. It just knows, it has the instructions of what to do with that data. So the biggest difference is TWBX has the data inside of it, whereas a TWB only has the instructions. Question 15. Explain the difference between Tableau Worksheet, Dashboard, Story, and Workbook. Perfect. Here's a breakdown and explanation of each of those. And in Tableau, this entire thing that we've been looking at, all of these sheets, is a workbook. However, this sheet 7 is just one worksheet. All of them together is a workbook, and sheet 7 is a worksheet. The big difference between worksheet and a dashboard is that the worksheet is just one visualization, and so it is only one set of columns and rows here. And a dashboard could contain multiple visualizations. So if we wanted to see our heat map and our tree map on the same page, that would be a dashboard. And then a story is somewhat similar to a presentation mode. And so you can have different pages. And so we could say, here is our heat map. And then we could make another page and look at our tree map. And then look at our heat map. And then we could duplicate that page. And we could say, let's focus on furniture. So we're going to highlight furniture. And then, so if we were to go through these one at a time, we would say, here's our tree map, and then we would look at information there, and we would say, here's our heat map, and then the next screen we'll say, let's focus on furniture, and you can see that it highlighted furniture for me when I went to the next scene. So a story can show you things one at a time. It's like a presentation mode. So the differences are the workbook contains the sheets, and the dashboards are the stories. The worksheet is a single view. Dashboard is multiple views, and a story is a sequence. A sequence is a good keyword to remember when you're describing a story. And did you know that the only place that you can access the dimensions and the measures and custom fields we've made is on a worksheet? So when you're looking at a dashboard, so on a worksheet we see dimensions and measures. When you're looking at a dashboard, you no longer see dimensions and measures. What you do see are all of the worksheets. Similarly, when you look at a story, you no longer see any dimensions and measures, but you do see all the worksheets and the dashboards. Question 16. What do you understand by blended axis? With a blended axis, you can use two measures that share an axis, and that means they necessarily have the same scale. So let's build something with a blended axis. So we can make a visualization that looks at sales over time. We'll bring on order date. And let's just do order date by month. There we go. So we can see sales over time. And say we wanted to also see profit. This is two visualizations that have two different axes. But if we wanted them to have the same axes and just the same marks card, you see how I made two different marks cards? We could bring on measure values and take off all the measures that we don't want. We just want. When we take them off here, it's creating this filter here for measure names. And let's take off these two extra visualizations. And now we have a visualization that has a blended axis for sales over time and profit over time. And you can see that they necessarily have the same axes. There is no second axis. What is the use of a dual axis? And how do you create one? Perfect. So a dual axis allows you to compare measures, and you can have two different scales. So if we had this same visualization, that same information that we wanted to see with, again, profit and sales over time, we'll do, okay, great. And we wanted them to have the same axes. We could right click on the second pill of the measures and click dual axis. And now you can see that they do not share the same axis. And you can see profit is much higher here, right there. And so the use of this would be, sometimes you need things to have different axes. If you come here and you click synchronize axes, you end up getting a pretty similar visualization, but you do get two separate marks cards. So, a key thing to bring up if you are asked the difference between a blended axis and a dual axis chart is, one, that the blended axis uses the same scale and a dual axis could have two different scales. And two, a dual axis has two marks cards. So let's say we wanted our profit to not be a line chart, but to be a bar chart. That gives you that option. When you go to the blended axis, we only have one marks card, so we change it to bar, everything is bar. But back over here, we change it to circles, and we see the circles. So if we wanted to show sales by year and profit ratio by year in the same view, that's where two different scales could be handy. Let's build that visualization. So we'll make a new chart, and we'll bring on sales and profit ratio over time. That is profit. I still did profit, so I'll drag profit ratio right over top of profit. There we go. And you can see that they can't use the same scale because this is a percentage, and so if we had them on a blended axis, 20% is really 0.2, and it would just be so tiny. But if we wanted them on the same area to apply to the same space here, we could dual axis it. That you can still see useful information there. But otherwise, this would just be in such a tiny, tiny space. So our profit ratio would just show up right here, almost like a straight line. Question 18. What will the following function return? Left 3, Tableau. Here's the question again, and here are the potential answers. Tab, or EAU, error, or none of the above. So just take a moment and see if you can answer this question correctly. Go ahead and pause the video, and if you get the answer, you can comment below, and then we will discuss. We've taken some time to answer this question, and let's go ahead and see what the answer is. The answer is it will return an error. That's because the syntax for left is that the string must go first. First you say left, then you put the string, and then you put the number. So let's talk about what left does. It returns a specific number of characters from the left, and if you had done it correctly, the left is this side. So if you had done the string first and you said you want 3, the result would be TAB. There's also one called right, and that would come from the other end and go EAU. So that's where these answers came from. Question 19. How do you handle null and other special values? Tableau is unable to plot null values or zeros or negative values on a logarithmic axis, and so it will display an indicator in the lower right corner, which looks like this, telling you that it is unable to draw those 2 points. So when you click on the indicator, you can choose from the following. First, you can choose to filter the data, which will exclude the null values from the visualization, or you can click Show Data at the Default Position. So we'll look at both of these. So you click on your indicator and it will say, what do you want to do with these 2 values? If we click Filter the Data, then you can see that it has filtered that blank space and drawn a line connecting those dates in between. Even though there is no point for the 29th or the 30th, it goes straight from the 28th to the 31st. So what's happening on our visualization is it's adding this filter. If we press the back button, we see that filter disappears. If we come down and select filter the data, it adds a filter here that then only includes non-null values. So those are all removed from our visualization. And up to this point, you can see that we have 1 point per day, the 21st, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 24th. But then when we get to the 28th, we don't have a 29th or 30th, and it just draws that line to the 31st. Assuming that during that time period, what we want is a straight line. Now the other option would be, we could also make the assumption that whenever there is a null value, that actually means 0 sales have happened during that time. So that's when you would click Show Data at Default Position. And now it draws those 2 points at the 0 line. And when you hover, it still shows sales null. So, and when you hover here, you can see the actual amount for sales during that time. So if a null in your data means 0, then Show at Default Position is good for you. And if it doesn't necessarily mean 0, then you can filter the data, or you can leave it disconnected like this. Question 20. Find the top product subcategories by sales within each delivery method. Which subcategory is ranked number 2 for first class ship mode? If you'd like to pause the video and work on this on your own and then see if what you did matches what we did, then you're welcome to now at this time, and comment below what your answer is. Okay. So we want to know by subcategory and by ship mode which subcategory ranks the highest for each ship mode. So in sales. So if we take sales onto the visualization, we can see that by the ship mode, it's already split up, and we could see that maybe this one for standard class, it would be chairs. You can kind of look through and kind of, oh, it's not chairs. Chairs isn't number 1 because we have this one, it's phones. So to make it easier, we're going to change sum of sales to a rank table calculation. So we're going to come here and click Add Table Calculation. And we're going to change the calculation type to rank. And it's going to rank them in order of sales. So, but right now, we can see that it's highlighting. That's called Calculation Assistance, helping us understand how it's ranking us. So if I unselect Calculation Assistance, then it gets rid of it. But you can see right now, it's ranking it across the table. So it says accessories has most sales in standard class, then second class, then first class, then same day. And that's not what we want to see. We want to see it up and down. We want to see for first class which subcategory has the highest sales and second highest sales. So let's turn back on our calculation assistance, and we're going to click table down. And you can see now it's going up and down. Within first class, what are all the subcategories ranked? So that's what we want. Now, as soon as you click things in the table calculation, it applies it over here, so you don't have an OK button. So you can just close that out. And you can see now we have a rank up and down for the subcategory. So back to the question, was which subcategory is ranked second for first class ship mode? Here's first class. Let's find number 2. It's chairs. Question number 21. Find the customer with the lowest overall profit. What is his/her profit ratio? Let's go ahead and build this visualization. Customer profit. And we're going to bring all of our customers on, and then we're going to bring on profit. Let's do it as a visualization, so I'll bring it on to columns. And then let's sort smallest to biggest. So Cindy Stewart is the one who has our lowest profit. And now to figure out her profit ratio, we need to make a calculated field, which I've already made here. So in this calculated field, we take the sum of profit and divide it by the sum of sales. We do this so that it will sum up all of the profit per row. So for Cindy, we want to take all of her profit over all of her transactions and divide it by all of her sales. instead of doing it row by row, profit divided by sales, and then summing that up at the end. So we'll take our profit ratio and put it on the label, and we can see what her profit ratio is. And since it's a ratio, here I have it in a percent. If you don't have your profit ratio set up as a percent, it will look like this, -1.65. Question number 22. What is the rank function in Tableau? We got a look at the rank function earlier when we figured out our top product subcategories by sales and what was rank number 2. So I'm sure you're familiar with what ranking is, which is assigning something a position like first place or second place, usually within a category and usually based on a measure. So Tableau is able to rank in several different ways, where you can do rank or rank dense, rank modified, or rank unique. And we'll take a look at these in a visualization here and talk about the difference. But if you are asked about the rank function in Tableau, it's worth bringing up that there are several different ways to rank, and going into a little bit of detail on those different ways will be helpful for you. So let's build off of this rank example instead. So we're going to bring on our store, and we've got store A, B, C, D, and E. And then we'll bring on our sales. And store A had $10 and E had $40. So now let's create a calculated field. We're going to call it rank. We're going to do a rank calculated field based on sales. We're going to do a rank calculated field based on sum of sales. Perfect. Okay. We'll double click on rank, and we can see first place is the one who had the most sales, and fifth place is the one with the least sales. Now, we had a tie here at 20, and it gave them both third place, and then it skipped fourth place and went to fifth place. And that's how the basic rank function works. So if we duplicate it, and we edit our copy, and we're going to make this one rank dense. You know what? Let's do rank modified second. Okay. And we bring on rank modified. Let's have this happen in order. So sum of sales, then rank modified. Now you can see it's similar to rank, first, second, but then it skips third and goes to fourth, and then fifth. So over here it gave them a higher number when there was a tie, and over here it gave them the lower number when there was a tie. So if you could remember that rank gives them the higher number and rank modified gives them the lower number, that will be helpful for your interview. Now we're going to take a look at rank dense. Rank dense, apply. And rank dense doesn't skip a number. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and it condenses the ranking without skipping any numbers. And now let's do our last one, which is going to be rank unique. Okay. And with rank unique, it refuses to give two the same rank. And how it determines when there is a tie is it will look at the dimension that's in the visualization and do whichever one comes first in ASCII. So it goes 1, 2, and these are a tie, and since capital B comes before lowercase c, then it's doing B first, then C, then A. So in your interview, it will be really impressive to talk about the different versions of ranks and how they all work. Question 23. How can you embed a web page in a dashboard? So we're just going to build this and then explain it. So I have here my map by sales, and we're going to build a dashboard. We'll bring on, first we'll change our layout so I can fill up the screen. Then let's bring on my map. And I've added the state name and the sales on the map here. For an embedded web page, you can grab it from the Objects section, the web page, and then you could put a URL right inside of here, and then that will embed that page underneath. So if we wanted to do Wikipedia or something, we can hit OK, and it will take you to Wikipedia. But what we're going to do is make this page dynamic based on what state you select. It'll look up that Wikipedia page for that state, so you could maybe look at some population data. We'll close that, and we'll try again. We're going to bring on our web page. It's going to ask for a URL, but we're just going to hit OK and not provide it with a URL. And then we'll use this dashboard action and create a URL action that then contains our URL with our state appended at the end, which is how Wikipedia formats their URL. So we'll hit OK. Oh, I forgot one more thing. Let's do it on select instead of on menu. So whenever we select something, it will run this. OK, OK. And now when we select Texas, it brings up the Texas Wikipedia page. When we select Nebraska, it'll change. So the major points to know on how to embed a web page is you bring it in from the Objects section, and then if they ask how to make it dynamic, you use Dashboard Actions and a URL action. Question 24. Design a view to show region-wide profit and sales. So one way you could do this is by bringing on region and then bringing on profit and sales. And that's a pretty simple view of profit and sales by region. However, one thing that interviewers may be looking for when asking a question about region is your mapping capabilities in Tableau. So what we could do is, region is not a geographic location, so it takes a little bit of creativity, but if you bring on state by double-clicking it and it maps out the states, you can make it a map here and it fills it in, and then you can bring region onto color, and that splits it up by region. And then if you bring on profit and sales on the labels, and let's also bring on the state onto labels, and then you can look at your profit and sales inside of their regions, inside of their states. And so that is another view where you could look at profit and sales by region, and it's a little bit more, takes advantage of some of the mapping capabilities in Tableau. It may be what your interviewer is looking for. So you could discuss multiple ways to look at it, but here is one way that we could recommend it. Question 25. How can you optimize the performance of a dashboard? There are multiple ways to optimize the performance of the dashboard. Some of the things that you might mention is that you could exclude any fields you're not using from your visualization, just keep them off, or you can use extract filters, and if you recall, extract filters will remove out rows of data from the extract, and so only focus on the data that you need. Another thing you can do is try and limit the amount of filters that you use, and when you do use filters, avoid using quick filters, and you can use action filters and parameter filters instead. Filters cause your queries in the database to be a little bit more complex and can keep them from running as efficiently as they could. Use min and max instead of average because average functions require more processing time than min and max. Also, you can try to use Boolean and numerical calculations because computers do better with integers and Booleans than they do with strings. So quick things to remember is keep your data simple, use fewer filters, and when you do use filters, use parameters or actions. Avoid using average, use min and max. And avoid using strings by using Booleans and numerical calculations. Question 26. Which visualization will be used in the given scenarios? Here we have 3 scenarios of opportunities that you might want to visualize, and there is no perfectly exact answer for these, but there are some visualizations that tend better for certain types of data. However, there sometimes could be different ways to visualize it, and it doesn't mean that these are the very best ways. However, if you want to take a moment, go ahead and pause the video and go through and figure out what your 3 answers are and comment below, and we can discuss what we think the best ways are. So first we want to show aggregated sales totals across a range of product categories and subcategories. We want to show the duration of events or activities, and we want to show quarter-wise profit growth. So to show aggregated sales totals across a range of products, subcategories, and categories, you could use a tree map. The reason we bring up a tree map here is that they are known for allowing you to show a visualization using hierarchies. So let's take a look at that. We're going to show aggregated sales totals across a range of product categories and subcategories. So if we come here and make a sheet, and we want to see sales across control-click category and subcategory, and then we click a tree map, what happens, it's showing it based on size and color. And so it shows the size, the bigger the size, the more sales, and the darker the color, the more sales. And the reason we choose a tree map over just a normal heat map is that it makes a category here. So we can compare this box that has all the technology in it, see how all of these are technology, to this box that has all of the office supplies. And you can quickly see that technology has more than office supplies, but you can also see that phones has more than art. And it breaks it up as a hierarchy and breaks it up based on your sum of sales. And question 2 is show duration or events, a duration of events or activities. And you would use a Gantt chart. Gantt charts are used to show duration. And each of these lines is a duration. So it's like it's got a start date and an end date basically. And it shows you how long everything takes. And the last one is to show profit growth. And you can use a waterfall chart. And that looks like this, where you can see how the profit changes across every period and if it's going up or down, and each one of these show you how much up or how much down they go. But as we said, there are potentially other answers to this question, so if you have any questions about why we didn't say this chart or that chart, go ahead and comment below and we can start a discussion. Question 27. What would you do if some countries or provinces or any geographical entity is missing and displaying a null when you use map view? So when you start to map the geographical fields that you have, sometimes Tableau is unable to map them because their locations are unknown or ambiguous, meaning a lot of states have a city called Springfield and it won't know where to draw that city. So for example, let's look at here. So we've taken city as our detail and it's drawn a lot of cities. However, it's got a lot of unknown values here. So if this question comes up, you've got to remember these 3 things. You can edit locations, filter the data, or show data at default position. Edit locations allows you to correct the locations by putting in their unique names. We'll show you an example of this. Filter the data means just keep them off of the view, and show data at default position means show it at 0, 0 on the map. So edit locations. Here we can say, here's all of these cities that seem to exist in multiple locations. And we could say, well, we know what state they're in as well, and that should help you answer the question. So you could choose a field that will define the state. So here we're saying the state is from the state field, and we hit OK. And then it can draw the rest of those cities. Sometimes you want to keep them off. Perhaps maybe they spelled city names wrong, and you just want to exclude those. And the last one is show data at default position, which is 0, 0. 28. What is a level of detail expression? A level of detail expression, or an LOD expression, is maybe the way they will present it to you. And LOD stands for level of detail. So obviously it helps you get to the level of detail that you want in your visualization, but it also is used to run complex queries at the data source level instead of all in the Tableau interface. So we're going to take a look at an example here, which is adding a dimension to an already calculated aggregate field. In our case, we're going to exclude a dimension from a calculated field. So here we have a visualization that I built, and right now it's just looking at sales by category and subcategory. But say we wanted to look at the total sales for furniture and not break it up by the subcategory. So if we take off subcategory, then we get the total sales for furniture. But if we want a side-by-side, and so that you can see the total sales for furniture and you can see it broken up by subcategory, you can use a level of detail calculation. This, I already made the field for it. I've called it exclude subcategory, so that's right here. Right now it just contains sales, but we're going to use the level of detail calculation exclude. And we're going to tell it what to exclude, which is subcategory. And then we're going to do sum of sales so that it will sum it up for us. And once I apply these changes, it should change it here and our labels. Perfect. So now we can see that it's ignoring the fact that this is chairs and this is tables and this is bookcases. It's just doing the total for furniture and just ignoring these because we told it to exclude. So level of detail helps you to be able to define the level that you want to in your visualization, regardless of what else exists on your visualization. It also moves some of the logic from inside of Tableau to the actual database. And there are 3 level of detail calculations. This will be an important thing to bring up in interviews. They might give you brownie points when you can remember all 3 of the level of detail calculations, which are, we looked at exclude, but we have exclude, include, and fixed. So include, exclude are pretty easy to remember, and just always remember fixed as well. Question 29. How do you calculate daily profit measure using level of detail? Here's another opportunity for you to pause the video and take a look at calculating a daily profit measure using level of detail. We are going to get started. Profitable level of detail. So we want to have a daily profit measure, and I already made a place for it, profit per day. And we want to look at the profit for a day regardless of what else is on the visualization. So we're going to use a fixed instead of an include or an exclude, which will only take into account whatever you put in for include or exclude. Fixed will take into account everything. It will ignore everything else on the visualization and only look at what's in your list here. So we're going to fix it by day. And you have to put a colon. And we're going to do a sum of profit for each of those days. And close it off. So now we have our profit per day. And we'll hit OK. And now we're going to make a KPI, which for our purposes, if profit for a day is greater than 2,000, then that day is highly profitable. If it's less than 0, then it's unprofitable. Otherwise, it is profitable. So we're going to go if our profit per day is greater than 2,000, then we're going to call it highly profitable. Else if we're going to do less than or equal to 0, then profitable. Else, otherwise it is profitable. Always have to end with an end. Great. Okay. So now we're going to make some visualizations, and it's going to look at it by year. Now it all fits in one view. We can rotate these labels to make it easier to see. And we're going to bring on order ID. But now it's showing like a lot of orders. And so we actually want it to be used as a measure, and we're going to do a count distinct. Great. So now we can see how many orders were on each day. And so that's helpful for us to see how many orders are on this day each day, but we want to see the orders on each day that are highly profitable versus unprofitable versus just profitable. So we're going to use our level of detail and break it up into different sections. So we have highly profitable, profitable, and unprofitable. Let's also bring this onto our color. Highly profitable, profitable, unprofitable. And now we can see that the profitable ones are going up. Unprofitable ones seem to be going down in 2015, and that's nice, but they are going up. And highly profitable is not very many. Oh, in this case we did area charts instead of just line charts. To make that change, you change it from automatic to area, and that helps you see some of that spatially as well. Comment below if you were able to make this visualization on your own. Question 30. How can you schedule a workbook in Tableau after publishing it? So when you publish a workbook in Tableau, if you've used an extract, you're going to need to refresh that extract. So in Tableau, when you create a Tableau data source and it's an extract version of the data source, it will no longer update if the data from your database updates. So somebody's made some changes to your database or your Excel file, and you want to see that in your Tableau visualization. Well, you're not going to see it, but you can see it if you make a refresh. So you do that on Tableau server, and you can remember that you have to get all the way to your data source. So you can go to your data sources or to your workbooks, and then you look at the data source on your workbook, and you go Actions, Extract, Refresh. And then you select Schedule a Refresh. So that looks like this. You can press these 3 dots next to it and click Refresh Extracts, or you can go to Actions. And then here you click Schedule a Refresh instead of Refresh Now. And then oftentimes in Tableau you'll have several different options. You can choose daily at 7 a.m. or every 4 hours. If an interviewer is asking you about how to schedule a refresh, it might be worthwhile bringing up the fact that you only need to schedule a refresh if you are using an extract on your data source, and then that will help them know that you know the difference between live and extracts if they didn't ever ask that question.
Thank you, Michelle, for that really great session. With that, we've reached the end of this complete Tableau tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Do like and share it. Thank you for watching and stay tuned for more from Simplilearn.